I'm asking which, like, which coin flip or which heads or tails do you think would make your existence more likely?
The one with more people.
Because like, if we had like all the numbers that exist, and I were to randomly take like 1,000 numbers out of the set of all numbers, it would be more likely that I come out with like 5 rather than if I just took like 10 of the numbers out, because I'm taking more out of the set. So yeah, because I'm taking more out of the set. Well, if the more people that exist raise the likelihood of your existence, what would obviously make your existence what would make you exist with a likelihood of 1, which is like confirmatory, is going to be if all possible people existed, which is would bring us to something like a multiverse, and then what would predict that would be a god.
Oh, so it's saying like
You want to
if a
know
lot of
about the
people are
history of
created
the
and like a
Manda
lot of
race?
people exist,
I'm
then
sure you
there's like a
know
high
we have
likely
been
chance that
slaves
you
of
will
crocs for
exist.
ages.
And like
Curse their
to
proud snouts.
like if there's like a lot of people, maybe like a god could exist, or like
We
a
were too weak.
multiverse could come from that. Wait, how do you get from there to there?
Yeah, like wait, from which part to which part?
Like if there's like a multitude of people, it would somehow entail like a multiverse or god existing.
Yeah, it doesn't entail a multiverse. A lot of people would just think that the only thing that could fit that many people would be something like a multiverse, but you don't have to think that. It's just trying to reason towards the idea that if all possible multiverse, but you don't have to think that. It's explain our existence extremely well, but then we need something to explain why all possible people exist. And if we compare different hypotheses, it seems like an all good god would be a pretty good explanatory consideration. But an all good god would be a pretty good explanatory.
You learned all that by talking with Salam? Quite the hothead he. Hedge mentioned the Chamber of the Chosen. I have heard that the text of our ancestors were stored there, but no one knows where that chamber is.
All come here with each other. So,
well, I don't know exactly what you said, but evolution isn't going to explain why two possible people exist. You'd need like probably multiple universes for that.
wait, evolution doesn't explain why 2 possible people exist?
No, I said evolution doesn't explain why two people exist.
Death, 2 people? Oh,
And
well, what explains that is just people realizing what like death is. How to explain why people know that death itself exists?
no, that's not at all what I said.
No, I'm more deeper expand on what you said.
All I was saying is that, you know, if we came to the conclusion that it's really likely for every single possible person to exist, you know, if we take the set of all possible people that could end up existing, you know, if those people existed, and you know, I'm not saying I agree with this. I'm just explaining how the argument works. It's supposed to say that a god would be a very likely explanation for why all possible people exist, because if God values people, I don't know why he would arbitrarily cut it off on how many people he creates. If God values all possible people.
Oh, so like God would be like the explanation for like so many different variants of individuals being created.
Yeah, like basically you're like working from your existence towards a hypothesis, and then you're trying to explain that hypothesis with another hypothesis. Towards a hypothesis, and then the first hypothesis that you reason to would obviously be like that all possible people, like it would be more likely if all possible people existed. And then the second hypothesis would be it would be more exist if all possible people existed.
Okay, and like God would be like or God existing would have like the explanatory power to like substantiate so many different types of people existing, essentially.
Yeah, the argument makes that assumption, but yeah.
Okay.
You could obviously give a critique and say, like, you know, if God existed, it wouldn't be expected that all possible people existed. Yeah, it wouldn't be expected that all possible.
I think like, okay, if I had to rank the argument, I would say it would trick anybody that's like new to like apologetics.
Yeah.
I think like it would be like out of a 10, I think it would be like maybe a 4 or 5 argument.
Yeah. Like,
People said Kason was smart. I'm giving that like a 2.
I think it would trick someone who's new. You know what I
Yeah,
should
someone-
start doing?
It would trick my maintenance guy Tomas because he doesn't know English.
if it was somebody that was new, yeah, it would be like maybe like a 6, but for me, it's a 0.
Okay, what's your response to it?
But actually,
well,
really quick, before you do that, right? You know what I think we should do? We could do a tier, not today, but like we could do a tier list of like the best Christian arguments and the best atheist.
No. We need to do a tier for like the best like actual. No. We need to like screw the argument. Like we need to get a tier list for the. And I heard Kason has a lot of respect. Like he'd probably be like an A tier guy, you know.
Yeah, I don't care where you
Like,
think.
hey. That doesn't mean I think that. That's just what your friends think.
Yeah.
But yes, you do have some respect in your community.
But anyway, I guess the guy can run the defeater. But yeah, we could rank like arguments like 1 out of 10, or yeah, rank the theist, I guess. But go ahead. Arguments like 1 out of 10, or yeah, rank the theist, I guess. But
like as to why all these people have come here. I mean, all these people exist today. Well, just procreation. Like, well, first, right? It was evolution. Like, well, first, right? It was evolution. As to how we would even evolve to become these beings, and then keep procreating, and then we build societies that allow us to procreate without being killed massively by predators or by natural situations, and then we just keep procreating, and that's how we evolve.
Is that like a response to the argument?
Keep necessarily. It would be like a reason why I wouldn't believe in the argument, because it's like well, it's not like the people today were just like the people. It's not like we watch people get born. Like people are birthed and then grow up into adults. So
I can grant that though.
But the thing is that it's saying like God would be the reason that all people are here today, and he would just keep creating people. But he's not like what he had to create and he first people. They just procreated like what?
No,
like,
I'm trying to like explain.
where would that start?
No, it's more or less like anthropic reasoning. Like even if we take all the people that exist today, with how like they're kind of like with the kind of reasoning it's trying to push. If you agree with the reasoning, it would lead you to believe that even though if we look at like Earth's population today and we know how all these people came about, there's 8 billion people, we should be inclined to believe that there's a lot more people somewhere else, regardless of where we know they are, because that would raise the likelihood of 8 billion people. Way, if you were like, if you just randomly, I'm going to use the word spawn, but obviously like, you don't have to assume you spawned onto an island, but if you randomly just found yourself on an island and you were trying to reason about your existence, you would probably think, or I'm going to argue that you should think, that your existence is a lot more likely if there's a lot of other people that exist in the world as well, all possible people, and so it would be more likely for you in particular to exist if more people out of the set of possible people existed. So just from your existence alone, you should think that there's other people, that existed. So just from your existence alone, you should think that there's other people rather than just you.
Yeah, I understand it, but it's like that argument. I know it's not an argument, but still, the argument is like just almost. It's weird. It's like not even. It's almost correlated. Like yeah, it just. I just no. It's not. It's not. I'm not following it in any way. I just no. It's not. Yeah. I'm not following it anyway. Yeah.
Actually, really quick, Christos, I've grown fond of you. I think like you're becoming one of my favorite Christians to see come on my life.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Man, your live yesterday it went on for so long, and it went on for.
Say again, like I'm sorry again for hooting and hollering again. Every time I'm here, I hoot and holler, and I'm sorry.
Oh no, like no, it's great.
And I'm sorry.
Oh no, like no, it's great for the ratings actually, and yeah, like the audience wants to see more.
Yeah,
I think
I don't know.
I think life is really hard. I think life is really hard, and I think that it's good to vent. I always told people I'm a mix of like good and bad. I always told people I'm a mix of black or white. You know, it's kind of like I'm like good and bad. And I think like sometimes, you know, we need like aggressive Coco who's like cursing and like ripping people to shreds. But sometimes I could also be like nice and like courteous and like chill Coco. I think like everybody has those two personalities. So I think like everybody lie every now and then.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I only really I don't know, if I ever act out of, I don't know, like kind of out of line. I'm really just doing it for the engagement, to be honest. Just for the live.
Yeah.
Like,
And also like if you ever do anything that I don't approve of, then I'll let you know.
yeah.
But for the most part, I'm okay with it.
Rob for you.
The legend.
We have a celebrity on the panel.
We know, yeah, but
What's up?
dead ass.
How are you today?
I'm actually pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh man,
Oh fuck.
I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
No, but dead ass Robbie, cool as fuck. Coolest guy on the app.
You guys doing alright?
It's okay.
On this side of the dirt.
Yeah. But no, like those lives are lit. Like whenever like a lot like I love like I mean that's kind of like what I like when someone like comes in with like a not really that great view, and then like we all start like debating them and it gets like hype, and like you guys were yelling about abortion last night and I was like, yeah, this is gonna be awesome.
Well, my
Robbie.
thing is, don't sit there and quiz me on my body if you can't tell me the difference between semen and sperm. Like that's a new litmus test for me.
Yeah.
Today when I woke up, I just want you to know, Robbie, you made me laugh really hard because I was just randomly scrolling on TikTok and I was watching your video, not expecting anything at all, and then I just saw that photo pop up and it was really funny.
Yeah, did you like that, the whole series of that thing?
Yeah, I had no clue you screenshot it.
I had way too much time on my hand yesterday. And then I saw the live with you in it, and you had the stupid bag over your head. I was just like, yeah, that will. I can.
Like, who had a bag over their head?
Spice it up.
Coco did?
It was someone else.
Oh, my bad. I was like, what?
But that's thinking cruelty. I mean, I can't help it, but that guy's just like gold. Every time I see him,
So funny, bro.
it's just so crazy funny. I keep clipping him and stuff just because it's so good.
To be honest, like okay, some of the things he does, like I don't really like approve of, but I think like I don't know, this is kind of weird, but I said it in like the Discord, right? Like you know, sometimes like people do like bad things, right? And we're like, oh, this person's like a bad person. But like there was one time we were hanging out with like Deathless Light, and like you sort of saw like him in a human light. Like he was like and like doing impressions and stuff, and I was like, damn, like I could literally go to the bar with this guy.
Yeah, that's the same live I recorded him doing his crazy cough shit.
Oh.
And talking about how he was about to eat fungus, and he said some other crazy shit in there.
But like I don't know, I find it like interesting. Like do you think like there's never really like bad people? They're kind of just like good and bad. Well, okay. Actually, never mind. That's a slippery.
People, I could pull you up. There's plenty of bad people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how you index bad, but yeah, I would definitely say there's just people that are just prone to doing probably bad things.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
Do I think he's bad? I don't think he's bad. I think he's bad. I think he's very open to it. That he's dealt with a lot of like trauma in his life. He grew up really in like really big hardships. I think he's got some mental issues for some stuff that he talks about. So I mean, he's pretty open about it, right? So it's not like he tries to sugarcoat that type of stuff. I think he clearly knows philosophy. But he just jumbles shit up together, and some of it I could tell he's just adding things in, and it's not really the point of what's going on. So I don't know. I just think he's hilarious. Just because I will say he's very quick witted on TikTok with just like trashing people. On
He's really cool. He might actually end up becoming like one of my friends.
Jesus Christ.
Like, I mean, like, to be honest, like,
You just collect weird friends,
yeah.
Coco.
Wait, but also like that's the point of this project too, right? To like form a community of people with like different ideas and everyone coming together and coexisting. We're bringing the world together, everyone. But I don't know. No, it's whatever.
You're a hippie.
Yeah,
It sounds cool. I like it.
that'd be pretty cool.
I'm
But then
good with
again, like,
behavior, though. I'm good with that.
but then again, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I've done a lot of fuck shit on this app, and like, I've kind of like brought people together, but also like blown things up and like, you know, like dispersed people. It's a work in progress.
I don't know what happened. I just hear Robbie down there like,
Oh, that's Coco. So
There's
Coco
been like a
means
lot
love.
of there's been a lot of drama around my name, good and bad. But yeah, like you know, my brain is a mess. Life is a mess, and we're trial and erroring it.
Did you get all your debate stuff set up?
Yeah, the first event is like locked in. Every event is like locked in. Every single debate's locked in. I just gotta post one final promo, and then that's okay with their times.
wait, did Big Op? Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, you guys are on the first debate event, and yeah, you guys are the last debate matchup I'm gonna add to that event.
Did he say he could do it, though? Because he said
Yeah,
well, he might be too late.
yeah. I'm just waiting for him to get confirmation of the time, but I could always switch you guys around to like an earlier time or like whatever.
Okay.
Do you see Kaysen's thing? He wants to know about the truth over tea.
I think that's going to be on May 20th. Truth, whatever.
Tea.
Yeah, he's debating Truth Over Tea. It's going to be on May 16th, actually.
What are they debating about? Jesus.
I think Case is good at debating, so I think he's got that.
Yeah, Kaysen's actually really good. He's gotten really good the past year. Like you could tell, like he's really grown with everything. So I actually knew Kaysen when he was first starting off. Before you knew Ruxter and all them, I remember going on his live like a handful of times, and he's really gotten pretty good. So I like Kaysen a lot.
Yeah, I've heard.
A handful of times.
Yeah, I've heard him discuss. So yeah, I give him credit. I give people credit where it's due.
Yeah, he doesn't really do good.
Credit where it's due.
Yeah, he doesn't. But he kind of just tries to have more simple conversations. But when he does try to have like an actual debate, I mean, he studies, he reads, he's really into it. So I think he will do really, really well.
Yeah, I think he's got it. I mean, I've debated truth over tea. I think he's got it.
Yeah, truth over tea, he's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, truth over tea, he's okay. Stronger than him.
I do too.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Also, do you see how like awesome this is? Okay, I'm not like a celebrity. Like I'm nowhere close to being a celebrity, but everyone's talking about my debates and like, you know, all around TikTok, you know, people say good and bad things about like Mr. Coco. Cue montage. Like imagine like
I mean, there's a lot of things you could do to get your lives go like higher up and stuff. Like, I mean, I'm going to say even us just bullshitting like this actually technically drives it down, and that you should have only an account for solid debates and or that I really like your debates. Let's say I always want to go to your debates. And so I saw your live and I come over here and we're just bullshitting. And I'm just going to flick past. And then let's say I come back another time. And just people just bullshitting. I flick past. By the third time, I'm probably going to be like, might just be bullshitting. And I'm just going to people pass over.
it's true. I should have like channels devoted to like certain things.
Yeah, so like, as I said, I like just coming up here and bullshitting. I like just coming up. You're always going to have is that like, people are always going to expect one thing. This is something I learned when I was just starting to do it, and I had somebody who had a huge account explain to me, he says, hide your status of being live. or you have a second account that you can go on other people's lives or do a different lives that aren't related to your thing. But other people's lives are the same thing every time and will always be active and doing these certain things. Because if you do other stuff, people then will eventually stop coming over. Say stuff, people then will eventually stop coming over.
Wait, to be honest, like,
Coming
I
over.
could do that. I could make this one for like debate events and like me 1v1ing people, and then make my second channel for like just hanging out. And like, when people see my second channel, they're like, okay, he's like bullshitting today. But then like we won, and it's like, oh, he's debating today.
Well, I think
Yeah,
you could have it like your original channel, like this one for your debates, and have another one like for
And like,
debates, and have another one like for what we're doing right now, where people can come in, casually talk, and challenge each other. Like what happened, like when we end up saying, all right, let's just fucking schedule it, because and then at that point they'd follow your debate account.
yeah.
All right.
Q-Top.
What's kind of
I haven't
cool?
seen Q-Top anymore.
No, he's still going live. He was live yesterday.
He was on African Atheist Live, and I always feel bad. Like, I go on people's lives because I like the people as a whole, but they're not good. I go on people's lives because I like the people as a whole, but they're not good at debating. So I tried to was up there, and I legitimately had like an hour-long debate with him, and I made him admit a whole bunch of stuff. And then someone jumped in there and said something that threw it all off. Yeah, I had to admit that God probably can't be good. He admitted that it's impossible for free will to exist. And like he was like all kinds of stuff. And then I had someone come up there and try to change it to debating on the Trinity. And
Also, you know what I've noticed?
That's what
20, 30, but recently it's been like 50, 60.
Yeah. I noticed that too, especially last live.
So I've been digging into the algorithm and like how it works on TikTok. If you want consistent viewers, like what it's going to be looking for is like you stream at least like 3 to 4 times a week, 30 minutes a day, and like a regular streaming time. So like if you stream every day, like Deconstruction Zone, or specific days, you know what I mean, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, or Saturday, I forget what he does. It helps the algorithm boost out your content. Like you got to be consistent, because like I struggle with that too. There was a time wherein like I was streaming every day. I'd have like 200 and some viewers, you know what I mean? And then I quit streaming for 3-4 months, come up and I have 20, 30 viewers,
Oh, but also, Christos, say what you were gonna say.
I think I don't know what I think I forgot. I just said that. Yeah, I saw your views going up more, like especially recently, the last few lives. It was like, for me, it was consistently like 60 or so. So I don't know. Yeah, that was
TikTok
it.
seems to like favor hooting and hollering. Unfortunately. Cussing or like being angry. And
I think it's like if you're scrolling lives and like screaming, obviously you're gonna like want to stop and stick around and or whatever. But I also think the other guy had a really good point. I think like I don't know, like formal debate, like a more consistent formal debate format on your lives. I think I can predict that's definitely going to bring in more people than if it's just constantly hooting and hollering. So people than if it's just constantly hooting and hollering now.
Yeah.
Do you have a manager?
Me?
Yeah. Do you have a? It's not even called a manager. What do they call them for TikTok? I forgot. I used to have one.
An agency?
Moderator.
What is it?
An agency?
Moderator. Oh.
Agency. Yes. Do you have an agent?
Yeah, I'm with like Jaw Media.
What?
they should be. You should be able to talk to them, and they know how to work the algorithm. Like I used to have. In like a couple hundred that came in, where I'd have like 14,000, and that came in where I'd have like live
Wait,
in like 3 hours.
wait, dead ass? You'd have thousands of views?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would do like 3.5 hours, and I would maintain over 100 and something, about 200 people in my live. And so when you got out and it says how many people have viewed, when you got out and it says how many people have was viewing your live, I'd have 14, 15, 16,000.
You did, yeah. You were always in the hundreds
Yes.
in your lives, but so you drive trucks, and so I think you did it in between and stuff like that. But you never really go live that much anymore, because I used to see you all the time, Eric.
Yeah, and that's the reason. Like, well, I ended up going over the road, and now I got college too, because I'm doing my schooling for philosophy and I'm working, so I don't have time.
Yeah.
But yeah,
philosophy.
Yeah, I want to eventually get my PhD in it. So,
So I haven't slept in 2 days, and in the 2 days that I haven't slept, I've read over Hume's Critique of Necessary Connection, Quine's ontological and modal critiques, like all these other things to put together a axiom. Do you guys want to hear it?
sure.
I really like
Sure.
Quine's web of belief.
I know a lot of people like Quine. So, this is it's a mouthful, but it's so all entities, whether real or non-real, are instantiated in a broad sense within abstract domains of fictional narratives or conceptual thought, with real entities instantiated objectively as rigidly designated entities, with both sense and reference in the physical domain, and non-real entities instantiated as representational, intentional objects, embodying rigidified senses without references in domain-relative contexts, like fictional or logical pretense, is an analytic necessity grounded in logical or conventional classifications that all such instantiated entities or their counterpart senses are categorized as necessarily necessary, instantiated in all abstract possible worlds, necessarily contingent, instantiated in some but not all abstract possible worlds within their domains, are necessarily impossible, instantiated as incoherent senses in the conceptual domain under logical pretense, but non-instantiatable in any possible world, justifying the ontological status of non-real entities and modal classifications against empirical parsimony, modal realism, the critique of existence as a predicate, the rejection of Menogian subsistence, the sense-reference distinction, the critique of modal logic, the critique of descriptive reference, and the critique of necessary connection by their indispensable role in human discourse, imagination, and reasoning, by treating possible worlds as abstract conceptual constructs, by framing existence as instantiation rather than a property, by treating non-real instantiation as representational rather than ontological, and by assigning modal properties to the rigidified senses of non-real entities within pretense rather than the references, by interpreting modality as a logical or conventional classification, using counterpart relations rather than essentialist metaphysics, and by essentialist metaphysic practices rather than metaphysical connections. Which is to say that the colloquial interpolation of that is, if something exists, it exists necessarily.
You just PhD'd the tag argument? Is that what you're trying to say to me right now?
No. That's I listened to it like I. No.
The defeater for tag.
Yeah,
I'd have to see it wrote out, but I really like the. I have huge problems with modality. I have huge problems with logic in there.
Mm-hmm.
I really like. I don't know.
I've
I've read Quine. I'm going to school. I was going to school for business management, but I switched my degree to philosophy because
yay, more
it's
philosophy
just better.
bros.
Howard, I had a question for you. Have you worked out the symbological mathematics to your axiom yet?
Holy shit.
Yeah, partially.
Cool. So I've actually been working on the axiom of existence for the last year myself. So I found exactly what you said within the category theory that I've been studying.
Holy shit.
So essentially what you're saying is there's a set of all conceivable things and a set of all things that exist physically with observational and or physical elemental data, which means just a separation, which is parsimonious through some kind of symmetry breaker, that being what's observational and or physical, detectable or measurable, right?
Yes.
So in essence, you just said what I'm saying, but a lot fancier, which is fine because my whole thing is simplifying complexity, or which is fine because is simplifying complexity for intellects. But I like the way you worded it. So maybe in a few months we'll kind of meet
Yeah,
up.
we can touch base. I have to be honest. I only did this because I'm fucking petty. I have no motivation to do this for real.
I did it because it doesn't exist in the CFC logical axiomatic set. It doesn't exist. So the most recent axiom that was because it doesn't exist. Asserted was the axiom of choice, which of course there's a few issues there because it doesn't actually lay out the function for the axiom of choice. But if there's an axiom of existence, now we can separate everything through category and officially segregate all bullshit in the universe from things that actually exist. So I did it not because I'm petty, but also I just want everyone to actually realize what what existence actually is it pertains to. But I think we're both on the same road.
That in my model, like existence just refers to just a thing, and things don't have to have physical properties.
Right, like Superman, for instance.
Yeah, and so like Superman, even if you apply like an S5 model logic, right? Superman exists necessarily so long as the possible world has the narrative in which Superman exists.
Right, but
see, and this is where I hate S5, like the S5.
S5 gets fucking weird.
Like I so for me, like the classic, like when you dive into the literature to like when you first start philosophy, you go through validity and soundness. That means that like there's an all possible universe. Since the classic, all cats like lasagna. Garfield is a cat, so therefore Garfield likes lasagna.
Implicate like inclinations are, but is God a thing?
So when you say God to me, like I've adopted like agnosticism. Like I won't play the game of like does God exist?
He's an unchanging mind to ground it. Where the fuck did someone get out of everything I just said and what we just said up to this point? In what fashion are you going to derive that a thing necessarily has a mind? That mind is unchanging.
I mean,
I find that
that's a leap. I'm sorry. To me, like all this does is establish that things exist.
Right. But Arafat, to your point, I think a lot of people confuse possibility with necessity. They think because it's possible or that they can conceptualize it or even build parameters around it, for instance, like the X-Men or Marvel Universe, they think because it's potentially possible that it must necessarily exist.
Who is it that thinks that possible worlds exist concretely?
That's like, isn't that what S5 modality is? Like,
Not
if
necessarily.
it is...
Not necessarily.
That's not S5 modality.
No, S5 is just that you have epistemic access to possible world, right? So you have knowledge of possible world. So you, like you have the capacity to conceive it. Oh fuck! I'm trying.
I don't even know if I accept that.
I read so much in the last 48 hours. I can't. There's one that I can't remember off the top of my head. One of these guys believes that is it Kant? Is Kant the one that's really weird?
Yes, Kant is very weird. Was very weird.
Kripke semantics with modal logic using possible worlds and accessibility relations between them.
Yeah, he's the one who thinks that they're concrete.
Yeah, Kripke.
Yeah, Kripke.
Kripke, yeah.
And
I've heard of full argument, but...
I mean, I hadn't read Kripke till last night.
So in essence, what it is though, it's just really fancy logical parameters. It's essentially building a Marvel universe without actually having an axiom of existence for things that actually do entail physical attributes. Which is why he's, guano.
So where am I wrong at that because I could swear I read somewhere that like the implications of like S5 and modality is that like if it is valid and possible, like it must necessarily exist in a possible universe.
I personally think that's batshit. I don't agree with the S5 modality.
I agree. Yeah. I'd have serious problems with like modality just in general, just because we only have one data set to go from. You know what I mean? It's like a blind guy picking out his favorite porn.
I like modality, but it's. I mean, I get why you're saying that, but yeah, I do like modality.
But to your point, Mark Allen, you said you were agnostic, which I think is the most intellectual.
To God, IG, agnostic. So like, I think like when somebody says, "Does God exist?" Like, so like, I think list proposition. Like, until you define what God you're talking about, I don't even want to have the debate. Like, if you want to say Yahweh exists or Brahman exists, like, then we can have the debate. But for you to just say like God exists, like, it's like saying snorkel flam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, is that from Rick and Morty?
I don't know.
Oh, it sounds like it.
I literally just made it off the top of my head.
Nice. Oh, yeah,
like it's like saying XRVB YX exists. You know what I mean? It's just it's meaningless.
So what if someone defines God as the sun, for instance?
Well, I mean, so I'm big on like Wittgenstein and language games. So like, if God is synonymous with the sun, then God exists.
Okay.
But you're just stuck in naturalism still.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out the natural definition.
Yeah.
I like what you're doing, Harold Fans. I think one of us or the people smarter than us, I don't know, need to figure out the axiom of existence.
Yeah. So for me, the hard thing is, right, I can present a conceptual argument how everything exists.
Right.
I'm getting locked up on going from exists to real.
So
that's the hard thing I'm.
Are you talking about linguistically or using?
The hard thing I'm.
Are you talking about linguistically?
Logical mathematics. Like
so,
I can use something. Like I can use like a tree, but I don't know. This is where I get lost. I don't know all these words. Right?
Are you trying to build like a foundationalist, like epistemic here? Is what I would ask, because like you
what
brought
happened was I made a statement, and someone said it wasn't true, and I ran it through S5 modal logic, where P and therefore not P is true with access to all possible worlds, and they still complained and said it wasn't true. And so I was like, all right, fuck you. I'm going to come up with an analytic that addresses, like, all right, fuck any contingent objection that I can think of. Like,
yeah, we're on the same road. That's awesome, man.
And it like, to me, it's like, it doesn't matter if it's it like shit exists. How it exists, that's different, but it exists nonetheless.
Yeah, but that's exactly why I came up with
it. But it exists nonetheless.
Yeah, but that's exactly why I came up with the modus tollens and dichotomy like 6 months ago about using just that basic dichotomy.
And so, yeah.
Nobody brings up modus ponens. Nobody brings up modus tollens.
Like, dude, I teach theology. I don't do fucking philosophy. Theology. I don't do fucking philosophy.
I don't believe there are any modus ponens for supernatural claims of any kind.
That's the other thing.
Well, I mean, there could be, but you're just going to have to arbitrarily like accept the P, right?
Exactly.
Like,
which I never would.
If P, then Q. I got into a big one on this on like abortion the other day, or AB. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say anymore, but like someone was like, you know, AB is or pro-choice is irrational, and I was like, well, actually, like technically, like pro-choice and pro-life are both non-rational positions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
like. Like, there's no reason to accept the if P to get to Q, right? There's no reason to accept that
ever. I mean, it's the same for any religion or crystal cleansing or energy. It's just all just humans being creative.
No,
what's funny to me is like I got into the whole philosophy thing because of like the God debate, but now like I find the God philosophy like so secondary. Like I'd rather talk about like meta ethics, like what is truth, what is knowledge, like stuff like that. Like I find like the actual God debate like it's very boring now. There's like 10 basically replies.
I think there exists a single good argument for any supernatural claim.
Yeah, me either.
Not a single one. It doesn't matter the
Probably
quality
get
of the
there.
words.
Just give me some time and make me really, really fucking petty.
That's not a moral view. That makes no sense. In my world, that's not a moral
I said worldview, not moral view.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, world view.
World, sorry. Although moral view,
Like view.
world, sorry. Although moral view,
Like, because Chris, although, albeit its existence is contingent to it merely being a conceptualization and that it is necessarily impossible it substantiate itself in reality, right? And so for someone to say that a square circle doesn't exist is kind of stupid. It doesn't exist is kind of stupid because, like, I can show you that it does. It's just that it's not real.
conceptual.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Perfect circles and perfect triangles and perfect squares don't exist in reality either.
Yeah, perfection is just the concept itself.
You know what's so if you're using there's a particular style of coordinates that we use for the Fibonacci sequence. I think it's called Lucas numbers. Off the top of my head,
I'm not sure.
What it does is it'll take like the actual designations within the Fibonacci sequence and round them to whole numbers. But none of the Fibonacci sequence are whole numbers. Are real numbers mathematically.
Right.
Which you could use as an argument. You could use it as like argumentary evidence towards chaos presenting itself in an ordinance, presenting
A bunch of
I don't know if the Fibonacci is a product of entropy.
It has to be. It's a rise of information within a set.
Isn't the Fibonacci number just phi? Like PHI?
Well, it's phi. So if I were to write down the Fibonacci sequence, I'd write 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13 repeats, and then so on and so forth. But if I do the math out using phi 1, it's like 1 point. So if I do like phi 13, right? Which is like 1307. Is what we would say the number is for the Fibonacci sequence. It is actually 1307.0007. What's my argument for God is a thing? Things exist. Like there's no additional entailments that come with it. There's no predictions that go out from it. I think that asking whether or not God exists is just a stupid question.
Damn.
Is
God real?
Is it similar to asking if Wolverine exists by your logic there?
Yeah, it's like the concept does. Right. Is green real? No.
You guys better talk shit about my favorite color.
I love TV.
It's like green sucks. We have equivocated things that exist to be things that are real, and that's not necessarily the case. So asking about something exists is silly, because by what asking about something exists is silly, because by what modality are you talking about existence?
So atheist here. I'm
No.
here.
I'm like super religious.
What are you?
I'm an atheist.
I'm a professor of theology and an Anglican priest.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, I hope the collaboration and axiom of existence doesn't affect your overall.
No, it would because I hold to that no matter what, you are never going to arrive at a system that is irrationally held beliefs that you feel. And
Oh my God, I was
one of those irrational beliefs I hold to. I can't separate.
Have you read Wittgenstein?
Not yet, but I guess I'll
You need to. In my opinion, dude, like.
But it's not going to change. Like, it's not going to change. Like,
it's not going to change your view on what you hold. But like one of the central tenets of like philosophical investigation and why I built like abandoned foundationalism. Like I used to argue for like foundation, like atheist epistemology, like super fucking hard. Like what you just said, like behind every justified belief is an unjustified one. Like even in science and stuff. And then when you're saying like, you know, when you say like God does God exist? Well, yeah, God exists as a concept. You know what I mean? But like that's no different to me than saying like Gandalf exists. You know what I mean?
Asking that.
Yeah. Also, the idea of revelation in the first place was because the God gaps. People in God gaps.
We're not talking about that.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
We're not even on that.
Oh, okay. What do you guys talking about?
We're not talking about God's gaps or anything like that.
We're talking about epistemic justification, basically.
I'm not familiar with that. Can you? Okay, let me go to
So like.
See, this is like possible, like presuppositional logic, which
okay, good.
So
I'm an atheist, and I read through Van Til and Bronson, right? And one of the things that I agree with fucking Van Til and Bronson on, right, is that everybody holds unjustifiable beliefs. Like even like science. Yeah, it is. Even science holds to unjustifiable beliefs. How do you reconcile the uniformity of nature or induction?
You don't. We recognize that we don't.
No, easy.
I don't know what science is studying, but real science recognize that we don't know anything.
Can I ask Mark a question? Mark.
Yeah.
What do you believe in?
What do I believe in?
Say your name, right? Yeah.
I believe that like pineapples don't go on pizza.
Excuse me?
I reject premise two. I'll accept premise two.
Wait, for real, what you believe? Like, do you believe nothing? Like, what do you believe?
I try to limit my beliefs. Like, I don't think you should have beliefs, right?
Okay. What do you
talking about?
What do you believe about the universe? How about that?
What do I believe about the universe?
Yeah, where do you come from?
Where did I believe about
where did the universe come from?
Yeah, his dad busted inside his mother.
We know. Where did the universe come from?
Thank you. I don't know. Necessary state of affairs.
Like
you have no empirical evidence that there was a pre-t equals 0.
That's what I'm trying to get.
So actually, hang on here. I got something for this. So like when you get all the way back to the this is like a view that I've been holding like the same way like when like a photon gets released from the sun and it takes 8 minutes to get to Earth, right? For the photon, there's no like we experience. It takes 8 minutes for that photon for our
right to our eyes because light takes
Mark, hold on, Mark. I asked you a question. I said, where do you think the universe came from? You said
I don't know.
So you don't know? But you believe there's no God?
I don't believe in God because God is an ill-defined concept.
Wait, Mark. Hear yourself. You said you don't know where the universe came from, but you don't believe in God. How does that make sense?
Yeah. What's God?
God is a divine being that is not created and has always existed.
It's just system.
So if you say you don't have an idea where the universe came from, then guess what? You can't tell me you don't believe in God because you don't know.
Well, that's an assertion, but
wait.
You don't try to ever my dialect, right? You would have to presuppose that God is necessarily necessary, which
It's Wait, hang on.
That's what it is. Okay, God is merely a fictitious.
Let me ask you guys a question. Wait. So the universe, right? The universe. The universe was empty at the very beginning, correct?
No.
No. Just wait. Assuming the universe was just empty, just empty space, right? So if you have a jar of clay, and you want to fill it up, someone was put stuff there, right?
No.
So how
and that analogy falls flat on its face, right? I don't know. You're saying that there was nothing that existed at some time.
No. I think that the universe was nothing. Like the universe had nothing inside of it. Like
the universe can't have nothing inside of it. Nothing can't exist. That's a logical paradox. No thing cannot exist.
Well, you say the universe is just space, right?
Just to be clear, the universe
in those spaces there are atoms. There's a concept of time, and there's something moving.
Time doesn't exist in this movement.
Wait, time is just actual existence. So I'm not sure what you mean.
Time is relative.
What I'm trying to
Did you
say.
hear what I said, Sway?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
I was like, Sway, I hold the cyclical theory of time. Time doesn't exist, and movement doesn't actually actualize.
That's an interesting take.
What I'm trying to say is everything we observe in our world has to be placed or ordained by someone. That's why it's not chaotic.
How do you think that?
Because why intelligent?
There is no someone. We're just a bunch of ourselves together. I'm producing sandwiches from my mouth because we're just a bunch of atoms. You don't know anything. There is no someone. All of the conceptions that you hold are only possible because you're intellect. And maybe that's not enough to be able to understand what the hell the point of this universe is, why we exist. For example, I think we will never be able to know if there is anything, any point. Just like we cannot imagine another color. As much as we will try, this is just a pointless conversation. We'll never be able to understand anything. We don't know, and we cannot conceptualize it. The exact same way that we cannot imagine a new color. Do you understand? And everything else you make is just within your own imagination. You, if there was such a thing as a God, you would never be able to conceptualize. You understand that?
And I can tell you've been reading Hume, like you said earlier, because that shade of blue or shade of color is directly Humean.
I haven't been reading anything, but sure.
Oh, I thought that was Hyro that said that. My bad.
No.
There was a Black Hawk. I live next to Air Force Base, and there was a Black Hawk going over above me. I'll put it this way. You guys can see where I live. Guess what state I live in. I live next to the largest Air Force base in the world.
The largest airport.
Air Force Base. Air Force Base.
Okay. Is it
It's where they took the aliens to after shit, I almost said it. It's where they took the aliens to after Roswell.
What aliens? Aliens? Do you guys believe in aliens?
I do. I think that it would be logically impossible for there not to be like as big as the universe is. But at the same time here, one of my weird views is I think that like if we scientifically progress enough, like we'll probably never contact like people within our like aliens in our universe will probably contact like people from other universes first. If that makes sense.
Do you think that if you were to contact aliens, we should go ahead and like annihilate them? Because I think that's what we should. I don't think
first. If that makes sense.
Thing outside of anything on the planet. We should wipe them out as soon as we can.
What?
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
That's very like right of you, but
Okay,
That's
okay,
amazing.
can I say something? Okay, so the reason why I say that is because our morals, our values, the societal ideas that we have. Like, for example, we collectively believe in money. That's why it works. Everything that we believe in works because we believe in it. And for like an alien society, we don't know how anything for them works. Maybe their idea of I don't know, for having fulfilling and purposeful life is just to go ahead and annihilate everything, or to do some weird shit, any type of organism that they come across. I would just assume the worst for the sake of humanity, because think about it. If they
you're just practice, right? But have you ever played Stellaris?
Yeah, I played it, but it was like years ago.
Yeah, it's like a very Stellaris type question. Like it assumes that and you're right. Like we could come across like an annihilationist, like global fucking like little lizard empire that wants to dominate everything. But we could there's also the possibility that we could come across a life form that like holds the same moral values that we do.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Have to.
I can an alien has to be intelligent to be able to force go to space. So we can understand that they have intellect, right? So if they have functioning society, you can understand that there's some sort of structure. They understand I don't know, like mass genociding themselves is not a great idea. They know that hurting is not because the society still functions. I can understand they may have values, but they don't have the neural to make up human. So how do they have some, for example, like empathy for each other? Maybe they're more like hybrid and their purpose is singular. You know what I mean?
Well, I would just say that like social species in all possible worlds, right? Because we see this here on Earth, right? Like even with like wolves and elephants and Homo sapiens and chimpanzees, right? Like intelligent species need some kind of empathy, at least from our perspective.
What I would answer that is like if they meet the qualities that are found in what they do, right? For probability of intelligence. That means that they're not only intelligent, but they are also sapient and sentient, to render them rational actors, right? Or rational agents. And it doesn't matter whether or not there's a disjunction in capacity to communicate, as long as you have two rational agents, intersubjectivity can be established. So a level of understanding can be established.
That's a good point.
And then you also got to get into like real politics as well. Like as long as there's space to expand into, competing ideologies can exist along space. It's only when that space like fills up that competing ideologies have to come into contact with each other. Have to come into contact.
Doesn't grow into anything. It's space becomes.
No, I'm saying so like there's our solar system, right? Her solar system, right? And there's multiple solar systems, right? So say there's an alien civilization and there's our civilization, and we're spreading across the solar system, across the galaxy, right? As long as there's room to expand into, competing ideologies can exist. It's only when all the edges of the map have been filled in that these competing ideologies are going to be forced into conflict with each other.
Oh, so you're talking about a complete data set, essentially towards the fundamental equilibrium of the entire universe.
Yeah. So like you know, like picture empires or Stellaris or anything like that. Like picture like civilization A has one value set that's incompatible with civilization B. As long as there's as long as there's space for them to move into and resources to be found and stuff, they don't necessarily need to compete. They can just agree to disagree and live separately. It's only when all the resources are filled up that these competing ideologies are going to be put into conflict with each other.
Sure, I can jump into that. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's like real politics 101.
Okay. My point is that right now, I think we're powerful society. The reason why I say that is because, like think of it this way: there was an alien society They would have already been able to detect that here. Not down, I think the pro with like this, stuff like that. And if they were that advanced, they would have been able to figure out that we demolished it. Or maybe
there's like a big void in space, and when you look at the Kardashev scale, right? There's like an explicit. I forget the name of the void, but it's like unusually large.
It's the BOOTS.
There you go. That's what it is. There's like there's a civilization that lives there that's like already like dice swarming fucking stars and shit, right? But the spatial scale of the universe is so incomprehensible to us that like there could be a civilization like imagine just a million years.
You're saying that maybe like more microscopic, and we're trying to find another universe bigger than us.
Jason, you should come up here, bro. I would love to talk to you on a neutral platform, bro. I would do more than that. I love to play by your rules and talk to you on stuff, but like here in a moderated, neutral space, we could really flesh out some really good ideas, bro.
Is debate for?
I like to go into his lives, but I'm not very hostile because like really go into his lives. You know what I mean? I just want to like plant seeds. You know what I mean?
I love like good faith Christian. Nice. I'm surrounded by Christians in my family, so I'm used to kindness and not hostility. So it's really strange to be on TikTok and engage a lot of hostility from the side.
Yeah. The most fruitful discussions are never like hostile, bro. Like my best friend grew up the street from me. Went to a Catholic school. He's a fucking climatologist. He's the smartest guy I know. You know what I mean? And like some of my favorite nights that I have is he's a and like you, and we'll fucking sit at the bar and just talk about the big questions. You know what I mean? We're not talking about the big questions. You know what I mean? We're not trying to get digs in at each other. It's just fucking iron sharpens iron. What I'm hearing.
Exactly. My best friend's Jewish, my other best friend's Christian. Like we can obviously get along just fine and have fundamental fundamentals about reality.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's like absolutely like. I think mostly that like culture impacts your belief more than anything, right? Like.
Yeah.
Would you debate Jason in a formal format?
I think it's good.
No. I'm Jason versus Daniel, actually.
Jason versus Daniel last time? Or who did Jason go up against last time? That I watched your stream. Okay. Yeah, that's what it says.
Recent guy?
Jason. Okay. Yeah, that's what it
says. It was Jason versus Ian. On my platform, I host like professional, formal debate events from time to time.
How did that go, Coco?
It went really well. Actually, I made like $50 off of one of them and then $30 off of another one. Yeah, I really appreciate the gifts, but also like the people who debate, they make money off of it too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Coco needs $5 admission for everybody who shows up.
And like to be honest, it'd be cool to do it for a living. I do need to read more books, and I want to educate people and host divinity and atheism content. With the goal of just like steel manning multi-gens and trying to see which one is the most justified.
Out of curiosity, who won that debate between Jane and Jason?
According to audience vote, it was Ian.
It wasn't even
Jason did pretty good.
It wasn't
not lie.
Sweet.
Did pretty good.
It wasn't lie.
Sweet.
Jason did very good.
And Ian, I think, was like number two debater in high school across the country or something.
Yeah, Ian's like
it's like full on debater.
He's like number
just
two
every day.
Yeah, he's a number two nationalist debater.
Wait, was he for real?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. Like you could probably put like a fifth grade intelligence level AI against Jason, and it would still win.
Come on.
I love my kids as long as they're kind. I appreciate them.
Sid is not all that kind on his actual show. He just cuts people off, he sits in his car, and then he just strawmans you to death and boots you when you're making it.
I wasn't live today. I forgot her name. I should ask my question halfway through my sentence. She talk over me. So it's impossible to actually kind of get this discourse. Really talk over.
Was she darker skin or light skin lady?
I did her face, and I can't think of her name right now.
Okay, was she Christian?
She talked. I can't think of her name right now.
Okay, was she Christian? I don't remember.
I know one lady. Who was the 50-50 Coco against PRK? It was Wisdom Songs. Yeah, Wisdom Songs. Wisdom Songs. You go into her live. She will not let you. As soon as you even sound remotely intelligent, she's going to mute you mercilessly until basically trolls you.
Sounds like Dark Dawkins.
Oh no!
Coco, I would love to have a debate on your channel with Dark Dawkins. I'm just throwing that out.
Never step out of a zone where he is not able to moderate.
If he's not running the script, he doesn't care to engage.
No, not at all. Actually, I'm gonna give him credit.
He's smart. That doesn't indicate he's a debater.
No, he's just verbal diarrhea the whole time. Him, Tiny, and AC apparently talked about like Batman and like comics for like 2.5, almost 3 hours one day. And like Tiny was like, I thought this was just like like Looney Tunes landed. That Darth Dawkins was having a nice, rational conversation for hours on end, and we didn't talk about anything. We started talking about cartoons like 3 hours. He was like, but I bet it'll never happen.
But that actually happened. He actually spoke about cartoons for 3 hours.
I'm not kidding. But that actually happened. He really don't like Darth just as much as the rest of us. No, apparently it was even on. I want to say that it was even in Darth's live.
Wow.
They talked about cartoons for 3 hours straight, and who's the best guy.
Wow.
They talked about cartoons for 3 hours straight, and who's the best bat? Like
best Joker is objectively Jack Nicholson.
Oh, you mean live action?
Live action Jack Nicholson. Like video games and the animation, Mark Hamill.
Yeah, Mark Hamill's insane.
But
movies. Sorry,
I should specify.
Movies. Sorry.
I should specify.
Jack.
Are we just gonna just completely act like Heath Ledger wasn't an incredible Joker?
He was. Like
but he was no Jack Nicholson, bro.
Just Batman.
That's why everything is subjective and everyone can have an opinion. But I'd say that the vast majority of people would say that.
Hey, I love Nietzsche, bro. There's no truth, only perception.
That's right.
Bro, there's no truth, only perception.
That's right. If it's not you, like you sound so much like a high school. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
y'all have the same voice.
I do need to specify Wisdom Songs technically won because Proof voted for himself.
That's incredible. I'm glad to know Crook lost. He's basically like the Jesus of the Trinity of stupidity between him, Russell's definitely the Holy Spirit. He's pretty much just irrelevant.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
PRK was one of the first people I debated on TikTok along with this girl Emma. But she doesn't do like theological debates. It was the one like can black people be racist? And Yeah, obviously.
No, they can't, bro. No, they can't. What you talking about? What's your man? Black race, bro.
I find that the majority of people that talk about race have no clue where it came from.
Hold on. Wait.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. It's about to spiral.
Dude, that reminds me of that meme where the one dude's like, next topic, racism.
Wait,
tell a story, please.
Wait.
Let's let Jason talk real quick. Jason,
I was going to say,
Jason's here. All right, Mark, you have the floor.
Brother Mark.
You're always welcome here, Jason.
I appreciate that, Coco. Hey, Mark.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, you and I have a lot of great long discussions.
Yeah, man. I always love when I have the time to come up on your channel, bro. I don't. There's no hard feelings. I think you make a lot of great points. I'd like to think that I make a lot of great points. I think that you're wrong. Not hostile, but also you think I'm wrong. So I mean, it's fine. But I mean, Semper Fi and carry on. You're still my brother, bro. I don't care what you think, as long as you think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no worries. We can agree to disagree. You and I always have respectful conversations. I don't know who this Forrest guy is. But I hear this crying a lot from people. No, all Jason does is straw me, and all he does is talk over people. Dude, I have like multiple conversations when an atheist can engage in a rational conversation and doesn't come up acting a fool. I'll sit there and talk for 30
So the problem is going to be there that you have a platform to run, right? You got more followers than I do. You got a fucking platform you got to run, and you have things you want to talk about, which is that's understandable, dude.
Yeah. The only issue is the problem is with most atheists, not all, but most of them act like born-again atheists this morning. They're completely irrational. They dodge and deflect and distract the questions that they're asking. So yes, if I keep asking somebody a direct question and they're not answering the question, or they're just answering with another question, I'm gonna cut them off. You guys are all bragging about how Ian's the number 2 debater or whatever. He does the same exact thing. This is what you do in a debate. You don't just let somebody come up and just overrun the live and just throw out non-sequiturs. And I love how everybody says straw man arguments, and I literally repeat back the very word verbatim that the assertions that people made. But anyway, go ahead.
So what do you think is like? So what do you think like fail to answer?
But also, really quick, before you answer that, Jason, actually, Ian is in college, and he was in a debate tournament for his school or whatever, and he actually won a debate tournament like he was second in the nation in America.
Pretty impressive. Good for him.
Yeah, I think that so one of the this is like totally off topic, but he should have pressed you on like the evil God challenge, because I know most of his debate was like central around the problem of evil, and it was pretty cookie cutter. And I think he should have brought up some more like. Some more like recent literature, like especially like Stephen Wall's like evil God challenge within the problem of evil, just stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think his main arguments were the problem of evil. By the way,
how much did you lose by?
I never lose for it.
Okay, so you're salty about losing. You don't want to give it.
I'm not.
Is he Christian, bro?
He's not.
Jason's a Christian.
Sweet.
And that's fine.
I always win.
No, Chris always win at the end. Actually.
Jesus said he came for the lost sheep of Israel, but Jason's not an Israelite.
Guys, be nice. Let's not.
Jason's a fucking Marine that served the country, so let's just give him a little bit of respect.
How about you tell us what John 3:16 say?
By the way,
so God for so loved the world.
Shall not perish.
Wait. Did God say?
Hold on. Really quick, Jason. Thank you for your service, by the way. Jason is a Marine that served in the Army, I think.
Awesome. Thank you.
No, Marines do not serve in the Army. I'm sorry, Jason.
But he's a Marine.
He wasn't doing it on purpose. He was trying to be nice.
My dad is a master gunnery sergeant, retired, and I traveled around from fucking Navy base to Navy base as a kid.
So Mark, you never went in the Army or something?
Yeah, I was going to join up. I went to MEPS. It was a weird time. No, I graduated in 07. I'm old as fuck. I graduated high school in 07, and this was a time. This was a time when the insurgency was like really strong, and the only MOS I got an 89 on my ASVAB, but like the only MOS they were giving out was like truck driver at the time, and I was like, yeah, dude, I'm about to get blown up by IED halfway across the world. You know what I mean? But So I took my service elsewhere. I spent time at like a volunteer fire department. Did some EMS work, shit like that.
Sweet, man.
Respect.
Some respect on his name.
Lots of respect.
So y'all see what just happened? Mark, you and I were having a normal, great conversation.
Yeah, I really want to know. I really
see how chaos just broke out.
I see how the chaos breaks out.
And
it's ego. It's
Jason.
Forrest, I get your, because I used to be you, bro.
That's the thing though, Mark. Jason said flexing. All I said was, hey, Jason, how was the result? And he's like, well, I always win, even though he lost. So
well, again, you just agreed that there is no truth perspective. So let him have his perspective.
No, anyway,
that's not about perspective.
That's fine.
Forrest,
that's fine.
Forrest, if you would have done what you actually...
You can answer my question.
Yeah. This is what I'm talking about, Mark.
You don't want to.
No, I want to answer your question. If you would have listened, okay, I always win because I'm a child of God. I didn't say I win every debate. I can easily lose.
Answer my question.
Here you go. This is a perfect example.
I don't care about you.
Yes. So now I'm strong, right?
What's the answer again?
Yeah.
Let's just move to something more productive here, Jason. What I really like from all the interactions I've had with you and stuff like that. And like I value your perspective and stuff like that. Where do you think like people like me fail and like our philosophy or epistemology?
I mean, there's a lot of different areas that we have disagreement. I can't just point to one different thing. At the end of the day, I think anybody that denies the existence of God lacks the ability to ground or justify any sort of knowledge, wisdom, intelligibility, truth, logic, reason.
Hello, my name is Michael. I'm recording from Microsoft Excel.
Wait, Coco, I see you have a...
Sorry about that.
Keep going, Jason. We want to hear that, bro.
I mean, that's the gist of it.
I heard you.
So that it's logically impossible for God not to exist.
So my biggest critique on what you just said is like I see that you're kind of making like a foundationalist argument, right? It's similar to like we build We build a pyramid. We have like immutable foundations. You're a immutable foundation. It's God and stuff like that. But like I just reject like foundationalism as an epistemology, right? Like I think that like even if we look at like science, right? Like every justified belief behind it has an unjustifiable belief, and like I look at like knowledge, logic, truth, all of these things as like a web of belief, right? And oh my god, I wanted to talk to this guy for a long time.
Oh, but actually,
wow, this is magical. But anyways, my point was
this guy down, bro. He is a joke. He is a
no. Forrest. You have to be able to contend with opposing ideas, bro.
Yeah.
Chill.
To clarify really quick, this is information. To clarify, this is a space for like different ideas and worldviews come together and clash, so we can get to the most probable idea. But really quick, I will allow for Curtis wants to make an announcement about like the Shroud of Turin. I'll let him make his announcement, and anyone with objections can speak afterwards. But
I have an objection.
I always ask. I'm old school. I would never think of coming into somebody's room with an announcement for one of my talks without their explicit permission, which Contra has given me. So I don't want you to all think I'm barging in here and announce my talk. He said that was fine, and I'll take advantage of that. By the way, Jason, I've been trying to reach you. I don't know that we've ever spoken, brother, but I really would love to bring my talk to your platform. So please maybe take a look at me, my bio, maybe I don't know if you've heard some of my Shroud talk. But if anybody's wondering what my theology is, I'm not selling these. This is a Merc ad, but this explains my theology better than anything I could say verbally. So I don't go down the rabbit holes. Yeah, I know, Forrest. Why don't you come listen and learn something? I don't bullshit. Just get to the point. Well, who's in charge here, Forrest? I thought we had a host. I didn't think you were the host.
So don't address me. Do what you came in to do.
Stop the infighting. Let's get to the announcement. But Curtis, I'm happy to have you here. It's a pleasure.
Pejorative and swear at me. Anyway, tomorrow night I'll be giving one of my talks. My host, I'm always hosted in another room. That's how I operate. And my host wanted to book me like a month ahead for Good Friday, and he was so earnest. I booked it with him, and I'm happy to do it. So tomorrow night we'll be starting at 6 o'clock on the West Coast time, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, a little later than typical, 8 Central. And if you'd like to hear, I'm a scientist, I'm a Christian, as you saw, but I'm a scientist, and I've studied this artifact for 15 years for science, not theology. Botany, pathology, life science, physics, history. I'll bring it all to the table. It's about a 2-hour talk, and you can decide for yourself if you listen to the evidence. Just like you were in a jury room. Is that enough evidence to tell you this is the image of our Savior the moment he blasted through that cloth in a flash of light? And listen to the evidence for yourself and make up your own decision. I don't beat anybody. You've got to believe this. I will tell you, though, after 15 years of research, personally, no doubt whatsoever, science is overwhelming from so many aspects of research that this is in fact him when he blasted through that cloth. But I am all of you, Forrest, Mark, anybody's a skeptic.
Yeah. So
as long as you maintain a level of respect.
You've spent 15 years researching this, right?
Here's what my files look like, Mark. Just so you know, this is about half. These are the files all containing different.
That's amazing. I just want to just make sure we're on the same page here.
I just want to know I'm not somebody that's read 2 articles on Wikipedia and thinking
Yeah. Neither have I. The Shroud of Turin has been a very big like research project for me as well.
Mark.
I'll debate that later. But what magazine? I'm just want to make sure we're on the same page here. What magazine had like the seminal publication from the radiocarbon dating?
Well, I'm trying to think when they did the radiocarbon dating. That was in 1988, and 3 different
year I was born.
What's that?
Yep.
Yeah,
that was the year I was born.
Yeah, and three different labs did it, and I'm not sure offhand. I'd have to look at my files.
It was one in Sweden, one in Arizona, and one in England.
Any journal, Mark. Not one particular one.
It was in Nature magazine. Nature Journal, actually. So my big, I'll just run down through it real quick. Like my objection to
I'm not going to read it right here, Mark. I get it. I know
Okay.
I'm not going to do that. I came up with that invitation, which I made, and I will leave that. I don't come in and do that.
Yeah, I'd love to debate you on the Shroud
Return. Have you listened to my talk, Mark?
I have. I've listened to you a lot.
Okay. The evidence is very comprehensive.
It's really not, but that's okay.
May I ask three questions?
But anyway, we'll leave it at the fact we have a disagreement. That's fine. I have no issue with people that don't see the data the way I see the data. Bring it to the table.
Yeah, but no truly interpretations.
That's the way science works.
Okay, so let's ask some questions.
Yeah, thank you, Coco. My first question is, what science did you study? Second question is, how do you feel about Luigi Scully's work regarding the acids and pigmentations? And three is belief in the shroud of Turin a necessary evidentiary participant in your faith, or is it required?
Good question. Let's start front to back. My faith has no bearing on whether the shroud is real or not. I could care less in terms of my connection to my Savior, nor should anyone else. The shroud is not a faith issue. It just happens to be an artifact that testifies to what happened to him at resurrection. But I make it clear in my talks that we don't put faith in the shroud, we don't worship the shroud. It's not idol worship. We just simply study it and say, here's the data. I'd have to go back and look at my files on Luigi, but what was your first question?
Curious as to what your science background was.
Yes, I have degrees in genetics and biology from UC Davis long ago, and then I'm what's called, I love big words when little words work. Autodidactic learner. I read about a book a week across every field of science, especially the fields of science that relate to what I'm bringing to my audience.
I'm also autodidactic. I'm a high school dropout and a college dropout.
So, and actually, I think sometimes that can be a more important way of learning than a degree where you become dogmatically trained in things where if you don't give the professors the answers they want, you don't get a good grade.
Sure, I totally agree. Could I ask you a separate question not relevant to the shroud of Turin? Sure. Do you think that words are evidence in and of themselves?
That words
are evidence in and of themselves?
Well, that's a very broad question. For example, I would say, if you've ever read an interesting book, I'll answer it this way. You asked me. There's a really interesting book out called Cold Case Christianity by William Warner Wallace. And he's a retired detective from L.A., and he was an agnostic. His wife was Christian, but when he retired, it's a cool book. No matter what you believe, it's really insightful. And he said he gives the first half of the book. It's not a thick read. $15. First half, he describes how he worked cold cases, which he was really good at. He would take the box out of the evidence room and start reading. And for example, he found that all three or four witnesses at a crime scene had the exact same story. He knew they'd gotten together and discussed it. On the other hand, if he saw discrepancies, blue shirt, red shirt, blue pants, he was nervous. He wasn't nervous. That was a big indicator that he was reading an actual witness statement. So he then applied. He said, I'm an agnostic. I'm going to apply my skill sets as a cold case detective to the four gospels, because supposedly those are words, those are witness statements. And after he applied, it's really interesting how he parsed those gospels, and not as a Christian, as an agnostic. And he came to the conclusion these fit the exact pattern of witness statements. Some of the little discrepancies where if it was written later, they would have ironed those out. They didn't. Because we see things differently, and now he is back a Christian on the. So that's how I would answer. Words matter. Yes, you know how to read them.
Of course. No, words definitely matter. That's how we communicate, either verbally or through the written form. My question was, are the evidence of the claim that they make in and themselves? For instance, if I said 15 feet tall, is that evidence that it's 15 feet tall?
Well, it's not as good as hard physical evidence because we can often see things that are not correct. We can have what am I thinking, visions. So I would not. I've sat on a grand jury for a year. I've sat on criminal juries. We would not put as much confidence, weight into witness statements or words, if you will, as we would into hard forensic data. I don't know how else to answer that.
No, I agree. So, my worldview, where I stem from, which isn't necessarily part of any philosophical foundation.
I've never been answered. I'm not trying to pay
yes, I made up. So, my worldview, words are not evidence. You can corroborate evidence. For instance, if I say I have a dog, that's not evidence I have a dog, but I can corroborate back that I have a dog.
Good word.
Yes. So in essence, if for my reality, for things to exist, they necessarily must have independently verifiable observation and or physical evidence to match the words or testimonies that are being claimed. So if there no evidence produced to the claim, then I assert that thing to be a claim from imagination because there's no observation that could love to verify, which is why.
Have you ever heard any of my talk on this evidence?
I think this is the first one we need to know. It's pleasure to meet you.
Now here, because I was given a little different mission. It's an odd mission by my creator. This is what he said he wanted me to do. Here's the evidence. He showed me this for 15 years. He said, you bring this to people and let them decide. So here is the only thing I know of on the earth that's good evidence of the resurrection.
I think Bible had
Thank you. Okay, so according to the text that I read, it was written by a midwayer. Midwayer is a being that is closer to humans than angels are. They're a little bit turned down. That makes sense. Yeah, well, here's I want to just my question is, so they'll take like they have the supposed arm of Thomas and they made a relic out of it.
Yeah, that I can't go with.
The church did. No, really is Thomas's arm. So in my belief, they actually sent these angels or whatever to obliterate the body of Jesus, and it actually says they did that, and I'm wondering if that could have left the flash of Jesus. That could be when they obliterated his body, because they didn't want them to, because they would try to worship the body, basically. But I believe that Jesus, there was a resurrection event, and Jesus appeared in his the next body that we get when we go to heaven. Thanks.
Well, can I respond to you this way?
Do you think the flash?
Sorry?
They annihilated the body, is what I mean. So that I don't know.
Can I respond to you this way? I'll make this brief. Again, we look at the evidence. This is kind of a pictogram of how the shroud was laid on. It's 14 feet long, went over his top. There's two images on the shroud cloth. One is on the upper surface that he was facing on the inside, and the other is on the surface that he was laying on the inside. So one of the common hypotheses that comes up in my talk is, what if an alien advanced society or somebody or even a cosmic event, a gamma ray burst or an array swept by, here comes the alien ship and says, Scotty, let's beam him out, and the amount of energy involved. That's a fine theory, but do you know where any external approach to the shroud with a blast of radiation to get him out would leave the scorch mark on the outer surfaces? The fact that the two scorch marks are on the inside surfaces that face the body is very positive evidence in science that the source of the radiation had to be what was between those two sheets. And the only thing between those was his body. So that pretty much rules out any idea of an outside source being entity, because there's no evidence of the radiation on the outside of the cloth. It's all on the inside surfaces. So that's just basic deductive science.
It says in the Rancher book that it disintegrates. That the body just they got information to disintegrate the body. What if there's a flash? What if there's a flash and they left an imprint on that shroud?
Correct. That's what the evidence is telling us. That whatever was between those sheets turned into an incredible blast of ultraviolet light, and there's no evidence on the sheet on either side. There is evidence of his blood, but other than that, there's no evidence of any cellular material. So like we're made up of phosphorus, oxygen, nitrogen, etc. There's no evidence of any cellular material. So that's telling us that his body didn't just dissociate like Star Trek and beam him out. That's telling us that every physical cell of his body changed into light, because the only thing that hit the cloth, top and bottom, was a blast of ultra powerful.
His cells changed into light?
Correct. I want to be clear on that. That's exactly what the evidence is telling us. No evidence like his body dissolved and went through the cloth. No.
Cells changed into light.
That cloth was radiation.
Light cells, like body cells, change into light.
Correct. That's what the science is telling us. Every cell in the body turned into ultraviolet light in an unfathomably quick, powerful blast of light. That's the evidence. Now, you
Is this public science?
Oh, yeah. I present the science in my talks. I give you my sources.
Public science, somebody other than you. Somebody other than you.
I don't do any research. I collect the research. I showed you my files, 15 years of data research collecting looks like this, and then I bring it to my audience. So
Right. You don't do any research and you don't do any actual physical.
I'm simply a collector. Every one of these files, blood science, history, data.
Yeah, put one of those up for us real quick.
Well, I can.
I didn't think so. Yeah,
Okay,
you don't do
stop.
research and you don't actually conduct science yourself.
I don't know why he's up there.
Really quick, let me get order real quick. Malkai, you doing okay? You doing good?
Yeah. Just kind of. Did you
Well,
guys know how light
I
travels?
just wanted to invite people. We want to go down these rabbit holes, fine. But if you're really curious, come tomorrow night and listen to the totality of the evidence, and then you decide for yourself. It's that simple.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm giving you hardcore science data across many lines of science, and you can decide for yourself.
Okay,
gotcha. Wait, really quick. Malkai was trying to tell us about like something about light.
Why you got trolling?
Yeah, I was curious. Do you know how light travels?
I'm not really too knowledgeable about the science, but does anyone else on the panel know specifically how light travels?
How light travels? We're talking about frequency, we're talking about magnitude.
Oh, the frequency of light is even more interesting.
What measure? What measure?
Yeah.
Well, that's also the problem too. Is that whenever we measure light, it changes the measurement.
Yeah, like I know about that, like how different types of light rays have like different types of frequencies.
Yeah, like if Bob measures light, he's like, yeah, this is how fast it goes. And then when Bill measures it, it's different.
That's correct, guys. The entire electromagnetic spectrum travels at the exact same rate, whether it's infrared light, gamma light, and everything in between.
If it is measured.
In a vacuum.
Oh, correct. I'm sorry. Obviously,
I'm teasing you.
Oh, for sure. Totally right.
A prism, it changes the speed, and that's why it breaks it up into frequencies.
Exactly. You're totally right. Specificity is important.
Yeah. I've only done this a long time, guys. So anyway, I'm Contro. I just want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I didn't mean to sidetrack your live, but we had some good engagement. Sway, you asked me questions. Bible, I've never heard of some of your references. That's fascinating. I always love to hear new things. That's science. Skepticism is the heart of good science. So I have no issue with skepticism. I just present the data, just like you were a juror, and you decide. But I think you're going to find the data is very compelling. But if you're predisposed to say it can't be real, then it won't matter what the data is.
Right. Well, you're the man. I'm going to follow you. I'm going to try to visit your presentation.
Absolutely. And you will find it fascinating. And for my Christian brothers and sisters, we don't need the shroud to believe. We believe with faith. And that's not going to change. But I do get a lot of notes, Contro, from Christians after my talks that it deepened their faith in a way they didn't expect. To hear the evidence of what really happened to him in this crucifixion is brutal. Some of it is hard to hear. But it's not romanticized like we see in some of the pretty paintings and pictures. It was brutal. They were sadistic, and the evidence there of that. So anyway, Contro, I thank you very much. And hope to see you all tomorrow night. 6 West Coast, 9 East Coast. And if you do want to find me, follow me right here. Otherwise, I might be hard to find what room I went into. So just listen and see what you think. That's all.
You're always welcome here. You're a good friend, follower for a long time. I appreciate you, Curtis.
Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. Oh, can I give you my stupid dad joke for the year? This is not anybody that's an atheist. I went to an atheist funeral last week, and I was looking at the guy thinking to myself, poor guy, all dressed up and nowhere to go.
That's pretty good.
Come on, that's funny, even if you're an atheist. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care, Curtis. Narada, you said I hold the belief that there's based on evidence, and you weren't unable to give me an example. Do you have one now?
Yeah, sorry, give me 1 second.
I haven't looked much at this. What's up? What's up?
What's up, Lala?
Hi, what's up?
Welcome.
I talked to you the other day. Might have been like in a panel like this one.
Yeah, I think it was in this panel, yeah.
Yeah. Lala, I think you were actually kind of nice. Kind of like that one guy at Apple. Anyway, hey, J-Rob, how am I troll for quoting this guy as being like literally he's propagating debunked misinformation?
I'll allow it. Go ahead, fight it out.
I don't want to fight with J-Rob. Like I know that his level of like intelligence debate and everything is underneath. I just want to give him an opportunity to actually explain what he means when he says something.
That's crazy.
It's not crazy. Like I'm not even like asserting this in an opinionated way. Like it's factual. Like J-Rob is a whipping boy for atheists on this app. I think this is my opinion. I think he gets pleasure out of it. I'm not sure.
We might have to set up that debate. Forrest versus J-Rob.
I'll never debate this.
Here we go. See, he's afraid of it. So anyway, what do you mean when you say you're a troll? Because I'm literally Bob. Get down. I literally want to know what you were meaning when you're saying I'm trolling this man whenever he is propagating and using misinformation about this quote-unquote part of it.
What do you mean when you call him a whipping boy? I heard that. I caught that. I caught it.
Christos,
I got it.
be quiet. Okay? We're both discussing two different things. You want me to call him an atheist glory hole? That's the other thing I call him.
Okay. That's too much. That's a lot.
Yeah, that is a little too much. I apologize. No, horrible glory hole worker? Jesus, because of the holes in his hands. Anyway, go ahead, J-Rob.
Oh my god.
We're always saying it's a glory hole. That's crazy. Anyway, go ahead, J-Rob. I'm waiting for an answer. Just anytime today.
Yeah, so instead of actually engaging with what's being presented, all you do is, show me the files, knowing that on TikTok, all we do is put screenshots on the background. Like, you're just a troll, bro. I'm sorry to break it to you. Like, if you didn't know that, like, prior to me saying that, bro, like, I don't know, man. Ask some people who aren't biased. And that's it.
Yeah, I've actually heard his talks. I've listened to the entire thing. I'm not biased. And I'm going to be honest with you, J-Rob. I didn't know he couldn't open that file because I don't often see people use their PC. However, instead of actually saying like I can't open it, he just said I'm not going to do that right now. If he would have said that, then I'd be like, all right, cool, you can't open it. No worries. Most people don't bring a PC unless they're going to like physically demonstrate something. So I wasn't aware of that before that. However, that's a valid point. Everything else you said, you understand that the shroud has already been debunked, and the person who supposedly found it, there is no chain of custody before 1300. And
so why did you present that while talking to him? Why are you talking about?
I've already discussed it with him before, and what the dude does whenever he's in a quote-unquote biased area or panel is he gives me muted, booted, or blocked, or all three. Because he knows J-Rob, you have to stop talking when I'm talking. I didn't talk, okay? I'm beginning to answer your question. You have to please close your mouth respectfully when I'm talking. I didn't talk when you talk. So I've already told you that I didn't know. I admitted that I didn't know that you couldn't open that thing. So I'm literally telling you right now, there is no chain of custody before 1300. As soon as I begin to bring up the facts about this debunked artifact, then he'll have me muted, booted, or blocked because there's no chain of custody before 1300, and it's already been proven that a 3D body could not have been inside this piece of cloth in order for it to make this particular image.
Yeah, so I'm saying, why didn't you say that while he was here?
I already have before, and when I told you again,
now you're interrupting me, right? So your excuse was that when he's on these other panels, he gets you muted and blocked. You're on Coco's panel. He's an atheist. He clearly likes you for whatever reason, and obviously he's not going to mute you or block you if you're actually engaging in good faith.
Do you think? I don't answer that question.
I just want to say, Forrest, do you watch Key and Peele?
Yes.
Okay, like I feel like you're my anger translator. Like I'm the
Coco, yeah. You're too nice to get angry with people. That's the thing. And I genuinely like I don't wake up angry. Like I wake up ready to debate. Yeah, for sure. But J-Rob, this man is not going to answer my question. He's going to completely subvert the question. And you're right. Maybe I could have asked him that, but I was trying to be nice because Coco's nice to everybody, and I was letting him have his little talk or whatever. But watch. You know what? I'm gonna bring that up in his whatever thing tomorrow. I'll find it. And when I show you what he does, I'm gonna send you the clip, bro. Clip it and I'll tag you. And then when I show you what he does, I want you to understand and admit that this man will not answer questions that are valid about why this quote-unquote artifact that he's been studying has been debunked and why it literally couldn't be a 3D body in there, or it couldn't be that time period, or there is no specific chain of custody before 1300. He's not going to answer the question ever, because he knows that if he does, he'll have to admit that this artifact is fraudulent.
Forrest, are you familiar with Bishop Troyes?
Not.
So the Bishop of Troyes in France in 1389, he's the one that wrote the memorandum to Pope Clement VII that included that he was told by the artist of the Shroud of Turin that it was an art piece. So that bishop in 1389, Bishop of Troyes in France, wrote to Pope Clement VII and told him, hey, there's this really cool art piece that looks like a very similar image of what we consider Jesus Christ. But that right there is evidence of the artist claiming it was an art piece to Bishop of Troyes, France, who then wrote a letter to Pope Clement VII. It wasn't until, I think, a few hundred years later that a different pope said, oh, this must be a real relic, even though they're essentially just ignoring all the data from 1389.
Why did you bring that up?
Well, I didn't want to debate him since he wasn't interested in debating.
Exactly. And that's why Joe's trying to debate too.
So
he wasn't going to debate
Master and I, if you guys know Master, you know that he is a quantum physicist, right? Him and I were on a panel with Oakdale, and he gave the figures for this ultraviolet light burst.
Yeah.
It's 3.4 terawatts, which is 3.4 trillion watts of UV radiation at 20th of a billionth of a second.
Correct.
That math equals to 600,000 joules of energy. In comparison, this calculation can be found out by just knowing the energy output and the duration, right? Anyone can do this math. You don't have to be a physicist to do this. I can do this. Anyone can do this. Even J-Rob can do it. Now we can calculate this to 600,000 joules, right? In comparison, the sun outputs 1,300 joules of UV radiation. Now that would vaporize any piece of material cloth at any duration of any second, right? But he's saying this is 500 times that of our sun. This is impossible. This is literally, physically, it defies the laws of physics that a piece of cloth can literally survive 500 suns worth of energy.
This is physically impossible. And we were trying to point that out to him, and he said that the duration means that it wouldn't happen. This is a lie. This is calculating within the parameters of the duration of the burst. It's dishonest to say that this would not melt this entire piece of cloth, let alone the cave it was in, let alone our atmosphere, let alone part of the planet. Like this would literally nuke part of the planet and the atmosphere itself. It's literally impossible for this amount of energy to be represented onto this piece of cloth.
And for it to remain intact. Physical law. And for it to remain intact. Thank you, Tiny. And the fact that you got a J-Rob jab in there and just gave you 50 gifts. Incredible work from Tiny, as always. I'm not sure who Master is, but I'm going to follow them as well. But yeah,
his name is Asriel right now.
Okay, I'll find it.
Nobody ever say that Tiny doesn't cook. Like masterpiece.
No. This is Gordon Ramsay level. Just like, and the fact that he backhanded J-Rob like at the very beginning too, I really appreciate that. Chef's kiss. But yeah, so Tiny. Wait a second. So Tiny. I'm definitely going to bring that up as well because to find jewels, to find them as for jewels, isn't it just like force equals mass times acceleration? Like it's a very simple calculation.
It's the power output and duration of time.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you so much.
So Tiny is cooking.
How many jewels? It says okay from. There's an Italian research that was done on it. It says a burst of UV light with the power of around 34 billion watts focused for a few billionths of a second. That's what
it's terawatt.
Huh? 1/20th of a billion. It's terawatt. Terawatt. TV says that in his presentation, which I have watched. Like I said, it's not that I'm being biased or just calling him a crackpot for no reason. I've watched this dude's whole presentation. Time and time again, like I'll catch 20 minutes, 30 minutes of it, and then I'll come up and he gets me muted and blocked because I bring up all these different situations as to why the shroud has been debunked, about the chain of custody, about the person who supposedly found it, about people are admitting, like the person who found it admitting, like whole family admitting, like, hey, this guy's a grifter, hey, this guy is a fraud, hey, the person who found it also found supposedly all these other different artifacts that have been debunked as well. So like, there's too many different aspects you can argue with them about it, and then what he does is he'll have the person who's moderating. He's like, hey, this guy doesn't understand, and he just wants to debate, and blah, 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 he just wants to blaspheme this and that. And I'm like, yo, I'm literally providing you with concrete evidence as to why this particular artifact is not authentic, and then every time muted, booted, or
I'm confused, Tiny. So you're saying that 35 billion watts focus for a few billionths of a second?
Trillion.
Concrete evidence muted, booted, or
I'm confused, Tiny.
Those are trillions of watts.
I'm just saying, like the research showed that there was 34 billion watts for a few billionths of a second.
Watts.
No, I'm asking. No, this is what the study says. I'm asking you, are you saying that he's saying something different? Is that what you're saying? He's saying something different? Is that what you're saying?
It's saying terawatts. Trillions of watts.
But J-Rob, let me ask you a question. What's more likely, the trillions of watts coming out of an incredible explosion around a light, or simply some acids and pigmentation?
I've already looked into like the whole argument that it was painted, and nothing. There's no dye. There's no anything that would be consistent with painting.
Well, there is. Luigi Castelli could remake the image pretty close to what.
No, the study showed that they found real blood. Like this is real blood. There's no paint or dye.
Wait, you're saying we have DNA on the shroud?
I'm saying that.
I don't think we found DNA on the shroud. Which you said what? I don't think we found DNA on the shroud.
It says it's consistent. It's consistent with blood, and it's definitely not dye or paint.
Dog, there have been Christians that
what is the source here? What is the source here?
www.BibleJesusDefender.com/316.
Damn. Yeah, that's mad.
You guys always have to remember
www.trust.me@bro.org/bro/organization/JRob loves glory hole work.
I didn't understand Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Curtis? I agree.
So this was on the stirrup.
Light doesn't work the way
This is from the stirrup experiment.
You guys gotta go. Thanks for having me up. It's always a pleasure to see everybody. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Come back anytime.
You have a better night. Sway is the Vice Chancellor of the South Harmon Institute of Technology.
Wait.
The shit.
Wait, I'm gonna message you and Coco because this is the second time we almost started to talk on panel and then it got completely.
I'm more than happy to engage in intellectually honest and get face discourse. Absolutely.
Sway will see you in the DM, I'll let you know. And Tiny is the Dean of the Friends University of Central Kansas, just so everybody knows those are his credentials.
What happened?
That's a box legend, y'all. I have the literal.
I'm not sure if she's referring to Sway's position in the actual panel or if she's referring to describe her own lady parts, however. Either way.
Well, I wasn't in this box last night, so it's not my own box. I did want to say that like the Shroud of Turin was stitched in like a 3-to-1 herringbone twill. And I don't think that stitch work was available or even common during that time. Have y'all? Has anybody looked into that? Does anybody have any things to say about that?
I will say the Shroud of Churros is my personal favorite shroud. I like to put caramel on top of them when they're just at that really nice peak bake temperature.
This dude.
It's good too.
It's a wonderful drink. It goes well with taco de asada, a little bit of green salsa, and a Mexican Coke that's just at that right crispy cold temperature.
Dude, when I tell you that like Mexican Cokes are like chef's kiss, dude.
Right, that's right, Coco, and that's why I'm gonna take you to the best taco place in my city whenever I find it.
And
to the best taco place in my city whenever I find it.
Anytime. Dude, that'd be great. I just don't want to say it on the internet, but yeah, like then go to a taco place.
Tell J-Rob specifically, and only J-Rob's whispering.
Wait, what?
Coco, have you been convinced to return back to Christianity yet?
Nah.
Okay. I was just wondering.
What?
Okay. I was just wondering.
Different religion.
No, not really.
Different religion.
No, not really.
I found a study about the brushstrokes and stuff.
Lay it on his genius.
The what strokes?
Yeah.
I'm not. He's trying to say that this was like a painting, like.
A painting?
Sway was simply saying
that it was a piece of artwork.
Yeah, that's what
Okay. Artwork. I'm sorry.
No, J-Rob, you're not understanding what Tiny's trying to say. He's not saying that it was a painting. He's saying that the claim was back in 1389, the person who wrote to the seventh whatever guy named Henry March or whatever, I don't know what the name was, but the person in France said that this appears to be artwork, and not declining that it's painting, but simply that it is a piece of art and is not actually.
Okay, well, this is irrelevant though. The science says it's not.
Yeah, Rob, you just don't understand anything. It's so pathetic trying to talk about
what? I don't get it. What's the point of bringing it up if the science says it's not? Like you're
just saying that it's not. Science doesn't say that. Science doesn't say that. You're lying.
Wait, when I brought this up was that it's been debunked. We all know the earliest report on it was that it was a forgery or painting, artwork, whatever. And then I said, bro,
that's my claim. That's what Sway said. J-Rob, you just don't address me anymore. Just do your own.
That's literally what you brought that up.
I never said that.
History do you guys have?
Oh, God.
Literally none. I just don't think that J-Rob is intelligent or just.
I rarely talk to him.
Yeah, bro.
Every time I do see him, this is what he does.
It's like there's a top five. It's like Russell, J-Rob, in the mix, Dark Dawkins. Like these are all just the same person in a different like efficacy and a different body. And there's just no point in debating with somebody or engaging with somebody who has such little class intellect and the ability to.
Let me just this.
I mean, it's so dumb or his rhetoric.
All right. Let me just do this.
That's a combination of both.
I'd like to hear from Mario.
Let me just do this in the simplest way possible. J-Rob, the last time I checked, you're not a flat earther, right? I hope not, right? No. Okay, you live in a ball. All right. So I'm going to take an assumption you've been on an airplane at some point in your life and have watched the screen that shows you going across the country, right? Okay. And it's always curved, right? If you're taking a long flight because the Earth is round, right? And a line on a straight line on a curved object is curved, right? Nothing crazy yet, right? Okay, I'll assume that you're going along with that. So Jesus had a cloth wrapped around and then stretched out. Those lines should all be curved, but they're not. It's completely proportional, which means it's a 2D object, proportional, but it's not. So J-Rob's fake.
Yeah,
so why?
Can you give like a source that is making this observation?
Okay, so they did. I mean,
do this experiment at your own house. You can take a magic marker and a piece of cloth, and you can trace where your ears are, your jawline is.
No way!
And you can lay it flat, and you can see the distortion because it's from a 3D figure.
No way!
Object, and then when you lay it flat, you're going to have the distortion on the sides. Your cheekbones will be pulled outward. Your jawline will be pulled outward. Your ears will be pulled outward. It's not going to be a 2D representation of your face.
Yeah, I'm going to successfully on this one. On October 30th, it was published data from a facial recognition expert. You can go to the New York Post to see the study. Just put up October 30th, 2024, shrouded in facial recognition. And there is a wonderful trial that they are linking to and reporting on. That goes, obviously this thing was a 2D press because I'm looking at this, it's completely proportional. So why would something that looks completely proportional when flattened not have any distortion if it was supposedly round?
Wait, so why does one arm of the shroud, why is it one arm no longer the other?
Probably that's irrelevant. I mean, you're talking the face would be completely messed up. It would look like a Jackson. It would look like a Picasso. It wouldn't look like it was proportional. So I mean, this is not. Would it look like trillions of watts of this, or was it blood? Or it would be all messed up looking if you wrapped it around a person. And when I pulled this,
weirdo. I just looked up what you said, and what pops up is that this is a hypothesis that is unsupported.
Right. They're not saying this is 100% truth. They're just proving that it was a 2D object that made the press.
Well, no.
You know it's true. Like you're not a flat earther.
But you know it's true. What? The expert
with your correlation. He's giving you an analogous situation with the art piece. You're so slow.
No, he said that this has been proven.
We're forgetting it's true.
You know it's true. Wait, no. Like say, so I'm asking for like, some peer review, I have some. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Right, so like they already carbonated the shroud. I'm not talking about carbonated. I know the carbonated. Wait, but they already you agreed that they already. No, I'm talking about what he's saying. He's talking about him.
J-Rob, you already agreed that when you have a curved line that was from a ball, right? You lay it out flat, it's going to look curved versus straight. You already agreed to that. So why does this object that you're claiming is Jesus' head, not distorted like you said it would be.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some actual studies that show that what you're saying, bro.
But you just agreed that if it was circular and they drew a line on it, right? You're saying that it was printed, it would look distorted. So the real question is, why are you doing these mental gymnastics? I'm doing these mental gymnastics
because I'm trying to look at what the experts are saying, not weirdo.
You don't need to be an expert at this. I'm asking you directly. You just agreed that the things that are curved, that have a straight line drawn on them, and you flatten them out, will look distorted. Why are you doing the mental gymnastics?
So you don't have a peer-reviewed study that's...
Oh my God, Rob.
Do we have a peer-reviewed study on the resurrection? Do we have that?
Okay, cool.
You tell me. Answer a
Narada, just for the record, do you understand what I was saying about it right now? Like, it's not even about, like, the history. The history is just this person genuinely doesn't want to...
Wait, is it wrong? They're asking for, like, actual, like, paper?
On the resurrection? Can we have a peer-reviewed study on that?
Are you actually actually?
This is so simple, John. Why is everything? Why is it? Oh, sorry.
Trust, bro? Wait.
This is trust, bro. You said that it would be if you took a ball and you used your ball and you drew it out.
Guys. Let's make sure that this is not like I do want the passing of ideas, I do want the debates, but also let's make sure this is not like a jump circle for J-Rob,
He won't answer the most basic question. He agrees up front that a ball, if you drew a line on it, is going to, when you flatten out, it's going to curve. I asked him 3 different ways to say that this is up. So now I'm asking the most simplest question about why does this 3D object not share the principles that he agrees that actually happen? And he's deflecting with the question. Okay? It asks for a peer-reviewed study. So this is just bad faith from Jump Street. And everybody's frustrated with him and jumping on him because he's a con artist. That's what it's
about. It's not that. It's just you made a claim that like there's some proof here. But
why is it not curved? Why is it not curved?
Some thought experiment. Bro, like obviously when you say curved, right? It obviously it's a blanket, right? So it's like
wrapped around what?
No, it's not wrapped around. When you stretch it out, it's wrapped around. When you stretch it out,
the Shroud of Turin.
Huh?
What was the Shroud of Turin supposed to be?
It's a cloth that covered his body.
That covered his body. A 3-dimensional object, right? 3-dimensional object, right? And you draw a line on it. It's going to look curved when you flatten it out. These are your words. So I'm asking you. You flatten it out. You did say that. You said
you said me asked you when you first started addressing memory is just as bad as everything.
Oh my
God. We can stop the meta.
So all right. At the end of the day, you agree that if the Earth is a globe, you draw a straight line on the globe, right? Showing going from point A to point B on a map, and you flatten it out, it's going to be curved because it's a 3D object. Then you just said that Jesus' body would be 3-dimensional. Why is it distorted just like everything else? It's the easiest question in the world, and you are seeming to avoid this like grim death. And I don't understand why. I actually do understand. That's disingenuous because you can't answer it.
Oh my goodness! So you're giving an argument? I don't study.
This is a question time.
Oh my God, bro!
Let me finish. Go ahead.
I don't study the shroud, right? So you're giving me information that I've never looked into it. So I'm asking you, do you have some paper that I can actually look at to see what the hell? Oh my God!
What does that have to do with my question? My question is, why is this behaving like a...
Bro, I don't care what your questions are. If you have an argument, you're presenting an argument.
Right. I heard the claim that you made. I heard the claim that you made. I didn't argue against it. I don't care about your questions. Right. All I care about is the data, the information. I could actually look at it myself and see if it actually, there's some backing behind it. Right. I don't want just you to say, hey, this is what it is. Now look, if because these flat, you brought up flat earthers. That's amazing, right? Because the flat earthers, they say, look, if the world was a globe, it would look like this. It would look like that, and water would be like this. There would be a horizon, right? I don't care about all that, right? I don't want that idea. I actual scientific data that can actually do some research. I don't want your little thought on it. Let's just move on.
But you have an answer to his question on like why, like if it's not.
I don't know. He doesn't know. Okay. So now he doesn't know. He agreed that all objects that are 3D, when we lay them flat, it would be distorted. He also agreed that this is not distorted. So he doesn't know why his logic doesn't make sense. I appreciate that.
Weirdo, awesome.
Bring Rococo.
Right.
Anytime, weirdo, police.
Bring Rococo.
J-Rob asked for scientific evidence on a non-scientific object. He gets the scientific object.
A non-scientific object? What is a non-scientific object? Hold on. I got a question.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. J-Rob. Hey, J-Rob. I would like for you to take. I would like a non-scientific object. J-Rob. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Are you answering
J-Rob? Excuse me. Can I please?
I've never heard that term.
Excuse me.
I don't know what a non-scientific object is.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Is that a thing? Can an object what is an unscientific object?
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
What is
Excuse me, I have a question for JJ.
Okay.
So,
All right.
This is how you spare.
I gotta know why I tried to
you can take a piece of you can and you see when you lay it aside, this is distortion, this is scientific experience. I don't understand. I don't know why. I don't think that you're very it's something that
how do you guys like this stuff? How do y'all like this stuff, bro?
Okay, J-Rob, go. Just ask the
what is an unscientific object? God.
Yo, we're making a remix.
What is an unscientific object?
Kicking nuts and
This is bad.
It's about like 200 gifts. Yeah, I'm not engaging with J-Rob. Sorry.
Wait, guys. There were 5,000 gigawatts of radiation shroud.
What?
5,000 gigawatts.
Oh, come on, bro.
Yo.
Yeah.
Forrest is so smarter than me.
J-Rob, I'm choosing to listen. I've already denied consent to a conversation. I know that Christians don't understand consent and want to violate my consent. Some Asians don't understand consent and want to
what an unscientific object is, bro. Because Forrest is so smart.
An object that has no basis in science, fact, theory, or function.
Wait, unscientific object word?
Right.
I didn't say unscientific either. So this is just another case of misunderstanding.
Of course.
Yeah, J-Rob, it's just simply like morals, anything like metaphysical, right? Like scientific logic. That's not a science.
Wait. The Shroud of Turin is an actual physical thing. Does he not know that the Shroud of Turin is an actual thing that they've actually been doing studies on? Scientifically. Did you not know that?
It's already been debunked.
Your hair is a real thing, but your hair specifically is not an object that can be properly tested with any form of legitimacy.
What, my hair? You can't study my hair scientifically?
Hey, J-Rob, was it your favorite part of the Bible when Jesus was brutally crucified?
What?
Is that why you made a graven idolatric image of Jesus?
Clearly, Forrest,
is that your favorite part of the Bible, or was it your favorite part
Hello. So yeah, this is an experiment you can conduct in your own home. You can take a piece of cloth, wrap it around your head, trace your features of your face, your jawline, where your ears are, where your hairline is. You might have to go pretty far back, but then you have to lay it flat after you trace these features, and you can show that this image, when you lay it flat, is going to have distortion because it's from a 3D object, which is your head. Anyone can do this. Any person with a marker and a piece of cloth can do this. Marker and a piece of cloth. That's all you need.
Wait, so Tony, because I want to make sure I understand what you guys are trying to say. Like, are you trying to say that the cloth should have like his ears
on it when it's laid flat? Yes. It should have the stretching of the features if it's from a 3D object. Yes, but these features are not on cloth, which shows that it's a 2D image wholly and not from a 3D object. It's that easy.
Anyway,
I get what you're saying. I don't know.
But anyway, I think the Shroud of Turin is kind of like debunked for me whenever Tiny said that the amount of energy that is said to be emitted, right, would have not only melted the very fabric, but also the cave, and also probably potentially destroyed the entire planet.
Yeah. And wait, the founder of the Storp team said that he's like a expert in like radiation action.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Wait. Hold on. He said there was no evidence of radiation in the shroud.
Where are you from?
I'm Nigerian. Or like I'm
Okay, when I heard you say that word "watts," when I heard you say that word "watts," I thought that you were actually a white person just trying to be racist. But I didn't hear your voice, and also, okay, hold up. I know a little bit about Nigerian culture. Are you Yoruba, Igbo? What are you?
I'm not none of those. I'm not none of those.
They leave Nigeria, they always stay in Nigeria. It's a hyphen one. It's on the back of my it's on the tip of my tongue. How do you say it?
I don't know.
There's like hundreds of tribes.
No, like most popular of all.
Oh, you're the Yoruba?
No, I said Yoruba and I said Igbo, but the one more popular than both.
Hausa?
No, it's got two. I'm gonna look it up.
This has been a fun Jesse.
House of Fulani, that's the high one.
Yo, Loki, Jesse, I think you're like my good luck charm. Because like every time that you come into my lives, it ends up being like drama and something like fun as fuck. Like,
sorry.
Jesse usually follows right after me. What the hell does that mean, Coco?
I can't follow Tiny here, I don't know why, but that's
drop me.
Then that's all you're here for.
Drop me and drop J-Rob. That's fine.
No, Forrest too. No, Forrest. You're my close friend, especially since you live close to where I am.
That's right. In Breckenridge, Colorado.
Yeah, like me and you, like
in New York, in Tacoma, Washington, and Los Angeles, California.
And to be fair, I think it's because like I don't come to bring peace.
Oh, you're kind of like who?
I come to bring a sword, and I usually come I come to bring a sword standard. A little bit of standard, a little bit of this and that.
Oh, I like that for you.
Yeah.
Actually, what's the Sandria? Can you explain that to me?
It absolutely exists. It's just like when it's a response to misogyny. It exists, but you know what doesn't exist? Blue balls. Blue balls are real. It doesn't exist.
Not around Jesse. Not around Jesse, at least.
Yeah.
Blue paint.
Anyway.
Blue balls.
Once I get my life together, we need to get tacos.
Yeah, I'm down.
You don't have to wait that long, Coco.
I think we should all have a barbecue.
Yes.
Just meet up somewhere, and just like chill, have a barbecue, have some brews, you know. Dang Nugents.
Can I bring the devil's lettuce and a couple cigarillos?
No.
I'm
better.
I'm going to bring some fine whiskey, an aged bottle of wine, and maybe some other stuff. I also got J-Rob drop, which to me is very, very much that in itself is a prophetic kind of thing to do.
I helped with the remix.
I'm posting that clip immediately.
Those was 2 minutes of J-Rob trying to get my attention. Just wasn't working.
Hey. Salad, raisins.
Alright,
Shit. Nah, you can't be okay. When it comes to the African American cookout, when it comes to the who's invited to the cookout.
Jesse can bring sodas, napkins, and plasticware. Napkins and plasticware.
That's probably the best. That's like
maybe some.
What? That's a good idea.
So me and Vizzy automatic pass to the cookout, because we're both African descent. Tiny Smoss definitely invited to the cookout. That's not even a question.
Can I at least get a plate? Like if I bring ice and stuff, can I just get a plate?
No, you can get a plate, definitely. Yeah, just bring ice and some sodas. It would be Gucci.
I know she's gonna bring that fine designer crushed ice. Bring some nice cubed ice too, because I'll bring some whiskey to put in like a nice glass.
Your burgers. But anyway, what are we talking about now?
No. I'll probably spark some. I got people's painting the wad, I'm afraid.
I still have one question about the shroud. How did it not decay?
Go for it.
Because I'm thinking 2,000 years, the shroud was most likely made of wool, hair, blah, blah, blah. Wouldn't it decay, or...
It doesn't even match. It doesn't even match the type of cloth that would have been used according to tradition at that time. We've already brought up and it's not like these details are not like my law. And it's not like these details are not like my new show. Like these are big, important details, not only from history, but also even from the freaking story of the Bible, which doesn't corroborate any of the claims he has. It's crazy to listen to somebody like that who's a complete grifter, a crackpot, who isn't a scientist in that field, who hasn't conducted any actual research, who hasn't conducted any actual experiments. So this is why I go so hard on people like that, because you're propagating misinformation, and it's not right to make money off that. Again, and he's doing it off people who are obviously already very gullible because they believe in the Bible, so they'll believe in anything. But he's stealing money from people, and that's not cool.
Yeah.
It's so hard to focus on behind me. Focus on behind me.
I mean, like, how can you find anything to beat? Because in my personal opinion, cheating for a lot of money, I want to say that is a no-no in the Bible.
Well, it's literally what people do. No. Did not pay taxes. What they do, they literally just take. They never do that.
Wait. I have a question. Has anybody looked up like how much money we would have that we could contribute to like homelessness if the church is taxed?
Yeah, churches don't give that.
From what
I think it would be in the billions.
We would have.
We could clearly end 6% child hunger.
Yeah, if that's the case, like they've been storing away from. Like think about it. Like they have to. You know, churches have to pay for insurance every month for all the incidences that have happened to children. What do you think about that, Christos? What do you think about that?
Not snoring.
So we've got Christos who can't engage, and Dr. Truth is going to figure out eventually what the unmute button is as soon as he gets his hearing aid turned on.
Okay, Forrest, you're just roasting every Christian.
No, you know the thing is, like Christians usually come on panels. Christians don't know how to engage.
Boris, say something. Say something intelligent. I hear you. Say something smart. Say something scientific.
Said it earlier.
They say they should have 22 years old.
Math times acceleration.
What's wrong with being 22 years old?
Gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared.
Y'all should get in the boxing ring and settle this out, bro.
8 ounce gloves, 11 ounce gloves, 15 ounce gloves.
Are y'all wrestling?
I'm down to the octagon and he's gonna have to get a waiver from his wife. What's her name?
Was it gonna be Pudding or Jello?
Like 6'4", 20 pounds. I think you were asking your mom. Your mom had it.
That's not.
You're a midget. Stop.
Dude, like, hang on. Why are we about to do that?
All right. Let's reel it in.
I just want to know if y'all want Pudding or Jello to wrestle in.
I'll make it.
Oh, well, compensating for a missing package.
Oh, okay. Well, your wife felt differently. Your wife felt differently last night.
Your mom had her experience. She never had her experience. She doesn't like little short kings. Just
how would you tell me last night? That's crazy. Hey, you know your bed set? Your bed set
your mom and I wanted to name you.
Your bed set needs a washing, please. Your pillow too.
Yeah, people are like literally like leaving skid marks on the bed.
Thank God we didn't have an abortion at the time. You, me, and your mom, because you wouldn't even know.
Skid marks on the bed.
You know, that's just something serious.
Carry your pillow over. You'll find
black guy. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Turn it over. Turn your camera on.
You know. There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're only 5'4", I know you're compensating. You're not having anything down below.
Why does it always have to do with what's below? Why do you do that? I think it's really weird. No, I want to know why you're worried about his dick size.
I think that's why I actually
If you want dick pics, you just you can send them.
Just ask for it.
No, mine's bigger than yours, dude. Don't.
Be a good boy. Hey, be a good boy.
Anyway, I'm glad we didn't abort you.
Okay, good. We had Gladys asked her about me, okay?
I'm genuinely so. Forrest, are you 5'4"?
I think I've already responded to you 3 times. Do you
I
need to
didn't
know
hear you. I didn't hear you.
I'm 5'11".
Okay, go.
Yeah, Dr. Truth claims to be 6'11".
How does it matter? Like, what does it matter? Like, you get bigger if you're taller? Like, if taller you are, the bigger you get?
Dr. Truth think he's winning souls for Jesus right now?
Thank you.
No
Because
kidding.
he's compensating for
Does the bigger dick you have make Jesus more real?
Dr. Truth, why do you fantasize about body parts? Alright, Coco's right.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I like dick. Jesus must exist. I have long tallywhacker. Jesus real.
Guys,
My phallus is the back of mine.
Guys, are we doing all right today? We have a good day.
Let's get out of control.
What's up, Tiny?
Hey, Johnny.
I am your
Hi.
Hey, Coco. Coco's trying to say too.
How's my son, Dr. Truth, doing today? How you doing, son?
I will turn this live around.
I can actually tolerate Tiny Forrest as just sort of a mental
You acknowledge it.
I can tolerate Tiny, but
You just called Forrest
your
your dad.
acts like no, he's not a dad at all. He's I don't know what it is.
You just called
Your dad, son.
No, I'm Forrest's father. I have to admit it. But I think
Forrest is my grandson.
I think that Coco was trying to say the actual host alive. I think his name is Coco was trying to say
I heard you were explaining that down there happening.
Guys, not talking about each other's dicks.
they're ugly. There's nothing cute about it.
It's just a short subject for
If I dress my mind up with
Can I make a claim about the topic? Can I make a claim about the topic? Can I please make a claim about the topic?
Okay, go ahead.
God's a bitch. Anybody got anything to say about that? Godwin?
Jesse.
Do what you gotta do.
All right.
I only agree.
I agree, and I think that it's definitely true. Because if he wasn't, he would smite me right now, but he can't because he doesn't exist.
I think that when we pass away, we become closer to God because then we both don't exist.
Damn, that's crazy.
So, what did you want to ask me?
This is like kindergarten level shit.
Why don't you answer it, dumbass?
Okay, we can stop. That's,
sorry, you're not a dumbass. You're a donkey. Like the talking.
Go have yourself a little short king. Go have yourself.
What's wrong with short kings?
You just call me.
Can you guys get it together? Let's get back
Probably. You just call me short queen because that's almost.
Dude, what is wrong with short kings? Like, are you worried that men don't like short kings and they only like tall kings?
He just called me.
Sounds like kings.
Excuse me. Hey guys. Excuse me. Hey
I
guys.
think it's really cute. I think it's really speaking of Forrest.
I think you sound like you have a pretty mouth. I think you have a pretty. You worried that?
Am I
There you go. I'm here for you.
conversation about like
Forrest says every time he gets up, sort of himself
in a good light.
I love that version. Sage, I think Sage tonight. You want to go to church next Sunday, Sage? Actually, I think we should go to church at this point.
To church? Church is chicken?
Yeah, church chicken. Fine.
Stallion.
What?
You guys make me
I'm not sure really, but there's some kind of weird stuff about it.
Chicken is actually pretty decent, but their biscuits are like the best part of it.
Churches is better than Bojangles.
That's definitely true. Their honey biscuits are really good. Honestly.
Angles Cajun chicken biscuits used to be really good, but it fell off.
Well, Popeyes is better than all of them. If you don't have Popeyes, it just sucks at this point. But Popeyes is better than all of
Dr.
them.
Truth is asking a genuine question. What did you say? Dr. Truth, you finally stopped fantasizing about my phallus. Please answer your question. Ask your question again.
Oh my
That's
god.
no fantasy. That's
I get it.
Look, I'm hoping.
You're hoping that your wife
You can
Can
imagine.
you just stop the whole debate and ask the question you want to ask me?
please.
Yeah, Forrest shut the hell up.
Ask your question,
Because
please.
he's a little you know much about the shroud of Turin and all this. It's some kind of
No,
weird
I
stuff.
don't. I literally asked the question of how did it not decay? I needed to come on
I think
and
it's
saying something that wasn't true.
What?
You said since I know so much, and that's blatantly not true. I asked how did it not decay? You literally said.
I have a question about the Shroud of Turin.
I didn't say you knew a lot. I asked if you knew a lot about it. You gotta get straight.
My answer is no.
Okay, good. So yeah, I mean, I know there was a whole dating thing off sort of the edges that gave like, I don't know, 12, 1300. But they've seen that there were patches in the linen there, I think, that would have explained the dating. And they've actually done some other dating things that go back much later. There's a whole weird thing about the Middle Eastern spores being on there and some other stuff like that. And then, I don't know whether it's real or not. It doesn't really matter to me. But there is something about the laser testing that they've done with the little, to be able to finally maybe simulate it. It's not paint, not anything like that. So it's just sort of weird and hard to explain.
I have a question.
So my question was, how did it not decay?
Well, I think it's more
I have a question about scripture, Dr. I have a question about scripture.
I like saying let me answer him. So, at the very latest was like 1300 AD, so that's been like 800 years, 700 years. I think if it doesn't decay over 700 years, I'm not sure that 1700 is a big problem. I think it's sort of, I don't know but I think it's been well cared for. Only bring it out every 18 years in Turin or whatever. I've been to Turin. But what's your question?
So they only bring it out every 18 years.
Hold on, Sally. John chapter 20, verse 7 talks about two different pieces of linen that Jesus wore. One was around his head, the other was around his body. So how do you reconcile that with just one piece of cloth?
I'm not. To try to reconcile that all. I'm just saying that. What did I say? I said that it's unusual. It's not paint. We don't see how we can't really recreate it very well today. You think that the medieval people had that capability?
Can I ask my question?
Actually, there's an artist by the name of Luigi Garlicelli that recreated it almost exactly the same way. Just using dust and just natural pigments, not any paint, but just charcoal. Yeah. Here, I'll type his name in the comments. Hold on.
What's
My question.
Oh, go ahead.
Let's pretend. No, I'm in an Uber.
Perfect.
Let's pretend for a second. Let's pretend for a second that the shroud is a genuine artifact of Jesus' resurrection, and Jesus. How are we inferring from that Jesus is God and God is real?
Good question.
If Dr. Seuss how do we get to God from that? How do we get to God from that?
Is it because Jesus said he was God? Is it because Jesus said he was God?
No.
Because Paul, and I already can't trust Paul. So, Peter.
That's not true. Well,
I'm just. And then Jesus said he was God. Is that the only reason Jesus is God?
Why can't you trust Paul? How do we get saved? Did you ask a question and then
started off picking out Christians? So he has a what I would call inherent bias against Christians.
How do you explain his change then? Like saying he was persecuting Christians? How do you
explain that? Oh, do you want me to answer the question, or was there more than just that aspect of the question?
No, I'm actually trying to be civil for you. Go ahead.
Okay, so the essence of the question that I understand to me, flat out, is Paul changed from taking the lives of Christians to be questioned, from head writer in the Christian faith. Yes or no? Am I right?
I would say he wrote 7 of the 13 letters for sure. He was certainly instrumental. He said he was the least of all apostles. Are you saying the explanation is he had gained from it, like status? I don't think so.
No, I don't care about status, blah, blah, blah. I want to say, I want to say, Paul's goal in this scenario was talking from the purposes. Misinformation that he could in order to give the Christian faith less and less validity.
So it's like a
The manders are different colors because they're... I guess my curiosity got the better of me. As an officer and a gentleman, please apologize to Hitch for me. I didn't mean to be inconsiderate.
Oh, Major Talbot didn't know why manders are different? I thought everyone knew why. No wonder why he was so curious. I feel better now.
You want a mander to compete? There was a... What? You say that? Sure, I'll let him into the arena. But only if he has proof of such an outlandish claim.
You say that I can show off my skills in the arena, but I must have proof that my father was Oka? Oh, well, I should have known it was too good to be true. Thank you anyway for trying, wizard. Hold on! I lost my lucky coin. Hitch, hands. While looking for my lucky coin, I found this blue chip. Why, hello there. I heard there was this interesting book about Manders at the library. Say, could you do me a favor? The professor is just inside the pyramid. I'm sure he would be grateful for your service.
You fill up the canteen from the well.
Why, thank you for Gadzooks. That's the best water I've ever tasted. Can you take this canteen to Dr. Fleming at the dig site? He thinks all the water here on Croc is salty.
Can you believe it? When my no
young wizard. You have a blue gem for me? How wonderful. And just Mindy is working on... Could you take that gem to her? I'm sure she would be very grateful.
have something for me? Wow! You have a blue gem for me?
You tell Mindy the story of...
That's awfully nice of him. You know, people lose coins all the time when running around the hedge maze in Unicorn Way. You should look there.
You find a coin lying on the ground.
So, could Professor Greyrose use that gem? Wow, you found my lucky coin. Thank you so much.
book pages. Thanks so much. Oh, dear. These research... I'd better keep researching. I'll be safe, but rotten luck all the same. Could you take my notes to Gordon Fleming? You'll find him in the Royal Hall.
Try the water? All the water on Krakatopia tastes salty due to all the sand. I sometimes wish I had stayed back in Marleybone. Great... You've brought me Alfred Rothschild. Ah, I see the urgency. Did you know the Tuts intend to invade other worlds with a huge army? Some dark figure has put them up to it. We had suspected it, but this is the proof. Thanks. I'll let the others know. We need the hammers from some of the Cyclops to activate these obelisks. I don't understand that. We were digging in this area when... Could you go get my equipment for me? I have it packed in wooden crates. Those crates are scattered everywhere.
captivity.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know for a fact, like I've seen it like at SeaWorld or like I don't know if it was SeaWorld, but like there's a recorded event where I don't know if it was SeaWorld. I shouldn't have said SeaWorld. But it was in captivity where it actually drugged someone around and they had to work on getting her to SeaWorld. I shouldn't have said SeaWorld leg out. That's just a specific video I saw, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were other instances where orca hurt people in captivity. And honestly, rightfully so. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other instances where orca hurt
is a form of, I don't know, gaslighting, manipulation, mental control, verbal control.
that verbal control is a lie or like gaslighting manipulation.
No. So it's a common phrase that omitting the truth is a lie. But I think that a lie is an intentional expression of saying something you recognize as false or wrong. So if it's not expressed, then it's not a lie.
I feel like I might need an example of like how that might look to make a conclusion.
Yeah. So if you're storing Jewish people during Nazi Germany, and people knock on your door and they say, "Hey, do you have any Jewish people in here?" You have the right to remain. People say that you staying silent is lying. I think that's absolutely asinine.
I mean, I think it's not. I don't think it's the same as lying, but I think it's like the same as lying in the fact that the same result's going to happen.
Well, no, that's a precept.
I guess so.
Yeah, a lot of these hypotheticals rest on precept. Like people hate Darth Dawkins. Yeah, a lot of these hypotheticals rest on precept. Like people hate Darth Dawkins, but they are semantically presuppers, or like ontologically presuppers, logically presuppers. It's weird. I think people are unaware of how often they're presupposing something.
In these arguments, I've been practicing, so.
No worries. I'm not looking to argue. I retired.
I know you're a veteran, you're seasoned, you're whatever.
No, I just talk to people about what they believe now. It's honest, it's more productive, it's more sincere. I don't care about debating or winning a conversation. There's nothing left for me to win.
Fair.
What were you saying, nobody?
The idea of what you're saying, if they do not say a certain thing, you're not going to be lying if you deny and don't say something. Like
if you deny, then maybe you're lying. But I'm just saying, like, you literally just stand there in absolute silence.
You're not going to be lying. Absolutely not.
Yeah. And I think that if there's something in our society that says, like, this might be a legal term. Like, maybe if you're in court and you don't answer the judge, that's an omission of the truth, and you can be found in contempt. I think that's unethical.
That's going to be the fifth, brother.
Yeah, but imagine that. That would be a contradiction.
Oh.
If we have the fifth and the judge, I don't know if this is in practice, but let's just say that it is. The judge says, if you don't answer, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. Yeah, that's a contradiction. Well, I think the most unethical thing that you can do is lie in that moment. I think that the most skillful thing that you can do is figure out how to say what is true, without giving up the identity of the people in there. Like I said, my answer to that is there's nobody in this home who you need to worry about, which is true unless the individual presenting the question believes that the German soldiers have a reasonable justification to fear them, or that the Jewish people are actually individuals to be feared.
So do you think that if they did tell the truth, would that be enough? If they just said, yeah, they're in my attic, here, let me show you to it. Would that be unethical?
Yeah, I think that like giving up innocent people is not tactful, right? I think that we need to be more delicate and meaningful.
Unethical?
Yeah, I think that like giving up, that saying what is true is like tactfully is going to be the best thing. Silence would be the second best thing, and that like lying is always going to be wrong, but intentionally giving up innocent people maybe even worse. So The dichotomy is false, and no matter how you answer, it's meant to make you look stupid. And I think that any question that is intended to make the person answering look stupid is a predatory question. It's a predatory style of, it's interrogating someone who's not even guilty of something. There's no way for them to answer it. There's no way for them to be innocent. Interrogating someone who's not even guilty.
Orca. I don't even know. I'm aware of it. It's in my picture now. I say I'm stupid.
I don't like that you say that about yourself.
Well, no, I don't really care what other people think, honestly. I do know that I've learned many things on this planet. I do know that I have things to add. They're not willing to listen. That's not my problem. It really isn't. I know your beliefs and my beliefs are very different, and that's, like I said, I'm not here to change anybody's beliefs. I can just show my own experience.
Are you here to understand?
Oh, absolutely, brother.
I think that's what's missing, right? And that's what I was failing to do for far too long in this journey. Like, listen, man, like, I guess it's over 2 years now. I was making content literally just for attention. Getting attention for me is not difficult, like, at all. This whole, like, online fame, that's one of the most simplistic things I may have ever done in my life. But when I'm blessed, because when I hit the mill, I took it serious about that many people. I can't even count to 1 million, right? And so to imagine how many people that was influencing, and my words were going inside of them and living subconsciously, maybe I was, having people disassociate or believe things that were false. I wasn't being craftful or delicate with my words, and I just stopped and I gave it all up to pursue what is true, to figure out how to talk. And it's taken me a little over 2 years, but man, honestly, I'm really proud of my journey. I'm really proud of how far I've come. And I think that where I'm at, the goal for everyone should be understanding ourselves, understanding what it means, understanding what we mean, and engaging with other people where we want to understand each other. And if there's a space where both parties don't want to understand each other, well, I guarantee you they're going to find a way to not understand each other.
Can I ask a question?
You just did.
Can Ian just say hi to me real quick?
Hey, Jesse. I'm looking to understand something.
Thank you.
Shark's come into like multiple of my lives and told me that I have bad arguments. I just want to know what the argument for God is.
Nice. Hey, brother, I don't consent to debating you.
Oh, well then you're a coward. You're like spineless, right? You're running from me.
Sounds good. I don't consent.
Okay. So then you admit that you're running from me.
I admit that I don't consent to you.
Okay. Well,
And
I accept your surrender, right? Like if you're gonna run from me, if you're not like an intellectual heavyweight, that's totally fine.
If you're looking for cowards and people that don't want to argue, I'll be the first to tell you I'm a coward, and I'm not here to argue with you.
Cool. Yeah, I love going on debate panels and not debating. Yeah. Double U environment.
Welcome to the new world, brother.
God bless, brother.
That's like the lamest shit I've ever heard. What Shark said earlier about philosophy is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That asking questions that are dilemmas is like a bad way of going about things. It's an excellent way of going about things. If you believe a false thing, then it leads to contradictions.
Do you see my picture?
That's how logic works.
What's my picture say?
Waka waka.
Yeah, so you know what? I don't
Got
really
a comedian
care.
over here.
No, I am not a comedian. I'm a realist.
About what?
That'd be realism.
About my own faults, brother.
Ignorance, dilemmas.
Yeah, I am well aware of my ignorance.
Cool.
Are you?
Yeah, there's lots of things I don't know, but I would never go into someone's live and tell them that they had bad arguments if I was too much of a coward to back it up.
I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what Orca has said to me in the past, because he has said some things to me in the past that were greatly harming. But I'm not going to bring him up now. If he has changed,
was like a month ago. What do you mean?
You know what? That doesn't. You know what? Each moment is precious,
Bro.
bro.
Yeah, he's been running away from me for each moment. So unless he wants to apologize,
Okay, he's not going to apologize to you. I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
I don't have a problem apologizing for any harm that I've caused. And if I've caused you any harm, I apologize.
No, I don't care if you think I have bad arguments, but if you think that and if you say that, then you got to be ready to back it up.
Gotcha. I don't remember
debate
saying-
him.
What? I don't consent. I don't debate anymore on the side.
Oh, you don't debate anybody? Is that why?
Yeah. I haven't debated.
I love it, Orca. I love it, brother.
I haven't debated for a couple months. I retired, Ian. You win. You're the
Wait,
intellectual
so
type.
in retirement, you couldn't hack it in the debate space. So you went around telling people that their arguments were bad?
I don't remember doing that. If I did and I caused you harm, I apologize.
I remember it very vividly because it was very funny coming from you.
Appreciate that.
Sounds good, brother.
I appreciate that. He just said he apologized. Do you accept his apology?
Fuck no.
Well, then that's on you.
No problem. Ian, I wish you nothing but the best, man. Really.
Yeah, super don't care.
That just shows your ignorance, and thank you for showing your ignorance.
Buddy, do you want to step up and debate? Wait, I'll debate you about literally any topic. Any topic. Pick a topic. You want to debate about the sky's blue? You want to debate about your own childhood memories? I'll debate you about any single topic.
Let's debate about the contrastive extension.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, no, you need to tell me about it.
Contrast.
And don't look it up on fucking Google, man.
Yeah, wait, do you want me to take the pro or con?
Don't look it up on fucking Google. I just heard you typing it.
Yeah, wait, so what sort of position do you take about the contrastive extension?
Fucking Googled the damn fucking thing, man.
Wait, but I'm so sorry. What position do you take on the contrastive extension?
What does it even mean?
Wait, but I'm asking you, what
Google
position
it.
do you take on it?
What does it even mean that we're going to debate?
We're going to argue, you're going to take a position, and then you'll present an argument for your position, and then I'll rebut the argument for your position.
What does it even mean?
I just explained it to you. Keep up.
You didn't.
I did.
No, you
I told you what a debate was.
No, you told me what a debate was, not what contrastive extension was.
Oh, contrastive extension deals with the visual balance of using like different colors.
Yeah, you just fucking Googled that.
No, I know what it is.
Oh, how do you know that?
Because I've read books about art.
Oh, you've read books about art?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so you didn't learn that in color theory class?
No, I read books about art, or I've read previously books about art.
Name one of the books that mention contrastive extension.
It was like oh gosh, it was a photography book.
You guys think that art is real or no? You hold that like anti-realism for art or realism?
I don't even know what the fuck that means. I still want to fold this dude. Wait, what position do you take on the contrast of extension?
It's based on science.
That it's based on science?
Yeah.
And when we say based, what do we mean by that?
What do we mean, or what do you mean?
Yeah, okay, that's going to be false because aesthetics, the field of art is going to be fundamentally subjective, whereas science aims at objectivity, which means that it's always going to fall outside the scope
you know
of
what?
science.
You win.
Okay, I accept your surrender.
You're the
Yeah,
greater
you're not
artist.
easy to fold, yeah.
You're
Yeah,
the
you
greater
folded
artist.
exactly. Honestly, even quicker than I thought you would.
You know what? Go look at my page, and I'm going to look at yours and see how much fucking art you produce.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I will.
That's the word, aesthetic. You guys believe aesthetics are real or anti-real?
I don't take a stance on this.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out the difference between art and beauty.
Ian, all I see is pictures of yourself.
Aesthetic, well, first of all, it's TikTok. They aren't pictures, they're videos.
Okay, yeah, look at my videos. Will you see one picture of myself?
Oh, I got under his skin. Oh, no.
No, Ian,
Art can also be
I'm being
ugly.
honest. Like,
Art
all
can
there
also
are
be
pictures of
grotesque.
yourself.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware of my content.
You're aware of your own self-absorption. That's great. Look at my page.
My videos
Look at
aren't
my
the way
page.
they are for self-absorbed reasons. That's just the format of response
are you
videos.
listening? Are you listening or not?
Yeah.
Look at my page.
I'm not going to do that. I don't want to waste my time.
Well, then you're just being disingenuous and
What?
enjoy
What the
your
fuck?
win, brother. You won.
If beauty is
I accept your surrender.
if beauty is the attraction of art, what's going to be the opposite of that?
What disturbing is Orca art is not always beauty.
No. That's what I'm saying. I agree. But is it going to be
Ian
grotesque?
has no fucking clue about art.
That's okay. Would it be grotesque? I like the word grotesque as the opposite to beauty.
Yeah, there is very much grotesque amongst artists.
Yeah, there was this movie. Who was the dude who played Green Goblin in the first movie? Willem Dafoe. He made a movie called I don't remember what it's called, but it's about he's locked inside of this apartment, and the entire movie is just art. If you guys like art, you should look up that Willem Dafoe movie. And
I saw a play with Will. It was a one-man Willem Dafoe play where he was he was on a stage, and it was a big pane of glass that was almost like a two-way mirror, so the audience would see themselves while he was doing the play, and you would see the reactions of the people, and he called it ontological theater. It was very interesting.
Oh, nice.
Love it, Rad.
Nice.
It's called The
Love it,
Inside.
Rad.
Damn.
Thank you, Rad.
I got a question about the topic, though, if I may.
What topic? The background that Coco has?
Yeah, I guess. Why should I be?
Go for it.
Well,
Go for it.
I'm not here to be, rude or anything, but I mean, I want to talk to a Christian about it, I guess. I find the Bible a little bit insulting to the human intelligence. And that's just how I've been walking around lately, because I think some of the claims that they make is just a little bit ridiculous. And to, I don't know, take it as truth, as utter truth, I don't know. It just seems a little bit, to me, ridiculous. I could be wrong. And I mean, you can, unless you take it metaphorically, I guess, but there's just some things in the Bible, if you take it as truth, that I'm just I find it insulting, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't have to be a literalist about the Bible. What I think that if people are interested in studying, they don't have to. But following the etymology toward the interpretations of the early church fathers might give you some clarity, or at least the bare minimum, be able to explain what the earliest interpretations were. But sometimes that's not even going to be good enough to make sense of it. Ian brings up the argument about cud, and I'm not really sure how anyone gets around that word, to be honest with you. So little things like that, and figuring out, maybe there is a way to figure it out that the early church fathers couldn't figure it out, or maybe it truly is something that demonstrates the lack of validity in the Bible.
What's
but
the
I think
question about? But the issue is that there is a process by which hares and the other animal, I can't remember what it is, that they eat their feces, which is not exactly regurgitating the cud, but it is redigesting, which is a category in itself.
That would be
And I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just saying that that's a real thing.
That's the explanation that I got as well.
Really quick,
Dogs do.
I don't mean to interrupt, but could I drop one person from the panel? Just one.
You're the host, brother. If you want to drop me, you can drop me. It doesn't matter.
Well, you always like to drop me, so drop me if you want to.
Wait, no.
I also have to leave soon anyway, so whatever you need. I just want to say to Ian, I just really appreciate the things you're doing.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You know, I very early on, I logged on with you to have a conversation, and my internet got disconnected. But I was providing a theistic view that you were somewhat interested in, and then my internet crapped out. So I'd love to be able to run it by you at some point, but I don't want to impose on your space. And now's not the time, obviously.
Well, but wait, what type of theist are you?
Process theologian.
Well, it certainly sounds interesting. What do you believe?
Yeah, so the idea is that God is simply the process. So it's really not it's descriptive, not prescriptive. The idea is that I'm observing the universe, I am understanding how the universe works, and that Judaism for me is the expression of gratitude for the things that exist. It's my expression of awe and gratitude. I think that's the most elevator pitch example.
Okay. I think the problem, I'd probably just run Oppie's objection to this. Well, so what we're doing is hypothesis comparison. What phenomena do you have like unique explanatory power for under this view? Because if you and I can both explain like everything equally, we both give like equally good explanations, me with naturalism, you with process theology. If we can explain everything without God, then I mean, why would we want to explain everything with God?
100%, 100%. All I'm doing is flipping the coin and seeing like it is in it. If my theology is in contrast in any way to the natural sciences, then I'm wrong.
That's totally fine, but you're adding like an additional entity to your worldview. But if you can explain everything without that entity, then there's no reason to add the entity.
Yeah, I think I understand. I guess my point is that it is the unfolding process that I am interested in the fact that there are these processes that exist, like gravity or the laws of physics or biology, or just simply a life course.
That's totally fine, but it just feels like this doesn't really explain anything.
Are you just
I don't think it's meant to explain anything. I think that's like the fundamental issue with Christianity is that there's a necessary, trying to explain why, as opposed to living life in a sense of radical amazement.
Are you just saying
Like,
that?
are you arguing like in an abductive argument? What's most likely?
I don't know what the word abductive means.
It's the reasoning of what's most likely. Like, for example, it's used in history, right? What's the most likely answer?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe I don't think so though.
Are you saying that God is just pure act with no extra information?
Yeah, I think like I'm observing processes. Like I'm observing planets
the sum total of the processes is going to be what you're calling God.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think he just views it as like everything that's happening as a processing generator.
Yeah. Indifferent, good, bad, everything in between.
Neutral on everything.
Yeah, and I think like what ends up being, I think, probably my most controversial point is that my idea of objective morality comes not from any religious piece, but fundamentally the question that I think exists, which is we have this question of what is right and what is wrong, and the way in which, like, for me, the fact that the trolley problem exists is the notion of objective morality. So I worked as a chaplain in a hospital where I would observe the ethical review board, and the fundamental principle is do no harm. But people would bring their various subjective ethical worldviews to that decision-making process on how to best care for the patient or how to do the least amount of harm. And sometimes those were in contrast to each other. And so I think like biology has two main functions, which is to reproduce and to survive, to protect itself. And I think that as a self-conscious, meaning like conscious of my consciousness, I am then aware of the fact that other living things have those functions as well. And therefore, I am responsible not only for myself, but to not be a jerk as well.
Yeah. It sounds like what you just said is similar to what Ian said when he was talking to Brody about like the standard of empathy and what that means for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the fact that we can take on other people's feelings as our own is a huge responsibility to act on it, and that to not act on it would be
irresponsible.
Grotesque. Yeah, irresponsible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, how does that go in your thesis about God existing? I'm a theist too, so I'm not like trying to like crap on you. I'm just trying to understand.
Sure. Yeah, so this is where actually the point where I was talking to Ian, like probably almost a year ago. But there's something called the spandrel hypothesis, which is the notion that there are fundamental elements of evolution that are like structurally integral. Things like for humans, things like communication, agency detection, like the hair standing up on the back of your neck. And so like in a cathedral, there are columns and flying buttresses that are structurally integral. But in the space between those buttresses is something called a spandrel. It's where you get the frescoes and the stone reliefs that give the cathedral its character. And so in evolutionary biology, the idea is that the spandrel are these unintentional byproducts. So things like empathy or love or gratitude or awe or spirituality. And so like it's like a byproduct. Like to me, it's the best explanation. That's fair. I guess what I'm saying is the fact that there are a lot of people that have spiritual access or whatever is also evidence of this spandrel hypothesis.
Yeah, I think that there's like just really good reason for things like love to come about via evolutionarily, especially when we're a social species. I don't think that this is like a spandrel, like just like some byproduct. I think there's reasons why this would be directly selected for.
Agreed. I agree. I think that you can select for these things that are not necessarily like people do horrible things to people that they love. Like love is not necessarily something that is going to, help somebody survive, but it certainly, it certainly can.
Could we? Would everybody be interested in going over what they think love actually is? Like, do you guys think that it's just an emotion of desire or affection?
I am sincerely sorry. I genuinely meant that this wasn't the right time for me to bring this up, and I apologize for doing it. And I really appreciate you like doing this with me. I have to teach a class in 15 minutes.
That's pretty rad.
Yeah, so I just want to get. Yeah. I'm a rabbi for what it's worth.
Stay safe and just try to create less harm. Try to
amen.
spread love.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Great work, everybody. Take care.
I believe in you,
Thanks,
man.
Ian. Yeah, see you.
Be well, Rev.
Bye, Rabbi. I love you.
Would you guys agree, or how do you guys feel about the definition that I use? It's twofold. So, like, my definition is just going to be a willingness to actualize self-sacrifice. But I really like Aquinas's, where it's just willing the good of another. So I combine both of them. So it's like willing the good of another, even at the expense of sacrificing oneself. What do you guys think of that, or do you have something different in mind?
I feel weird about the idea of love being that one has to sacrifice. I don't know how I don't know how I could give a definition of love, but I don't like. I know that I don't like the idea of that love has to involve sacrifice.
Why? So like
for somebody or for something.
But parents are always sacrificing for the well-being of their children, right? So like every single time a woman gets pregnant, she's sacrificing her body, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's love. I don't think that's out of love.
So it's really important under my semantics to focus on like the goodness of it. Like the reason that we're willing to self-sacrifice is because we're willing the good, and good is just going to be a fulfillment of the telos in retrospect of what is and can be, right? For future things to come. Like we're not just making decisions right now for us right now, but we're making decisions right now for us and the future generations to come and potential states that haven't actualized yet.
I still don't think that's love, though.
What do you think love is?
I have to work on my how I would articulate what love is, but when I think of love, that's not what I think. I don't think of thinking of maintaining a species, maintaining a generation, maintaining an economy, maintaining anything of those sorts, or maintaining a pregnancy even. I don't think that that's an idea of love or anything good.
Yeah, you can just think about it. Yeah, I think love is one of the most complex things. And so, yeah, take your time, figure out what it means. It took me a couple months to come up with the willingness to actualize self-sacrifice, and then I just took the other part from Aquinas.
Anything else? That's a good question, though. Like, how would people articulate what love is?
I feel like I'd have a controversial take on it, but I don't know. I just think it's like a social construct, really. Love. I think the word love to itself is just kind of lazy, and people just throw it out too often. I'd rather just have actions determine how much you care for someone. But
I think love is. What if love is an action?
I consider it a feeling more so than an action.
Yeah, I was just about to
If
say.
it's a feeling, then it's not just going to be a social construct, then, right?
Well, I mean, I think we associate like euphoria or something with love or something like that.
I think that when people generalize, which we're creatures of generalizations, especially about what we mean, it becomes problematic. So when I ask somebody, what do you think love is? It doesn't really interest me what like Tom, Dick, and Harry believe love is. I'm interested in what you sincerely believe. And if you believe that it's a feeling, well, then the feeling is going to be true within you and not a social construct. The social construct could be an expression of what we are interpreting the feeling as, but the feeling is still going to actually exist beyond a social construct.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point.
So
I guess that's how I.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
I would just, I guess you're right in how I view it. To me, it's just a word association. Really, I don't really know what love means, to be honest.
It's all good.
I wanted to say, like,
too, and say, the willing the good of the other.
Yeah, that's Aquinas.
Yeah.
I think that like
you
from.
like that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that definition.
Nice. And then from there, do you have something to break down good?
Like just the separately, like what good is.
Yeah, I believe God is the word, and so like every single I think that most people are presupposing what the words mean, and so instead of somebody presenting like a proposition and then what's the argument for the proposition, I ask what do you mean by specific words. So
yeah, that's good. So I would say that good is the inability to do bad, and then I would say bad is what brings about suffering.
Okay, and an intent. So would it be an avoidance of suffering?
Good. An avoidance of suffering. An avoidance of bringing about suffering.
An avoidance of causing suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
You want to say it like that? Sure. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
I think
I don't
that,
mean
like.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I think one way I could articulate it would be like the willingness to like nurture somebody. But I say this also like as a nurse, like I advocate for people, I care for people, but I don't do it out of love. I know that might sound bad, and it might sound like really.
It just depends on what you mean by love. Because like under my semantics, you as a nurse are loving people by giving them your time, your energy, your mental stress, your well-being. Right? You're sacrificing all of these things for these people. You're bringing about goodness for their health. I think you do love them. Under my semantics, you're not obligated to take on my semantics.
I don't think it's that I love the people. I think I love advocating.
Right.
And it's not out of love for the
thing
people. Does that make sense? Like I like, and that sense of love comes from like a passion or a willingness to do something for somebody. I think it's the willingness. I don't think it's like, because when I do it, I don't do it because like the people that I care for, I don't do it because I love that specific person. I do it because I love being an advocate in general. And that might be more for me. And I'm okay with saying that, but I don't know how to articulate like I'm not doing it because I love them.
But so would you be okay with saying what you're doing is the process of love and they get to feel the effects or side effects of love?
No, I think that they're feeling the side effects, or they're feeling what they're experiencing is being advocated for. Like for example, I'm also a death doula. Do I love people dying? You know, do I love the fact that people sometimes they're suffering or sometimes they're in pain, like, and I'm helping them like into their life. Does that make sense?
But the advocacy is willed by you, and you said willing the advocacy is love.
Yeah, but not for them. It's to be an advocate for people.
Jesse, could it be based on compassion for others?
I think the willingness to do so is love. I don't think that the compassion Is love.
Excuse me, pardon for the interruption. Sorry about the interruption. Can we be
No, you're
careful
fine.
of what we say? Like, can you like say unalive, like filter our words, just in case?
Yeah, I'm an unaliving doula. I don't know how else to say
Well,
that. I'm
also,
sorry.
one-
It's a job title, so I'm sorry.
Well, that's the thing about love, right? Especially in the English language, it carries like many meanings depending on the context, right? It's a multi-valent word. So it makes sense that you'd say, well,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
but yeah, just saying, well, I don't think I love these people. I'm like, yeah, well, that's like kind of like a different, you're using it in a different context, right? But you love, I don't know, advocating for something,
Yes.
which is, so love is, yeah, it's extremely complicated, right? But I guess, you know what, never mind. I was going to ask
I
something
mean, I
else.
think it can definitely like vary from person to person, but for the sake of you asking what does love mean to you, that's what I think it means. I think it means the willingness. I think the love falls into the willingness, not to what I'm willing to do, but the fact that I'm willing to do it. If
I
that
just
makes
want to.
sense.
That sounds like you agree with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop down. I appreciate you guys. I thank you for the sincere conversation. Nobody, I believe in you. I have faith in you. Remember, breathe. Enjoy your peace. Enjoy the moment. Thank you all for the opportunity. I hope that your day is better than mine.
Oh yeah, Shark, I understand the Trinity. Thank you for helping me last time.
God bless, brother. You will.
But yeah, I think that love like falls into the willingness to do something.
Well, yeah,
That's just
I think
me.
that, yeah, because that definition I brought up by Aquinas, willing the good of the other. So it seems like you agree with that definition.
Yeah, I think that would be more so along the lines
Yeah.
of how I would articulate it. That's just me.
And you know, something interesting I find out, like when I think about love, is sometimes I hear atheists say, "Well, I only believe in things with empirical evidence," but love has yet to have any empirical evidence. There is no empirical evidence for love, but many atheists believe love exists. So then, when thinking about love and an atheist saying that, I'm like, that's really problematic.
Well, I don't know how I would form that argument. I mean, I'm an atheist, but I don't know how. I've not heard that argument. I don't know where I would fall in that part of it.
Oh, well, can I ask why you don't believe in God then? I'm not gonna like.
I mean-
I promise I'm not gonna like try to like do a whole debate on you right now.
No, on me personally, why I don't believe in God.
Mm.
Oh no.
No, I don't. No,
No,
it's okay.
it's
I'm not
okay.
gonna-
It's okay. No, I don't mind. It's not. I don't have trauma. I don't have like religious trauma. I found out Jesus wasn't white, and I got mad because of that. And then I realized that no, I'm not even lying. I'm not lying. And then I realized Jesus wasn't white. But why did I get mad about that? And realized
Because
that I had
that-
unpacking to do, and
Mm.
unpacking to do included me getting rid of God. That's why I don't believe in God. Does that
Well,
make sense?
How did that? Yeah. Okay. So you're saying. Okay. So you're saying that you were mad that he wasn't white, not because that means they could probably easily lie about also what he said if they changed exactly
No,
what he
I
looked
got
like,
mad
but
because I was
because
racist.
you're a racist.
Yeah, I got mad because I was
Yeah.
racist.
I
Yeah,
see.
I got mad because of that, and I realized I had unpacking to do. And then by unpacking to do, including like crap, I probably shouldn't be racist. And all these other beliefs I held, like I was also ableist, and I was sexist, and I was misogynist, and I was a lot of other things. I was ableist. I was so many other things that I need to unpack. That's why I don't believe in God.
Mm. So would you say then that, because just to me, it kind of sounds like that didn't completely, well, I mean, I know you don't believe in God right now, or ever again, but that was mostly like a Christianity religion kind of thing. Because then how did that lead to God not existing at all versus the conception of what this God is and what that religion taught you?
Sure. It led to me thinking that by me believing, like realizing that Jesus wasn't white, I'm still, like, at that point, I realized that I still had unpacking to do. And a lot of harmful ideas I had, like, had to do with deconstructing parts of scripture, had to do with deconstructing parts of ideas that were indoctrinated into me. And that led to me realizing that crap, I should be caring more for people in this life than what's going to happen to them in the afterlife. I was believing in the afterlife instead of knowing that regardless if there's an afterlife, I know that there's still life right now. And I viewed people when people would talk about suffering. For example, like if I were still a Christian and people were talking about what's happening in Israel or in Palestine, I would probably be like, oh, this is just a fraction of eternity, like what they'll experience in eternity. Thoughts and prayers, instead of actually like caring about what's actually going on anywhere. Like it doesn't matter where, but like even like my views on racism or people that are being oppressed or suffering. This is just a fraction of eternity. God's going to free them from this suffering. So I needed to look into where I'm getting this from, because I wasn't like, I consider myself a Christian regardless if people consider me a real Christian or not. I still sought to scripture. I still sought to like praying for guidance, and went to my prayer closet. I was the leader of my nursing ministry at the church. I still sought to God in everything I did, but really I think it was my confirmation bias. So I had to go through everything that I was looking at to get my answers that I thought I was getting, and unpacking like why that's not true and why that can't be true, because I'm obviously not being the best advocate, the best person, and the best human to other people. I realized I was viewing people as whether or not they're a Christian before they're human. Like I think people are humans before they're Christian. I think you're human before you're a Christian. I don't know if you are, but if you're a Christian, I still think you're human first. But if people are Christian, like I view them as human first, and I didn't do that before, and I needed to fix that.
That's okay. That's interesting. So, well, thank you for sharing. I'm not just gonna just respond without like acting like I just didn't listen to you. Um, so if you found, like, say, a different conception of God, right? That was like all. I'm not gonna preach, I promise. But if you found a different conception of an all good, all powerful God, like one that actually like made sense with suffering, one that didn't say, "Oh, just because our book says so," but it starts off from a complete like logical foundation. Does a God even exist before you even get to the character of what that God looks like or anything else looks like? And then you found it to be a much more logical and beautiful and not hateful at all. Would you be like more? Would you say you would be more like, maybe I would consider that, or are you just like stone cold? Like
I'm stone
God doesn't
like to
exist.
answer your question, like I'm stone cold in the sense that like I think that would be it could be a compelling story. But I don't need it. I had to do everything I've done is by me. The deconstructing I've done, the achievements I've done, or helping people, everything I've done is all me. So if there were God, even if God presented Himself to me, I mean, I'm very capable of saying, "Oh shit, He does exist. He's real." Crap, but I don't need it. Does that make
See,
sense?
that does make sense. But you just said one word that's like that bothers me is you said, "Oh crap," right? And I guess my like thinking at the moment is this is more of a Christianity problem, and what Christianity did, because you saying God's real, oh crap, means you think you're going to get punished because you didn't believe in Him,
Yeah. To be
right?
fair, to clarify, when I say "oh crap," it's like, "Oh crap, He's real and bad," instead of imaginary and bad. That's what my "oh crap" means.
Right, but just the conception in general, because even with what I said and what you said, that means, yeah, God is like a monster and like evil and a piece of shit.
Yeah, yeah. Like I've said on this platform a lot of times, God's a bitch. So sorry.
No,
Yeah, well, I mean,
God would be female. There's no doubt, Jesse.
Shut the fuck up.
I agree with you.
well, the highest conception of God probably would be both, but
Well, yeah.
But
Why would
yes,
God even have a
like if I
gender?
said "oh crap," my "oh crap" would just be like, "oh crap, He's real and bad," then like
You
He's
said
imaginary and
neither.
bad.
Right.
Just so
Mhm.
just to clarify. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
sound
see,
disingenuous when I say I'm just being very honest.
for sure. Yeah, I deconstructed from Christianity, um, and then I became atheist for a really, really long time, and then I became a Taoist, which is like Chinese philosophy, but that's still pretty atheistic. and then I started studying world religion. But there's so many other conceptions that make way more sense than that. Like, it does not make sense from a Christian point of view that God is all good, and then try to argue that. It's like, I can't. But there is versions of an all good God, just from a logical standpoint, not just like from somebody saying, well, if we make this up, we can make God all good, just from logic alone. Like, I'm actually I think, I don't know if Coco is gonna put me up with somebody, but eventually in the future, I'm gonna do a problem of evil discussion with somebody.
From where? From what standpoint?
That in
God
all
doesn't
good God
exist.
no, that in all good God and suffering can coexist. Or sorry, in all good God and suffering, coexisting is logically possible.
If Big Boss and I don't work out, Coco, maybe. Because I have a debate, but I don't know if he's going to do it. But if you're down, and my opponent doesn't want to respond by the 4th, then maybe we can set something up. But I'm trash, so.
Oh, Jesse. Oh, hey, how are you today?
Yeah.
Jesse, why you take so long to respond? But hey, how are you today?
Oh, yeah, I love you. Sorry. I love you, Greg.
But I would say I'm good. How about you?
Lovely. I'm on this side of the dirt, Brayden, as always. You know I love you.
Oh my God, who was like, was it you, Narada, when you was like, love and evil can coexist with God, right?
Yeah. No, wait, no. That is not what I said. I did not say love and evil can. No, I said in all good God and suffering, coexisting is logically possible.
Do you believe he's all
I didn't say
powerful?
evil. Yeah, I do.
Do you believe that love and evil is necessary thing for God?
I don't think evil exists.
You said love and evil can coexist with each other, right? I'm confused. It's just...
Well, I'm going to clarify myself again. I didn't say that.
Suffering.
I said suffering. And in
You
all
just
good
said
God.
love and evil, then you said love, suffering. You switching it up. I heard 3 different things, right?
Everyone say I if I ever said evil. Everyone say I.
You literally just said love and evil, then you went back and said love and suffering, right?
Yeah.
I'm not crazy.
No, hold on. Just stop. Everyone say I if I ever said evil in my thesis.
Well, you did mention the problem of evil.
Yeah, I don't. You've said the word, but you've mentioned suffering several times.
Could you say what you said to me, like what you said about the problem of evil? Maybe that's where this is coming from.
Maybe.
Love and evil. I'm talking about, let me rephrase my words, right? I'm talking about love and evil. I didn't hear love and suffering. So can you clarify?
I never said love and evil. I never said love and evil in the same sentence.
What?
Hang on just a second. You said you wanted to debate the problem of evil. Is that really what you want to debate? Because at that point, that would include evil.
Well, that is just what it's called, right? That's what everyone refers to it as. I don't think it's the problem of evil. I actually think it's the problem of unnecessary suffering. But I just say problem of evil because that's what everyone knows it as. And nor did I ever say love and evil. Like, I never even said that. I mentioned love like 25 minutes ago.
I think you're hearing like I'm speaking, and then you're hearing kind of like how you view the definition of something.
I know the difference between evil and suffering, but I heard you say evil. Like, I'm literally not lying. Like, when you said, let me say this again, love and evil, I didn't hear love. I literally heard you say love and evil, not love and suffering, right? I know the difference between that, but
I never said love and suffering either. I didn't say that.
You just, oh my God! Y'all, by guys, I'm literally just hearing things. I'm hearing things, right? You know,
Yes.
I'm
As everybody else.
just hearing things, right? I'm just gonna leave, right?
No, like because I think that if you're saying that you would want to debate like on the problem of evil, someone said in the comments you should probably rephrase it to like you would want to allow God allows unnecessary suffering. Because when you say like the problem of evil, like we can have a all-knowing, loving God and still have unnecessary suffering. But you said that under after saying that you would want to
No,
debate
he's
like on the
saying
problem of evil.
he's saying I said that love and evil can coexist. Like that sentence just never came out of my mouth.
I probably
That's
wasn't
what he's
listening
saying.
then.
That guy leave. Oh, thank God.
Well, he's a friend of mine. Like he's good people, and he's usually he's in good faith. He's always in good faith. Like when he's arguing with
Yeah,
me.
he just was not paying attention.
No, you believe in God though?
Yeah, I do.
What kind of God does that look like?
What kind of God does that look like?
Yeah.
I think he's all good, all powerful, all loving, all knowing.
It's not the Christian God.
No, I don't think the Christian God is all good or all powerful. At least not one of them.
Can I ask where you're getting these
The,
characteristics of God?
the Christian God is a triune God, and that's exactly what he just talked about.
Well, even if that's not
Christian God.
well, if it's not like he's saying it's not. So I'm wondering like where are you getting the characteristics of an all good, loving, knowing God if it's not the Christian God? I'm not doubting that it's not the Christian God. But where are you getting those characteristics from?
Well, I mean, I guess one way you could build it is if all existence came from God, then everything is a part of God. So he would be all powerful.
So where are you getting that all existence comes from God though? Like without a Bible, where are you getting that like existence came from God or anything other than it's something that might be natural? Where are you getting that there's a creator or something that existence came from?
That's like I'll give the topics. I'll give the topics. Like consciousness, I think is the strongest reason I believe God exists. Or I mean, you could say, I mean, also like with the fine tuning and designing. So then, if God does exist, then how is he all powerful? Well, if God does exist, then everything came from God, which means he wouldn't be all powerful. So he doesn't have the inability to do anything, which bad is the inability to do good, which he doesn't have the inability to do anything, so he can't keep bad, so he's all good. And everything comes from he's all knowing.
So if there weren't any like scripture or Sunday schools or anything, would you still come to the conclusion? Like if there weren't any Bibles or Qurans or anything, would you come to the conclusion that I'm conscious and like why am I conscious? There must be a God.
100,000%. Because everything that I just said, could someone like in a cave just think about, right? There's no reason for any books. Like you can put a gun to my head and say the only evidence
You have to say
God exists.
I think you have to say just
Oh, sorry.
keep going live. Say.
You gotta say
Sorry, go. If you put a device that would unalive me to my head, and said you have to give evidence for God only from books, you would just unalive me. I would never do it. I never ever use any argument from books.
My question though is, you think that like your guy you believe in all
Good luck. Explaining it. You're the only one. So good
So
luck.
only what? Theists or something?
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
That's okay. There's Coco allows like all different ideas on here.
I'm not.
He
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
the best
I'm
ideas.
I'm genuinely just curious. I'm not trying to attack anybody. I'm agnostic, so I don't really, know what to believe. But just asking him generally, like,
Yeah.
what he thinks, and then my next question was just, you said that God's all good. So you believe then that there's the suffering in this world, it's all necessary?
Yes.
Necessary? When there are children that get trafficked when they're young and they don't really learn a lesson and get unalived, always, sent around and being, essayed and then unalived, that's okay.
I am, like I said, definitely he's not cool with it, but no, I'm literally doing this debate on the fourth. Is that? Do you think I'll end up having Coco or might not?
It's just been really hard. Like I've been trying really hard to get you a matchup. It's just been very difficult.
What do you want to match up on? What do you want to match up on?
I want to match up on this topic.
The problem of evil, the logical problem of evil.
If Big Ops doesn't want it, I'll take it. If I'm up to par.
I'm really trying to get you a Big Ops, which I think will happen. I just got to DM Big Ops. But I think your debate with Big Ops will happen. I just have to. Tomorrow I'm going to do a lot of work on my project. I've been lazy recently and like playing video games and stuff. But I'm probably gonna lock in and get some stuff done. And I'll
What do you think Ian would do on that?
I think. I mean, maybe Ian would take it because he's actually really good at debating. He might have an answer to the logical problem of evil, so he's really on that. But he's probably your best bet out of everybody.
Well, interesting. He actually did an April Fool's Day thing, where he was debating theism, and his answer to the problem of evil actually was very aligned with mine, where he respond. But also, I don't want to get like smoked on my first formal. Actually, would want to get like smoked on my first formal debate, though. Why not? Why would I not want that?
Yeah,
I'm
somebody
gonna get
actually
my
teach you something, and maybe give you a different perspective that you don't agree with.
Why would I want someone to teach me something?
Yeah, and actually go against something that you actually feel that is truthful that may not be. You just want to win?
No, I don't want to get smoked, I said.
So you want to win?
I would like to defend God, yeah. To defend God, yeah. Why wouldn't I?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't want to win.
I'm happy to be wrong. If he gave me better evidence, then okay, then I'm like,
nobody is going to convince you God doesn't exist.
Nobody is
going to convince you that. You know
nobody
nobody's
in the audience. Okay.
You know
Nobody
nobody's
in the
going to.
audience.
You know that nobody's not going to be able to convince you God doesn't exist. That's you.
Okay, but debating isn't about defeating your opponent.
Debating is about winning or losing. Debating is about winning or losing. A subject matter. That's all.
Debating is about like having the best idea.
No, it's about winning or losing in our
It's more so.
Yeah, debating is dumb. I agree.
Wait, hold on. Actually, debating is. I would say it's more like a test of rhetoric. Of course, it's not the optimal way to find truth. But it's like a showcase of rhetoric, and also it can expose people to different sources and different ideas and stuff to read. So that's kind of what I think its usage is for.
Well, also, other people are watching the debate too. Maybe people are seeking God, maybe people are deconstructing. And maybe people don't know how to articulate their, maybe people don't know how to articulate and verbalize their thoughts into these discussions. So I think debates can be very, it's more than just WL, regardless of what it is to the person debating. It can still be more to people watching. Like the optics of debates can mean so much more.
Exactly.
So Coco, how many people have come to a balance within your debates where both people are like, you know what? We're both right. Nobody. Yeah, because the goal is to win or lose.
Yeah. No, it's the goal is to give opposing ideas. To give opposing ideas.
The goal is to win or lose. It is to debate somebody right or wrong.
Well, actually, like, there was one debate where
You sound like passionate about like how much you dislike it.
I do.
You have drama with it or something?
No, it's just I would rather have a conversation with somebody.
Okay, well, if we're like Coco's, so you're just like really pissed that Coco's like constantly roasting my opinions.
Coco knows my opinion. I really appreciate Coco.
Yeah, nobody's. Yeah, I'm cool with nobody. But what I was gonna say is there's one debate where they sort of kind of like agreed in the end, and there wasn't really like too much like arguments per se. It was like the Hierophants versus Yuji debate. I forgot what the topic was. What was Hierophant versus Yuji.
I don't remember. I'm not seen that one. I've been out of the loop for until I started recently. Can you back again?
It happened on the day of debates.
Yeah, because actually I just looked up your profile to see. I mean, unless you can just pull it up on your, you just uploaded it,
right? The debate.
Yeah.
It was from the day of debates. So it's a little bit back. It's on YouTube. It's going to be Hierophants versus UG. It's going to have like a blue thumbnail. Also, sorry, Mr. Num. I'm kind of like running around. I might be going too fast. But like...
No, you're good. I just got it. So you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just like trying to speed run these missions and then like, you know. I guess you can teleport to me whenever. I'm like running around.
I got
No, we're actually plotting to abduct penguins and interrogate them.
Are they gonna talk about how bad the tariffs are?
Dig it, Mr. No.
Sorry.
Can I hear to the question?
I think that's what God exists objectively.
How can that be? How is that binary? I mean,
because
I guess I can see that one being more. Yeah. It's not like at the end of like these conversations every single time. It's just like you're gonna come to a lifelong conclusion. I mean, they're very high complex topics.
Yeah.
What was the? But I had asked you earlier about hypothetical. Well, it's not a hypothetical happens, but I never got an answer to that.
Yeah, and then that's why I was like, I don't know if I want to give away all my answers to that because I'm going to do it on public debate.
I mean,
that's still pretty much the truth of it.
You can use this as practice.
Well, that should be motivation to strengthen your argument.
What do you mean?
Like talk about it on here and then strengthen your argument afterwards.
Straighten your argument. Okay. I mean, all right. So I do believe that is. I don't think God is not all good because of what you said. Okay. So here's my thesis. All right. God and all good God and suffering coexisting is logically possible.
Wouldn't that be a hypothesis?
Sorry?
Wouldn't that be a hypothesis, not a thesis?
Well, it's my claim.
That's a hypothesis.
What's the difference? I don't understand.
You don't understand between a hypothesis and a thesis?
Also,
Why
really
can't
quick,
it as a claim? How is that not a claim?
also really quick, Mr. Num Num, if I'm going too fast, just like say something in the live.
Got. You're good.
Y'all can play Wizard together right now. I'm sorry. I just think that's funny. I'm sorry.
It's the coolest thing ever. Mr. Num Num, you're literally the best. Like, I have someone to like play the game with.
Mr. Num Num. I love it. Yeah, I like it too, man. I don't even know what game you're playing.
Coolest thing ever.
Playing. No, right. If you don't know the difference between a hypothesis and a thesis, like you don't, what does that mean?
Why do you keep saying hypothesis or thesis?
That's a scientific claim. There is a great difference between a hypothesis and a thesis.
I mean, I think my microphone isn't working because of hypothesis.
No, you said the word hypothesis, and now you're going to say you didn't say it.
You said hypothesis.
Yeah, okay, once again, you're going to claim you didn't say the word. That's fine. You didn't.
What the fuck?
He said thesis.
He didn't say it. Yeah. And that's why I said it was a hypothesis, not a
But then
thesis.
you're saying I said hypothesis.
No, I said there's a difference. No. What you were claiming was a hypothesis, not a thesis.
Wait, Jesse, are you drinking wine?
Yeah.
And you're right. You did not say hypothesis. You said
Are you drinking wine too?
I wish I was.
And I'm gonna start drinking some whiskey.
No, bourbon's better. Don't do the whiskey. Like have some self-respect.
Go Scotch. I'll go Scotch.
No.
Let's go. I love it.
No, get some Blanton.
Not even my
right back.
Neurotic, are you eating under me?
And
Neurotic, are you eating under me?
Yeah, be well back.
We can have like a chill.
No.
Live. Oh yeah, but you guys
gonna look up difference, aren't you?
You guys can keep talking. But yeah, I guess I'll be quiet. I don't think I'm gonna do any debates tonight. I'm just gonna be chilling and gaming.
I'll be quiet.
I don't think I'm gonna do any debates tonight. I'm just gonna be chilling and gaming.
All good and all.
Let me I'm gonna get that right. Hold on.
I'm sorry, everybody. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, go ahead.
Claims.
I was looking for a match on that one.
Talk about how women should be Christians, or how women should deconstruct. But I felt like it'd be more appropriate to speak with a Christian woman. But I couldn't find one. But I think it is interesting to hear other people's arguments for how the Bible is not such thing.
Well, just
how it is beneficial toward children.
I thought it was always interesting that God would be gender in general.
Oh, I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about the Bible being misogynistic.
Oh, well, they're talking about God, and God is a he in that book.
Oh, I agree. I think that's
so
strange too. I just talk about warning things like that are affecting people right now.
But it takes so much effort.
Yeah. My arguments like have more to do with like what Christianity, what's to do with like what Christianity, what scripture, and what like patriarchy does right now. How they affect people right now. I'm not that like educated or articulative.
I mean, who wrote the book? Was it dudes or gals?
People, men.
It was dudes. Yeah, it was straight up dudes. Nothing.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
That may have something to do with it.
I agree.
Okay.
I don't disagree.
I
don't disagree at all. I agree.
Okay.
Disagree at all.
Okay.
I'm talking about yeah. My arguments like lead more toward like why women should be deconstructed or looking at these things more critically. Like in scripture, like why it says certain things, but the reason it says certain things is obviously written by dudes. I don't do that because I don't want to like. I know it triggers people when we talk about that.
I just don't think they did book in general.
To be honest,
Most of them don't.
It's a pretty complicated book.
Slim might take you on that debate, but she's a tough opponent.
Yeah, I'm not beyond Slim level. Slim level.
What's her name?
I'll
Or
admit
you
that.
don't know that, Doctor?
I normally don't. Like, I haven't done any debates on here, so like I don't put my I don't know where I'd fall.
Yeah, I don't know where I fall either. It's interesting you want to debate the girl on that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in an afterlife, Robin?
Yes.
Of course he would. Yeah, of course he would.
Does everyone make it in there?
Do you think that the afterlife is more important than life before death? Unliving.
I wouldn't really say that we should give less focus on this life just because of the next.
Okay.
And I don't believe like this stupid fucking conception of well, if you don't believe in me, even though I literally make all of the rules, could change them, you're gonna go to a place that I created that is an eternal hell, and you have one chance. I don't believe that. I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Do you think in your view of it, does everyone make it to heaven?
Does my what?
Because you believe in the afterlife. Is that like a heaven kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
Does everyone make it?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Does everyone make it?
In this one life? I don't know. It depends. I don't think it's. I don't think it's like a binary thing of like if you make it or you don't.
He's got some crazy shit to say.
Who?
Is it about PMARS?
Yeah.
So Tom Rabbit just posted a video exposing PMARS. I mean, he was already a piece of shit to begin with, but seriously, if you go to his YouTube, if you go to his YouTube and watch the entire video, like besides the fact that he calls, a black guy the N-word, besides the fact that he is criticizing people and women in so many ways. Yeah.
He's harder.
He's criticizing people and women.
Well, I'll tell you I'm so glad you asked that question, Mona. So the video's content is so the video content starts on Clubhouse, which is another debate app, and PMARS or E-Bike is another name he goes by, similar to me. He is being confronted as being a very active member on a website that I can't say the exact name of, but it rhymes with Schmatterbait. And there are videos, photos, corroborative evidence, and in the end, he admits that yes, that was him on the app. It is him on the app. Excuse me, because and now that's not important. You can do whatever you want in your free time. Nobody cares. But the main issue is that the main demographic, his preference on the app was men to men things. Now I don't care about that. But it becomes a problem when you spend your time in the debate sphere criticizing those people, and then that turns out to be your preference as well.
Shaming women for having OFs.
Right, I forgot about that part. And then it becomes more spicy because just a day or two prior, right, on Clubhouse, the app, I don't know if anyone on the app, don't, whatever. There's a guy, his name is Trini, and Trini and him got into a heated debate. And then turned into a heated argument, and not rational reason. They just started screaming at each other, and PMARS said the N-word and many different variations of racial slurs so many times that A, I didn't even realize that many racial slurs for black people existed, and B, Tom Rabbit actually couldn't put it in the video, so there's that. So that's what's going on.
Like here's none of this surprised me. I already knew he was a POS to begin with. He's a piece of shit. He always has been. His views on like women who get SA and what should happen to them is. I mean, that's already a red flag. But I mean, the fact that he's friends with Darth, is a red flag. But this,
are you like? Sorry,
I don't know what the platform.
Sorry, are you on like
I think I know who P. Mars
a
is.
cancel P. Mars like campaign because he just like jumped up and I'm not complaining. I'm just saying.
I don't care if he's cancelable or not. I think he's uncancelable with the amount of shit that he's done. I just think it's really relevant for the subject of meta, which he typically devolves into. Right? I just think it's useful tools that you should add to your pack.
Wait, could he take the view that I am addicted to porn and therefore I want it banned? Like, what's wrong with that?
No, I'm not concerned that he's on a porn website. I actually couldn't give a fuck less about that. It's empirically true that it's more likely he was on a porn website than not, given he's not gainfully employed, has not been gainfully employed for many years, spends most of his time inside, and is just generally socially, certainly not a reject like all of us, but certainly not of the social norm type. But insofar as like the actual substance here, the substance is he's a complete and total hypocrite. In every way, in every sense, in every form and fashion. That's the critique.
So ultimately, what you're saying is what he says he does not mean.
Yeah.
Well, what if he would, let's say he smoked cigarettes, but he didn't like that about himself and he wanted them banned. Would that be a contradiction?
No, I don't care for that.
It would be how he's treating people who do smoke.
Well, what if he was speaking out against smoking in general? Like, you just
you're giving P. Mars too much credit. Like, when we say,
I don't think that people that smoke are being marginalized right now.
No, we can just grant that as well, but the point is that P. Mars has said things like, you're going to hell for being schmay. And then people say, P. Mars, are you going to hell? He's like, no, I'm going to heaven because I affirm that the one Christian God exists, or the one true Christian God, the one true metaphysical unifying principle exists. Well, there's the contradiction. Right, that's the contradiction. That's the critique, especially when it comes to normative claims. Like, you're wrong for doing X because X is schmay, but he's right for doing X, or even participates in X.
I'm generally uninterested in people's personal lives. Only their arguments.
That's fine. I understand why you would be like informed on it. The only reason I tell you this is one, it's fucking hilarious and entertaining, and two, it's just a bag of tools you can add to whenever he eventually gets out of this controversy and tries to, get meta when somebody get rhetorical.
I just don't think anyone should platform him. I mean, his views on like SA are just awful as well. He's
What's
not
his argument?
You should ask him.
Well, could you
I think that's a weird thing to say.
It's the equivalent. What's the equivalent to the view that if you essay someone, then you have to marry them. That's okay. That's somehow that's justified. That makes everything better.
I'm not
when you attack somebody and they're not here to defend themselves. I'm not for it. I understand. Like you all may not like this person. I get it. I get it.
Believe me, there are some people, the way they treat others. I mean, literally, you can see he calls another black person the N-word.
Well, and I don't agree with that whatsoever myself.
I'm just saying that, like, if anyone's going to platform, be careful, because this is the type of person he is, and it depends, like, what are you bringing to your channel, what kind of attention do you want, and what kind of people do you want to be associated with.
Yeah, I think it's important to word that information, especially when the person is platformed on all platforms. I think that's like relevant information.
What do you mean? Like, you just come on the live? That's what platforming is?
Yeah.
No, I just think. Look, I think one. If you saw the thumbnail, nobody, you would be killing yourself laughing. Like, if you saw the thumbnail, other than pure joy on my face when I see such a. There's such a joy when somebody's talking. No, not even that. The point is that when somebody talks about performative contradictions with respect to argumentation and rationale and reasoning, to see them be a literal performative contradiction is the most ironic thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't think they'll get such a revenge so sweet. honestly. So that's why I shared it. I thought it was hilarious. I think most people have a familiarity with the guy. I think that it's important enough information that most people would want to know about it.
How good debaters is he really like objectively?
What's his best?
Does
Do you have any good arguments?
He just repeats what Darth says.
He's just a classic atheist.
I'll just say right now, I'm the worst debater you'll ever meet. I'm not here to debate you. I'm here to have a conversation. So, like I am the worst debater you'll ever meet. And then I can understand there are people out there that are I can understand, like, maybe he's not a good person. I can agree with you that there are a lot of people out there that are not very good people.
I don't care if he's a good person. I think it's hilarious.
No, I think it's important if you have actually positivity or negativity in your life, and if all you're doing is just spewing negativity, I'm not going to agree with you, regardless if you think you're right or wrong.
So I think it's funny. That's why I'm sharing it.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. And I am aware of the person. It's like I said, I'm the worst debater you will ever meet. Anybody in this panel. I'm the worst debater you'll ever meet.
And you're probably better than me, to be honest.
Coco, come on, man.
Coco, what would you rate yourself? What would you rate yourself?
I've already, when it comes to tier lists, I put myself in D tier.
No, I was down there with, what's it?
Grandpa.
I was down there with, what's his name, where you wouldn't even rank him.
I'm a debater in practice. Like I'm getting better. But
No, what's your age? Don't rate him. Look, his system
rank him.
His system had somebody like Divinity. Sorry, not Divinity. Had somebody like J-Mike below somebody like.
There we go. Here we go.
I was there.
Like there's no reason or rationale behind his rankings. I'm sorry. I
just want to know his off the cuff opinion.
Coco just gave his opinion.
Yeah, like
And his ranking Cage?
No, everybody that he would debate with. It was just his opinion.
Right. But he didn't rank Cage. I don't think I saw him rank Cage. That's why I'm wondering. But also, I'm not trying to call you right now, Coco, to do this. If you don't feel comfortable, then don't.
Oh, no, you're good.
He's playing video games right now. Do you think he cares?
Yeah. I'm chilling.
He doesn't care.
Hey, what would you rank yourself?
Chilling.
Like out of who, man? Like with respect to what spaces I'm in?
Yourself. No, just I'm just as yourself as just like a self-evaluation. At that moment.
I don't rank people relative to other people, right? So I start with what I deem as best and what I deem as worst, and I put people in between those things.
Okay, and where would you put yourself?
Yeah.
Well, somewhere, if we're factoring in everybody or not everybody, every space that I'm in, somewhere like 60%. Like if you include Discord, if you include Clubhouse, if you include like the old days of Skype and everybody that made it past that, then yeah, certainly about 62% around there. But keep in mind, I'm factoring in like people that have like graduate degrees higher than mine, people that have spent 10, 15 years studying the relevant trade. But if you're just asking me people that you would know on TikTok, well, I mean, that's just a really low bar, right?
Yeah, touch it.
You okay, Chris?
Dude, Skype? That's insane. You guys were talking on Skype. You just like add each other the more you would meet each other and then like call each other?
Well, you'd be on Facebook groups and you would share Skype from there.
You've been doing this for like a decade? Are you a teenager?
No, I'm 22.
You're 22?
I said you're 24.
I am 24, about to be 25 in September, but I mean, I started debating less than like 5-6 years ago, right? And when I finished debating, Skype was like outdated as fuck. The only reason
that's what I was like 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You would have 14. You just admitted he'd be 14 10 years ago. Do you think he cared about any of this?
No. What I'm saying was he did care about any of this at 14. That's why I was confused, because Skype for me, like, doesn't even exist anymore for like over a decade. That's why I was confused. But then you were about to explain why you're using Skype.
And Pete, you may have. I shouldn't speak for you, so I apologize.
Yeah, no, I was using Skype because Discord was like new, not super new, but new enough that like the community just hadn't swapped over yet.
Mm-hmm. I see. You guys are just using that outdated ass platform.
Yeah. Like it was just something that we all moved to Discord, and then that's like the main space where sort of everybody at least has, you know, an account there. And then Clubhouse was brought on. Actually, Clubhouse came before Discord, so people would move to Clubhouse, people would move to Discord. Then everybody eventually got on the wave of Discord once they agreed with the platform and everything like that. Now everybody's mixed between Discord, Clubhouse, TikTok, things like that.
What's the other one? Do you have another one, Pete? So I can invest some money? What's the other one? Besides the three. Oh, damn it. Okay, I was just wondering.
Oh, like you guys are OnlyFans? No, I don't have a OnlyFans.
I ask other people. I ask younger people what they're using so I can invest.
I was on Discord for a couple months. And on like the modern day debate channel, and that shit was like so toxic. I was like, dude, this is like absolutely terrible.
I hope Christmas is okay.
Yeah. Did you say you have a feet finder?
I think I'll DM him that. My bad.
If you're wanting to pay for feet, like my Venmo is in my bio.
Wait, really quick. If anyone just randomly drops from the panel, I'm not kicking anybody. I think TikTok is having a glitch, or like maybe your Wi-Fi or something. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I dropped Elon. He doesn't like me anymore.
Shit, tragic.
Be able to get married.
What was the question?
Yo, that's crazy.
What was the question?
Do you think 15-year-olds should be able to get married?
No.
Well, I mean,
why not?
maybe
Do you think that other people should be trying to marry 15-year-olds?
Well, other 15-year-olds
are...
Wait, really quick. Mr. Num, dude, you were decked out.
What? Oh, Num's decked out. What's he got?
Yo,
dude,
you're like transformed into like...
Oh yeah, so basically that was my coolness. Well, I mean, it's like a new part to it that help you like transform into the shadow being that help you like pierce through like shields and stuff to make your life easier.
Can I ask what game you guys are playing together right now?
Yeah, one.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And then like Currently brain, this is me, and that is him.
What's up, yo?
Dumb.
Do you think 15-year-olds should be able to get married?
That's a good question. You know it is normalized in some cultures, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, is our culture the correct one? Or?
I mean, I think
It really...
We don't know. Something.
I think it's like maybe in some situations, like it would be fine for like young couples to get married to each other. Like I don't know about a fucking 50-year-old with a fucking 15-year-old.
You don't know about that one? That's the one you don't know about?
Oh, okay, yeah, no. I don't like it. I don't like that.
Good answer, brother.
I think in extreme scenarios that could be fine, but generally no.
Yeah.
Like if the 50-year-old is a Saudi prince and the 15-year-old is an abject poverty from Cambodia, I don't know, that might be different.
Still a no-no. In our country, they have parental consent that will allow people of younger age to get married. It's just
what is consent?
That's just Muhammad and I.
They can.
Well, in Cambodia, they literally sell their children.
Are we talking about Cambodia? You don't sound like you're from Cambodia.
Yeah, I'm not from Cambodia.
That's what I thought. So why are you talking about people from Cambodia?
Wait. Why can't I talk about Cambodia?
Well, because you're not Cambodian.
Wait. So you have to be the thing in order to...
I'm going to talk about ancient Huns.
Sure. We talk
Let's talk about ancient Greeks.
Let's
talk about ancient Greeks and what they used to do.
Sure. That's consistent with my argument. I'm not sure it's consistent with yours.
Okay, so ancient Greeks...
You can only talk about things that you're like
little boys.
As ancient Greeks, no boundaries, brother. No boundaries.
Okay.
Do whatever you want as an ancient Greek. That's fine.
That's fine.
No, you're saying
I'm
as an ancient Greek, as an ancient Greek, as you as a Cambodian, non-Cambodian, as me as an ancient Greek, non-ancient Greek, everything goes.
Wait, I'm not one more time.
Okay, you're not Cambodian. I'm not ancient Greek. But you're going to act like I'm going to act like I'm an ancient Greek citizen.
Wait, is that what I did? I act like I was Cambodian? Is that what happened?
You were answering as a Cambodian.
Wait. That actually happened in your mind?
Wait.
What does acting like a Cambodian look like anyway?
Wait. You weren't doing that.
Okay, what does that look like?
Now you're going to ask a different question.
What do Cambodians act like?
Wait, hold up, really quick. Mr. Num, that thing that you did where you turned into like a shadow creature, that reminded me of like Bleach. And you should teach me how to do it.
Okay. When did you go to all?
Yeah, like the Bleach thing, the manga. Like, dude, that was dope.
Okay. When did you go to all? 150 or something.
Oh, God.
Nice to know. I hope you have a long brother.
Man, I used to...
Oh, wow.
Those commercials. How old are you?
26.
Okay. I don't know. You unlock the core memory of me always watching those commercials.
Would you say you have to have had an abortion to have an opinion about abortion?
No, I'd say that like you should probably be able to carry a pregnancy.
In order to have an abortion.
Okay, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's have them, and they all stink, brother. But experience is a whole different thing.
Well, mine
What is that?
Let's see what your asshole has to say.
Mine smells like roses.
Yeah. So are you making an argument, or are you just?
No, that's the truth. Everybody has an opinion, and they're all like assholes, and they all stink.
So all opinions are bad?
There are some opinions that are based on truth.
Okay, so that contradicts what you said previously.
Everyone is wrong and I'm right.
I can tell you right now, me and you don't mix.
Well, yeah, you're utterly incoherent, and you're not.
I think that not everybody's opinion should bear weight on what people do.
I'm incoherent, but you can still understand what I'm saying. So
yeah, but your argument
that would mean
like you disagree with what you said like 5 seconds ago.
I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Okay. So are you?
I'm willing to admit that I'm arrogant. Also, you're not from Cambodia.
Correct. Yeah.
So I speak for Cambodians.
Would it be smart or dumb to claim that
it would be dumb to speak for Cambodians?
In order to talk about Cambodia,
it would be dumb to speak for Cambodians.
Yeah, but you understand the question I just asked, or are you slow?
I'm going to say this to you one time, young man.
Well, I can repeat what you said. Did you hear what I said?
You called me dumb.
No, I asked
you straight me dumb.
Are you slow, sir?
Okay.
Are you intoxicated or something? What's wrong?
Once again, do you want me to answer the question or not?
Do you know what the question is? Do you remember?
About Cambodians?
Yeah, so is it smart or dumb to claim that you would have to be from Cambodia in order to talk about Cambodia? Is that a smart position to take?
I think it would be more important and understanding to be Cambodian to understand what it's like to be Cambodian.
So we could just have no inkling at all about Cambodia unless we were from Cambodia. That's the claim you're making?
Is that what I said?
Well, I'm asking.
No, that is not what I said. Don't put words into my mouth.
Okay, so
I
we
may be
could
dumb.
wait.
I may be dumb. Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, so we can talk about Cambodia, even though we're not from Cambodia.
It just won't make much sense.
Wait, why wouldn't it make sense? Why should I say that
from Cambodia?
By the way,
I answered that.
But that's neither here nor there. Could I say that Angkor Wat is in Cambodia, even if I've never been to Cambodia?
Okay, I feel like we should probably relate to a country that actually does this, or maybe.
Well, this was like a random example. I could have said Iceland. I don't know.
Can I go back to the original question asked? Do you think 15-year-olds should be able to get married in America?
That was the original
question. I think that.
You think that 15-year-olds should? Okay.
And there's Lona's answer right there.
Yeah,
Is married.
Is there just feelings and emotions?
Yeah, there's no difference at all between a 15-year-old and a 21-year-old. They're all the same.
I would like to
No, that's what you're saying. They're exactly the same.
That's not what I said. You made that up.
Oh, you're gonna put? Am I putting words in your mouth now? No.
You literally just made that up.
Oh, I am, aren't I?
Yeah, you
same thing you. Same thing you.
I'm happy to defend my views, but not things you made up.
And I'm not going to talk about it.
But if you accurately guess my view, then yes, I'll just say yes, that's my view.
Your views are based on your opinions, which are like assholes, and everybody's got them, and they all stink.
Mine smells like
Except for Coco.
Are yours based on something other than your opinion?
No.
Yeah,
just as ignorant as everybody else.
Oh.
No, I said I'm the worst debater you'll ever meet, and I will admit my own ignorance.
So
will you admit your ignorance?
Oh yeah, ignorant of most things.
And will you admit your ignorance of the country of Cambodia?
I'm ignorant to some things, but probably more knowledgeable than you. Given that I've been there before many times.
All right, guys, let's be
Actually, pretty agnostic on the whole age question. Because it doesn't, like, I've tried to analyze it in terms of wrong makers, but I'm not, outside of like aesthetic considerations, I'm really unsure of what makes it wrong.
I don't think anyone has a coherent argument for why it is wrong. They'll try, but when they try, there's nothing underlying there.
I'm not even analyzing the arguments, just even some type of natural language and formal reasoning. I can't gather why it is. Like, obviously there are aesthetic considerations and like I have like that intuition, but I'm not like an ethical intuitionist about normative facts, so I don't really hold those as being normative forceful.
Yeah, like if anyone has an argument for why it's wrong, or should
let the 10-year-olds marry. It's all good.
Wait.
I'm look to just
Teen CH?
no.
15 is more reasonable than 10.
What's wrong with 10?
I'm not affirming either or.
No. I get you, man. I get you.
Can I try to give an argument?
Sorry.
Wait, so are we like talking like age in the context of America, or like different?
Yeah, we're talking America now. Can I give an argument? I think that like I think it would be wrong because that would give someone in America now. Can I give an argument? I think that like I think it would be wrong because that would give someone. I think.
Well, that. So like let's say
I don't have an argument for how that would be wrong.
Hell no, bro.
I'm just like setting my argument on. I don't know. Like I'm just like testing an argument.
I understand. Okay, so if we saying if we allow X age to marry then X age, like what I interpret you saying is if we allow X age to marry, then X age can marry any age, and that's just granted when you say you allow them to marry. I'm not entirely sure what that's doing there.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I think that when we're saying, okay, go ahead. Well, his question was like, should 15-year-olds be allowed to be married? And like, I think by allowing 15-year-olds to get married, that allows for like the 50-year-old to marry the 15-year-old.
And what's wrong with that?
Well, the first one is that.
No.
I think what he's trying to say, I think what he's trying to say is that if like 15-year-olds or 50-year-olds were to like somehow get married,
It'd be wrong. That's what
Are you asking why is it?
15 and 15.
I'm saying what makes it wrong. What's the actual argument here? Not like it's emotions and feelings. I mean, in like an actual argument.
If a 15,
Like just repeating that it's wrong is an argument, Christos, just for the
wait, so no argument like in a sense, or where two parties agree like being like married to each other, or like one.
I'm saying like if a 50-year-old and a 15-year-old when 5 got married, there's a power dynamic that's harmful.
Yeah, very.
That would be my argument.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait. That I find intelligible. Okay, so if person A and person B marry, if person A and person B marry, then there's harm ought not occur.
Might not occur?
No. No. Excuse me, harm ought not occur.
Harm should not occur. I think that yes.
List of reasons was person A and person B marry. If person A and person B marry, then harm will occur. Harm ought not occur. So person A and person B should not get married. And what should means is ought not. That's how she's deriving this like sort of normative reasoning here. But I don't think.
Yeah, I just don't know how to articulate it like that. Sorry.
What if it's net positive though? Then what?
Could it be net positive?
Well, what's the harm? Let's throw the harm in, and I can answer that question.
Power dynamic.
Are we just presupposing the harm, or is like what is it?
No, he's asking just from marriage.
Look, I asked what's wrong with eating humans, Christos. If you can't like handle this conversation, it's fine. Like I'm just asking questions here. Doesn't mean that I'm eating humans.
I was about to give you studies as for why it's bad.
Look, what he means by wrong, we're just like all I'm concerned with is bare marriage. Like, I can obviously agree if two people are in some type of abusive or manipulative relationship. Yeah, I grant that, right? But I don't understand. Presumably, people can obviously agree if two people are in a 15 and 15 can't get into a relationship. That could be abusive. They're saying they can't go through this sacrament or process or social norm or whatever. And I don't see what the wrong maker is of bare marriage.
That's what I was asking.
Me neither. What's funny to me is that these same people will say that 15-year-olds can go ahead and have sex with strangers, right? Like that's totally fine.
Okay, the idea is that the brain doesn't stop actually forming until you're about 24, 25. And I'm not saying right or wrong. When you're 15 years old, you're still learning many things. To have those type of two brains coming together where they're not fully formed, I'm not saying it can't work. The likelihood is that it won't. And I know most people here understand that the brain keeps forming until around a certain age. And until you reach that age of
maturity,
whatever word we want to put to that, that's fine. I just believe that you're kind of playing a game of RR that you really don't know what you're getting into, and it can't work out. If it does, more the power to them, I guess.
Wait, you're saying when you
If you don't know what RR is, then
none of the specific age stuff is important. What's important here is I don't know how Jesse derived an ought statement, right? I understand how she did it, but just stating that their minds are undeveloped, we're not getting any normative question there. Just from that alone, like, I agree that brains develop differently, but I don't know how we're getting some norm from just that fact alone.
We're not. And by the way,
having children marry children.
That's not even what it says. If you read, like, I would say just go Google this because I'm on my laptop. But if you actually look into the study, it doesn't say that the human brain stops developing at 25. Your brain is constantly changing.
It's on average.
No, that's not even true though. Like your brain,
there's an idea that your cells stop growing at a certain age and we start dying. That is reality.
Yeah, but there are no scientific demonstrating
Same idea with the brain. Same idea with the brain.
Stop developing. I'm sorry, that's just one person.
Your brain is part
one
of your
person
body.
interpreted the results of this, and then they that idea went viral, and it's gone through so many.
It's like we're all like little pigs, like you show on your page. Let's just start breeding it for. And then we'll work out the
that doesn't follow from anything I said at any point in time.
No. What I'm doing is bringing up your own personal experience.
Just to provide
I don't know why you're here.
You have a
why are you just tangential?
Yeah, he's just making shit up. He's bad.
You don't have pictures of little pigs on your page?
Yeah, I do.
Then I'm not making shit up. I'm not making shit up. I am not making it up, Lono.
Yeah, you are yourself.
No. Look. That's not that faith. That's called truth. That's called truth.
I think you're on your page. Rational enough to participate.
I'm not rational enough. I'm talking about your own page.
Yeah, just curiously, could you connect the dots for me?
The empirical fact is irrelevant to the normative fact. Like when Jesse said that these children, a 50-year-old is going to marry a 15-year-old, that's a natural fact, right? That's just not going to be the case. That would be the case if it happened. And I didn't understand how she was getting how that ought not occur given just team sport. But what she said that was important was if a 15-year-old and a 50-year-old marry, then harm would occur. Right?
There's still a bunch of little pigs on your page, dude. There's harm and then one difference.
Aside. Look, the harm is that normative derivative, right? If she says, if the case is a 15-year-old and 15-year-old marry, if a 15-year-old and 50-year-old marry, then harm will occur, harm will not occur. But what you're saying is, if a 15-year-old and 50-year-old marry, their brains are underdeveloped, where are we getting any type of harm directly or deductively or even inductively from any of those things? Like worst case scenario, another natural fact follows and then they get divorced. Or no.
And how would we know what the harm is between those two people?
I'm not sure there's
Yeah,
a
good
harm.
question.
None of us would know. If only they would know.
Well, look,
I don't think they demonstrated that there is harm. I think that was asserted to be true.
I'm just saying, I'm not sure there is a harm from their marriage. I agree with you that if some psychological manipulation or some negative relation happens between those two things, but that doesn't follow from marriage. I'm talking about just the social like thing of going to the altar and all of that, like that type of marriage. I'm saying I don't see what the wrong maker of that is because it doesn't follow from that there's going to be some type of manipulation or some type of negative quality, anything of the sort.
Yeah, so what is the argument?
Did you say negative quality?
Yeah, like some negative first-person subjective experience.
Dang.
Right, like they're not going to be like you take a counterfactual analysis of harm. Like if they get married, then she will be manipulated. Well, that just doesn't follow because it can be the case that they get married and she has a very fruitful and positive marriage.
So a 50-year-old female marries a 15-year-old male.
Sure.
Because I just keep hearing the one.
I don't think the gender is relevant. I think
why do we keep bringing up that certain
well, the reason we bring it up is because there are aesthetic considerations and more intuitional considerations. Because if I say the average individual, old woman, young man, the average person is going to have an intuition that that's wrong, especially something like 17-year-old, 22-year-old woman. Right? Nobody.
Like we presume that men have agency. So if a man is doing something, it's presumed that he has agency. He's a moral agent, and he can make his own decisions. With women, we kind of treat them like children. So that's why that's the case.
Who treats women like children?
True. It's absolutely true.
You treat women like children?
Not aesthetically pleasing, but true.
You treat women like children?
Yeah, I think that's right. That's a peculiar thing to say.
Well, it's true. I don't care if it's peculiar or not.
He
Like,
thinks that it's true.
So,
well, it is true, and if it's false, then let me know. Okay, explain why it's false.
Explain why it's true then.
Okay, no problem. So, for example, with the example you just gave, right? Like, so let's say there is an 18-year-old man, and he is dating a 40-year-old woman. Most people that I know, particularly most men, would say, well, yeah, he's 100% responsible for his decision in life, and he has agency, and he could, in principle, decide that he didn't like this relationship. But if it's the other direction, if the man is 40 and the woman's 18, we say, oh, manipulation. Oh, she doesn't know anything. She's young. Her brain's still developing. Blah blah blah. We make up all these reasons for why she doesn't have agency, but that 18-year-old man does.
I'm going to ask you, how many relationships do you have? I know of one where a man was 26 years older than his wife. And there was an amazing. We were like, oh, God damn her, good for you. That's what we used to say in high school. We were like, woo. I'm just wondering how many times that is acceptable or are used in society where you're going to find that age difference between either a female or a man or a man or a woman, and that is normal. How many times is that normal? Lono?
Well, what do you mean by normal?
Just statistics. Straight up statistics.
No, these are outliers.
Okay, so we're talking about literally things that do not happen very often at all.
Yeah, right.
Why are you talking about that?
Because that's the topic of discussion that I brought up.
Thank you for bringing up the outlier. Thank you for bringing up the outlier.
Okay, do you have an argument or?
No, I just appreciate you bringing up things that really don't happen very often.
Well, yeah, 40-year-olds typically don't marry 15-year-olds. That's true. 15-year-olds typically don't get married.
I appreciate you calling me dumb for things that don't happen very often. Thank you.
Well, that's not why. First of all, I didn't call you dumb. I asked a question about whether something was smart or not. Well, no, that's not what happened. It's like you're not tracking.
Yeah, you just said it again, you fucking.
You're not even tracking what actually.
Okay, you're going to bring up tracking again. You know what?
Well, you're not tracking.
You don't even have to understand what you're talking about.
You're not making arguments here. You're expressing personal opinions about me. I'm not even interested. So are you.
So are you.
I'd rather not talk to you.
You are so
I have no thoughts or opinions.
That is an opinion that you're saying.
I'd rather not talk to you. That's possible.
Well, I
still like to engage in this conversation. I just don't
so
want to
about something that you said does not happen very often.
Yeah. So we can talk about.
Why don't we talk about sun's going supernova?
That's an outlier.
That's an outlier question. Sun's going supernova. Don't worry very often.
Can we agree that we might say it's wrong? We can say it's wrong for two 15-year-olds to marry, but what we mean by that is that they're probably going to experience some type of, some trials or tribulations that just make their life more difficult. And in virtue of it being more difficult, they just shouldn't do it. But that's not moral language, right? It's not wrong for two 17-year-olds to marry each other in the same way that it's not wrong for two 21-year-olds to marry each other. But we're saying it's wrong for the 17-year-olds to marry each other because it's going to make things like high school, college, financial things a lot harder. And it might be less wrong for the 21-year-olds to marry each other because they've already gone through things like college and, established themselves at least a tiny bit financially.
I don't know if the 17-year-olds have to graduate at college.
Now, I'm sure there's an argument for why it's morally wrong. I just haven't run into one yet.
No one has presented one. What are you talking about?
No, P, that is an I agree with you.
Oh, yeah, that is
interesting there. Like, I have no problem with what you just said.
The best they're able to muster is some kind of expression of emotion and feeling. Like, there's no actual argument.
I'm not sure.
Did you interact at all? How do you feel about the possibility of a power dynamic? So, that's my argument.
I'm not even sure that's wrong in the first place. Like, I'm not sure that we can ever have exactly equal power in any human relationship.
Yeah. So I'm not talking about power. I'm talking about the harm that comes from power dynamic.
Like, what do you mean by that?
Control.
Like a 50-year-old marrying, like a 5-0-year-old marrying a 5-year-old.
Wait, hang on a second. So those are two different things. Which one are we going to start with, 5-year-old or 15-year-old?
I said the 5-0-year-old. I'm trying to articulate it. Apparently my mic is lower, and so I'm trying to articulate it. So I'm saying 50. I'm saying 5-0-year-old and 15-year-old. Like that. When I say 5, I'm saying like 5-0.
You know? Wait. And what's your question?
Yeah. Like, do you not think that there'd be harm from a power dynamic within that relationship?
Necessarily, no. Like, you would have to be more specific than that. But just saying that just because someone is smarter than another, that's automatically bad. No.
Okay, a 50-year-old doesn't mean you're smarter than a 15-year-old. First of
all, wiser. Like whatever.
Age doesn't equal wisdom.
This guy, Lono, what I'm going to tell you is that 50-year-old has probably got a full-time job. He's probably got a house. He's probably making all the money. That 15-year-old hasn't even have a driver's license yet, and you're going to compare them as the same.
That's your argument. I don't think I've ever seen that they were the same.
No. There's no difference at all. There's no power dynamic at all.
Wait. Is that what I said? Did anyone else?
What did you say? What
did you say?
No, he wanted to know what the problem with power dynamic was. He wanted to know what the problem was. Well, you're saying that there's no problem with power dynamic.
I have not taken hallucinogens since you were fucking born, dude.
Damn. Yeah, but I don't know if you're intoxicated or you're slow. Wait. I honestly don't understand.
Okay, you can call me slow, dumb, whatever you want. I've taken hallucinogens since you were fucking born. Since you were
Can we talk about this without you interrupting? Is that okay?
Then quit.
Can I answer her question? Is that okay with you?
Poking me then.
Okay, just stop talking and let me and Jesse hash this out.
Quit poking me then, okay?
Jesse, could you repeat the question, please?
You don't think there's a problem with the power dynamic amongst 50 and a 15-year-old being married?
Per se, no. You have to be more specific. I'm not going to grant that there's automatically a problem here.
The fact that one has a job, one has a driver's license, one has experience, one does not. One is still in high school, one is still developing mentally, physically. You don't think that's a problem?
No, not per se. It could be a problem, but not just based on the information you get.
I just think you need therapy.
Why do you think that?
Well, I think you need to be on a list.
Damn. What is list? I don't know what that means.
I think you need to be on probably a PDF file list or something. Like, honestly. Like, that's what I get from like these questions.
For having a different opinion?
Yeah, I do. That's exactly what I do.
Okay. All right, well, contact the FBI, I guess. Like, I don't know. So you don't have an argument, right?
I wasn't paying attention.
I did.
Well, she crashed out, basically. Like, I answered her question.
Hey, hang on a second. I've been here several times. I've crashed out plenty of times. This is not a crash out. Plenty of people here can attest that I've not called you a bitch. I've not called you a two-old ex-wife. I've not called you any. I've not called you any of the typical crash out things that I normally do. So no, I told you. I don't have anything else to say. I don't know what else to say to somebody.
Well, that's a crash out.
No, it's not. You can call it an L. You can call it whatever you want. But when you say that, like, hang on, I can explain my fucking self. So when you say that, like, I don't see a problem with the fact that a 50-year-old has a driver's license, life experience, and has all these differences in a 15-year-old that's different in physical development, mental development, and all these things, and you don't see an issue with that. At that point, I don't see any need to continue an argument. Like, I think you need to know that's just my all I said was I did because there's a power dynamic in the fact that one has like a life experience, a driver's license, one is still in high school, one is still developing physically and mentally, and I think that's harmful. And you said, what's the problem with that? And I don't know how to respond.
No, I said, why is it harmful, Jesse?
Why is it harmful? Because of the developmental differences and the experience differences. That would be control.
Wait,
that would be how someone would. Yeah, I think control is a problem. Control is bad. But control is bad because that affects how someone's making their own decisions. That controls how someone's making decisions on their own. With their own, it controls someone else's autonomy in some cases. It controls someone else's decision making. Yes,
all the time, without exception.
No.
So like if I was in traffic and I'm not
talking about that. We're talking about
so not all the time, right?
Okay, not all the time.
Oh, okay. So sometimes then.
But that's I still don't think that's control. I don't think own our children.
So we're not controlling our children when we physically prevent them doing things. That's not control.
We're protecting
them. What's control?
Wait, did you bring a friend?
Manipulate.
It's not just smoke cigarettes.
Okay, I'm not going. Like we're going way far away from the being a 50-year-old. You can't hear someone else about it. It goes far away.
Yeah, like
maybe I'm not. I am. That's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm not competent enough. Maybe I'm not competent enough. Then.
No,
does anyone else have an argument?
Yeah, control's an illusion, and you think you're smarter than you actually are.
Well, okay.
I would hold that. You know what? It's great to learn things from people who know. It really is.
Okay. What could I have learned from this?
That's for you to know and you alone, brother.
Okay, well,
I don't walk your path. I don't walk your path, brother. That's your path.
So do you have an argument or not? Like that's
an argument about what? You being a dickhead?
Yeah, representation of anything I could.
You're a dickhead and I'm stupid. That's
okay. Well, again, I don't care how you feel about me.
I don't care how you feel about me then.
I don't feel any type about you.
Why would I care about you?
You're not important to me. I only care about
important to me. Well, you know what?
Okay, great. So what's your argument? You have one?
You are actually important to me.
Okay, what do you have an argument? Do you have
no compassion for anybody else? You only want to speak your opinion.
Hey, is it
like I said, you are just going to keep on spewing your nonsense.
Is it diamond square piece?
My name is just a monologic expression. It's just possibly necessary that P is. You can just call me P or whatever.
P. Okay, got it. So I have a counter argument.
I have heard like arguments with like some type of anti-realist where maybe some type of like old cultural relativist, and they just say X is wrong if and only if it violates societal norms. And marrying between people that age violates societal norms, and obviously to take issue with that, it's just not actually take issue with the normative dilemma, but more so the normative framework it's operating under. So I'm not even sure if that is potent enough.
Are you aware of any argument that was presented here in this live that would, I don't know, change my view or your view?
Well, no, I'm certainly not informed on how bearing marriage is wrong. I think oftentimes marriage has been associated with other types of things, like a relationship, but I don't think that follows from marriage. I don't take marriage to be some type of relationship. I usually just take it to be some like event or something similar to like going to a fun concert or something, right? Like people go to work all the time on Thursday or Wednesday. Go to work Thursday, get off work, get married, and then go back to work Friday. It's like a regular event in people's lives. What is already pre-existing is a relationship.
Let's boogie.
Pete, can I? And you don't have to answer me. Can I ask your age?
Yeah, 24.
Okay, and Lono, you do not have to answer me. Can I ask your? I think it was around that same age. Correct?
No, I'm 40.
You're 40. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
Pete, I appreciate your answer. Lono, at 40 years old, you should know better.
No better. What does that mean? Just share your opinion.
You just should. You just should.
It means you just should be a bitch. It means you should
You should be a Christian conservative.
And you know what? I think wave function particles are much more interesting than any of this. But I'm a dumbass, so maybe I don't know anything. But let's talk about it.
Do you understand why this
Once again, Lono,
it's because like certain topics are above the rationality.
Yeah, talking about how 50-year-olds are making
what's wrong with raising?
That's right. Sometimes talking about a 50-year-old marrying a 15-year-old is such a
I talk about all kinds of
it's high vibration. It's what bitches like you and perverts like you like.
She's emotionally.
No, I can have emotion and logic at the same time. No, I can have emotion and logic at the same time.
You're expressing your feelings.
I'm about me bullshit. Get marked on your knees and talk about this submission. You should worry about.
I'm going to claim that
you shouldn't marry African American and go do something fucking productive with your life. Go get a job. Go talk to your college. Probably left you for another man. You're probably fucking your kids and advocating
Careful.
Okay.
I'm trying to gain control. Okay. Mr. Nunum, did you solve that puzzle back there?
Yeah, I solved it.
Oh, that's
yes. Should we discuss TikTok and we need to watch the language, the cursing and everything?
Yeah. Like, please be mindful because
I sort of feel it was like if you say can 215 or should two 15-year-olds being friends is wrong, and that's even being charitable given friendship is some type of relationship, or at least describes some type of relationship. Maybe is more apt to put it. I don't view friendship being of any particular type. You can have good friendships, bad friendships. It's just a description of the relationship you have with somebody. I don't take that to be like morally wrong or morally good. I just kind of take it to not be using moral language in the same way that people say, should two people get married, or should two 15-year-olds get married, or two 15-year-olds married. I don't take that to be like moral language you might invoke, more or less just natural language. Like, it might be bad because of X or Y, but bad isn't moral.
And P, like the whole discussion with me, with two 15-year-olds, I can understand that more than I can a 15-year-old and a 50-year-old. But Lone, the pig, doesn't see a difference in those two things. And that is where I think the discord has come from, is that I can understand two 15-year-olds, even though they're very young, and they probably should maybe, give it a few more years. Maybe. And I'm not, they can get married if they want, if their parents agree, like that's allowed. But if you allow a 50-year-old, or let's say a 60-year-old, get married to a 15-year-old, those are two very different things. And Lone the Pig is basically stating that they aren't.
No way.
I can understand something that you're saying.
You want to know what's wrong with control, dude.
I understand why.
You never answered that question either.
I understand why that's intuitively wrong. Because when I hear 50-year-old or 50, right, I'm supposing that in this person's age, they have some type of epistemic access that the younger individual doesn't have. And insofar as that, they're already put at an advantage where they're able to sort of manipulate this individual. That doesn't mean they're necessarily going to do that, but I do certainly have now reason to be at least skeptical of the relationship. Like I might lean towards being wrong. I still don't know if that's using moral language though, but I do see that when you say this 50-year-old, he should know better. Like language like that is just saying like, you have access to the types of things this person has yet to experience, and with that knowledge, you should act differently. But I'm still
I'm not emotionally invested in the subject in any kind of way. So for me, like if somebody presented a good argument, I could easily just change my view. But that's never happened.
Yeah, we know you think you'll be able to fight 50-year-olds.
You were obviously emotionally invested if you brought up the subject.
No, that's non-sequitur.
You just bring up random nonsense for the fun of it.
Yeah, like
random nonsense gets us nowhere.
That's a normal question in philosophy.
Lono, nonsense gets us nowhere.
Well, I mean, I think this is like nonsense, man. At 40 years old, I think I've exclusively demonstrated that at this point.
You know what? Logic does not apply all the time. And if you want to
have a dialogue, like I would say you're not even intellectually capable of having a dialogue.
No.
Is that it?
Do you have a master's degree?
Well, how would that be?
Oh, you don't, do you?
How would that be rational? What on earth would that have to do with anything? Suppose I had a PhD, what would that prove?
You don't.
Wait, suppose I did, what would that prove?
You don't.
Okay, so you just can't even answer
Okay, guys, please.
That's right. He's bad faith, and
it's not bad faith, and you have
you're emotionally invested, and you're expressing that's all you're doing. You don't have an argument. You're not even interested in engaging.
I am showing hydrogen wave function. You idiot.
Well, what's that got to do with the topic?
I'm bringing up my own topic because I don't like yours.
Okay, well again, you're emotionally invested and you
I
you insist on proving me
6-year-old getting married.
Wait, what?
I would much rather talk science.
Well,
What about the hydrogen wave? I don't know about the hydrogen wave, but I'd rather talk about
these are difficult hard subjects, and they might be above your rationality. That's fine. Just admit you can't have a rationality. Just admit it.
Go talk
if you
to
admit it,
someone
I'll
else.
stop talking about it.
I'll admit I'm a dumbass and I have ignorance.
No, that's not the claim. The claim is that this particular topic, you're unable to have a rational conversation.
Your topic does not matter to me.
So if we take the L, does that mean that Lono takes the W and you'd be able to date 15-year-olds now?
Yeah, go ahead and leave.
Wait, what? Hold on.
I'll take the L. I'll take the L.
Secondly,
I
I'm
don't
not
Go ahead and leave.
Anyways, this has nothing to do with
We
me.
lost. Leave.
Yeah, I'll take an L.
What are you talking about?
You win. You win.
No,
Yeah, 15-year-olds marry 15-years. Yeah, go do it.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
lose.
Wait, you understand what I'm asking you or no?
I don't really care.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm just my head is down. I can't even like answer questions.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. And you didn't trigger me. You couldn't trigger me.
Go raise your pig and enjoy your day. You win.
Yeah, I'm not interested in any kind of social validation.
You win.
That doesn't interest me at all.
You win. You wanted to win.
I'm only interested in counter arguments.
Oh, you're
I don't have one.
But do you have one?
No.
Of course not. That's my point.
My counter argument.
Go check off now. You got
that. You won.
What the fuck?
Go ahead and leave. And raise your
hand. What did I win? I'm confused.
I'm not sure what that came up here.
Wake up in the morning and jack off or whatever you're going to do. We take the L.
Oh, tomorrow I'll be at the
White House pig in his mouth.
I actually have
in his backyard. And you win, man.
Nobody, if we put our L together, we might have almost capital L.
That's a double L.
That's double L, dude. You're winning. You got double L. I'm so down.
Hey, Coach, is this what your life is like? Is it just petty, gossipy type bullshit? I always
Can we talk about something other than a 50-year-old married a 50-year-old? We talk about hydrogen.
I mean, it might be a hard topic for you, Jesse, but like for me, this is not a hard topic. Like, this is easy.
Okay, let's go to L.
It's not difficult. I don't get why
I'm really dumb. I took the L. It's fine. Like, let's talk about
well, it's not that you're dumb. You're just irrational. Those are two different
things. I'm irrational.
You
I took the L.
and be irrational.
That's fine. I'll take the L. I want to talk about
like you could have a really high IQ and just be emotionally
okay, and I'm emotionally invested. That's fine. I'll take the L.
Emotions are, you know what?
Okay, well then stop talking and let us discuss it.
Right, I'm on the panel. Like a lot of people want to talk about something different other than 15-year-olds being married.
Wait, is that the consensus? Me and Mr. Num Num, would you guys like to talk about something else?
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, let's talk about something. It's funny in a strange, rarity way, honestly. Like
okay, I think
no, it's my turn to bring up a topic. I think in suffrage. In men's suffrage. I'm down.
Okay, let's debate it.
Fucking politics.
So what are the costs of ending men's suffrage?
What are the costs? I don't know. I'm worried about
You never really thought about your argument?
No, I didn't. I'm just bringing up something really inflammatory, just like you did.
Well, that's not triggering me in any kind of way.
Okay, well, let's talk about something else. It didn't work. It's another topic.
I'm just saying it's basically impossible for you to trigger me.
That's fine. Let's do something else. Someone else can think.
I'm just not an emotional person.
That's fine.
That would make you a psychopath.
How do I turn away from this?
Having control over your emotions.
Having no emotions makes you a psychopath.
Wait, did I say I have no emotions, or
That's exactly the word you said.
Oh, so I'm not an emotional person means I have no emotions?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Does everyone agree with that claim?
I have
whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
I'm not an emotional
I
person.
don't know.
Do you guys like take any specific types of views about ethics? Like, do you guys think that when people use moral language, they're saying some type of thing that can be true or false?
What was the question again, Pete?
I'm not familiar with meta-ethics, so that's something I'll have to listen to for a while.
Yeah, it's a fancy word that has two parts, and they're saying, well, actually, the word, excuse me, that's not even the correct word I should have used. The word I should have used was much larger, much more scary. It's meta-normative ethics, which is just a big word that discusses if moral propositions are true or false, which is a view called cognitivism, or if you think they're not true or false, which is called non-cognitivism.
I guess we hear this a lot, like with like AB debates and stuff. I guess that's what people are referring to then, like meta-ethics.
Not entirely this, like I said, meta-ethics is the wrong word to use. It should be meta-normative ethics, just describing the types of commitments somebody might take. Like if you think that the statement you should not, or harming babies for fun is wrong, if you take that to be a true statement of the world, then you'd be a cognitivist. But if you just take it that somebody's expressing some non-cognitive content, then you take it that you're non-cognitivist.
How is there 20
Quick question. Is there like a word for both?
Yeah, non-cognitivism is the view that moral propositions aren't truth apt, and cognitivism is the view that moral propositions are truth apt.
Did you say non? What was the first one?
Non-cognitivism.
Okay, thank you.
So that's like yes and no.
No, it's just that if I say the statement, kicking babies for fun is wrong, they just take it that what that person is actually trying to say, if you were to reduce it down to its most fundamental form, is boo kicking babies, or some type of thing like that. Some type of content that's no longer a proposition.
I'm like that word penguins.
Which penguins?
Yes. I only think
What the penguins do to you?
Is that what got
Thanks for bringing some levity, Mr. Num. Thank you.
Close.
Thank you.
Because no problem, man. Because let me tell you something. One time I was in my tent, comfortable, all sleepy and nice, and I had my precious food right next to me. I was going to devour that Subway sandwich, and then a few moments later, a penguin was rushing in the tent, looking at me, and I'm looking at it, looking at back at me. It was looking at food. I was looking at it, looking at my food, and it ate my food. No, it took it and then it ate my food while I was running. I was tasting it. So yeah, they're evil. They're evil.
Were you camping in Antarctica?
Something like that. I was on an expedition actually.
Okay.
This
is a trap for the penguins, bro.
That's what I'm trying to do, man.
Wow.
This
That's crazy. I feel terrible for doing that.
That's why I had to get one friend who was like in the military. Like he had like references and stuff. Doing right now.
Hire mercenaries to unalive these penguins.
It's for the greater good.
I don't know if that's true. They started on this too.
Penguins started it. It's so funny. We use moral language all the time, and nobody has any idea of it. Like when you say, "Oh, this is just a means to an end," well, there's fucking Kant appearing up again. If you say, "Oh, it's for the greater good," oh, there's just consequentialist things. Or if you say, "You know, what you did wasn't good, but it certainly wasn't bad." There's some like, "Oh, okay, it's crazy."
What I would say is like weapons. You were bringing me back to my logic class, literally like 30 years ago. And I will admit that like I need to like I'm rusty. I'm rusty, brother. I need to like freshen up on my logic sometimes.
Just start arguments with your wife, I promise you.
I know. I'm not going to disagree with you there, P. Logic is
I also nice looking like little cousins downstairs to justify for breaking my leg. That's a trampoline.
It has its purpose, P. It does have its purpose.
Saying things like, you can't do that just because one person expressed some property that you dislike doesn't mean all the persons of this set expressed this property. And you say that's fallacious reasoning. All of a sudden you're on the couch. I don't even know.
Are you on their side?
Is that what happened? He's bringing up why you shouldn't bring it up.
Okay. They pushed me down there, and they laughed at me. So I pushed them down this and I laughed at them.
An eye for an eye? Well, that's specifically religious, but the idea that what people do to me, I can do to them, that's like a general idea. But I'm not extreme. The only thing I don't read...
Yeah. For me, I think I read political. I try to have compassion for everybody, and I can be an a-hole. I'll admit it.
Me too.
Like I do have my opinions, I do have my beliefs, and when people say that I'm being triggered, in many ways, I think they're trying to trigger me. It's not that I'm being triggered, it's that they're just being that way to try and get that out of me. Mm-hmm. And I could be a better person at times.
Me too.
Yeah, I think that I'm a bitch a lot, and I think I'm called a bitch a lot, but I think I'm called a bitch more than I'm called wrong. I think people like to divert from like, I think people like to just say that people are being emotional or being triggered, as opposed to like interacting with an argument. I think it's really dumb.
How would you know if you were triggered or not?
How would I know if I'm triggered or not?
Yeah.
I know. I was triggered a little bit ago. I can be triggered and have emotion and logic.
Oh, so it was true when I said that you were triggered.
Yeah, but what does that mean? What does that matter?
Well, it means that you're emotionally invested in a topic. I'll give you a great example. I can, under normal circumstances, I can very easily do the trolley problem in most situations. But if we change the parameters and now one of the people I need to sacrifice is my daughter, I'm not going to be able to think rationally. I'm not going to be able to give you coherent, valid, rational responses because I'm too emotionally invested in my daughter. I can't even do it.
Right, but I feel like I was giving, I feel like I was giving you rational answers for 15-year about a 15-year-old married a 50-year-old by I was using logic and reasoning.
You
And that's
really,
a pretty like
because I was asking real simple questions, like basic questions. You know, like
I was
why is
really simple answers too.
No, you really weren't. You started attacking me immediately.
All right. We all have egos. And
Yeah, I don't
if
understand
anybody
why.
here can disagree with that one, please tell me.
I agree with y'all have
Okay, so we all have egos. We all have this sense of self and a sense of what we believe to be true. Does that make it so?
No.
Does my belief make a proposition? No.
Yeah, okay. Great answer. Lono, what about you?
I don't know how anything I said would lead you to that conclusion.
You don't even want to answer it. You don't even want to answer the question. That explains you. What about you?
Yeah, I can be sometimes. I can't remember where I could be. Well, I mean, in certain situations, it kind of depends on where I could be egotistic.
Okay.
Oh, wait, that's the question? I thought the question was belief make truth.
That's not what he asked at all. No, it's not.
Isn't that what he answered?
Yeah, I answered the question. Does belief in a proposition warrant or make true that proposition? I thought that's what I was saying. Maybe I didn't hear.
Yeah, I thought that was the question too.
Oh, I was answering nobody's question. I think nobody might have like reworded possibly what P said. I don't know though.
P just interprets through logic, and I appreciate that, P. It's all good. It was the question, and you answered it honestly.
Wait. Was it truth makes belief, or was it everyone has egos?
Well, everyone does have an ego. That wasn't a question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it is what I thought it was, the one that he answered.
Is that it? Oh. Sorry, I'm talking in the video game.
I know you are. Coco. It's all good.
Yeah. I think so. Oh no, we have to defeat the other guy. I forgot there was another guy we got to defeat.
And nobody's just for the record, I do bring up emotionally charged topics, but those are the hard questions. Those are the things I'm attracted to. So I'll ask a question like, what's wrong with raising human beings for meat? And I understand how this makes people feel, but it's not my goal to trigger people. They're just getting triggered. I can even ask something like, what's wrong with eating dogs? It's not that I'm eating dogs. I'm asking a question.
Have you ever raised human beings for feed?
Yeah, for meat. Like, what's wrong with raising humans for meat? Like, what are the pros, what are the cons, what are the
arguments? I'm asking you if we've ever truly done that.
Have human beings ever eaten
raised other human beings for meat?
I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, honestly, like, unfortunately, during American chattel slavery, there was a cookbook for people.
Well, I'm not saying that we have not engaged in the act of actually eating.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, but they didn't. I don't think there's people farms.
Yeah, the idea of actually raising people like they do cows. I'm not sure that's ever happened.
Yeah.
No, I'm not asking if it happened. My question is,
we're asking hypotheticals of things that don't exist.
No, I'm asking what's wrong with it.
Are you guys talking about
is it wrong?
All right. At first off, like you wouldn't even answer my question dealing with the ego, but okay, whatever.
No. I'm sorry. I thought it was the other question. I thought we already established that the question that he answered was in fact your question. But okay.
He did answer it.
No. He answered.
We all
raising for their meat wouldn't raise people wouldn't raise people for their meat until owning them as property. I think owning people
for meat.
Raising people. I think owning people's property is wrong, and I think owning people's property would be required for that.
Like this is wild, dude.
I didn't even hear what Jesse said because you keep interrupting.
No, my mic is low.
No. You were talking and then he started talking. So what was your question again?
I wasn't asking a question. I would just say that it's wrong because that would tell you own people's property. I think owning people's property is wrong.
Why is that wrong?
Why is owning people's property wrong?
Yeah.
Because that they have no control over their body. They have no control over what happens to them. I think that's unethical. I think it's immoral. I think I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
I'm gonna switch my wizard.
Okay. I mean,
okay. So you think wrong means things that you don't want to happen to you, or
I mean that's what empty is. You know what that is?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's the empathy aspect of it. I think it's multifaceted. As to why I would not want to be owned property.
Okay,
why we should know
not want to be owned, but that doesn't actually prove that it's wrong to own you. Like I don't want to be eaten by other animals, but it doesn't prove that
why does it have to be proven
is wrong or that me eating them is wrong. Like that's just me expressing.
Why does it have to be proven to be wrong? And what measurements are we using?
Well, is it true that that's wrong, or do you just feel that way?
Jesse's asking good questions.
I feel that way.
Oh,
okay. So like, by what metric? By what metric? Like, are we using? Like to say
no. I'm asking you. I don't know what your moral views are, or
I wouldn't want that to happen to me. I think that like one reason I think that would be wrong is because I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
Do you?
That's not the only reason. I do eat meat. I'm not a vegan.
Would you like to be eaten by other animals?
If my body's not here, I could care less.
No, like if
I passed away, I could care less.
Wait, but what if they like deleted you and ate you? Would you like that?
I wouldn't be here to experience that.
So you're not sure whether or not you'd like to be killed by an animal?
Oh my god.
You know anybody that would? Can you tell me someone who would?
No, I'm asking you.
I don't want to answer to that. My answer to that would be I don't want to live in pain, so no, I wouldn't want that.
Okay, so you don't want that to happen to you, and yet you're doing it to animals, right?
I think that the animals, if they're alive, their meat should be done humanely. I don't argue for veganism. I'm not going into that.
No, I understand that. I'm saying you don't have a counter argument, and it's you're utterly.
No, you're taking arguments to it. Like we started by why shouldn't we raise people for to eat?
Yeah.
You're taking it to really.
You're asking what I want to happen to me, and I asked you, okay, well, would you like to be eaten by another animal? You did so, but then you're not saying eating animals. That's all the inconsistency.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Do you just like sure? Okay, I still think it's wrong. Like, what is that?
I want people to understand that that's not the ethically. They're not saying it's wrong to eat it. That's not what they're saying. They get that for free from their prior commitments, and that commitment is that it's wrong to cause suffering to like some type of sentient creature. And like a lot of ethical vegans don't really give a shit if you find like fresh roadkill and you decide to eat that. Nobody cares.
Yeah,
I just get the.
Yeah, that's not even what we're addressing here. Like, do you want me to put her logic into a syllogism? Maybe that would help. But basically, she said the thing that makes it wrong is that you wouldn't want it to happen to her. So I then asked the question, okay, would you like to ask if you wanted to kill someone? He said no. That's not wrong. So again, that's totally inconsistent.
Is anyone here vegan? Can I ask, please?
Yeah, go
ahead.
Hold on.
You're just saying, Jesse, that X is wrong if and only if Jesse disapproves of X.
Say it again?
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Is that happening?
I was just asking if that was
It's a different thing.
I mean, that's what it is.
Check that out.
And if anybody like really wants to like genuinely engage, maybe someone tell me what the fuck I'm doing wrong to come to a different conclusion instead of just circle jerking yourself. Instead of circle jerking yourself, it's like how much smarter you are than me.
I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than you.
Okay, well then, like, change my way of thinking. Like, give me a different perspective of coming to my conclusions. Like, give me, interact with my thinking. Interact with my thinking instead of jerking your fucking any fucking dick off and just like interact with it. Give me a different perspective. I'm not. I am. I know it's exactly what's coming. But give me a different perspective. I'm getting nothing fruitful from any. I'm interacting honestly, and you're doing nothing to interact with me other than fucking what I'm saying and acting like it's dumb. And you can give me a different perspective and give me a different line of thinking. You can give me a different logic to go off of. You can do that. Did you know that?
Okay, well, yeah, I'm trying to do that. I don't know.
Well, then you can do that now. Thank you.
Like first of all, we gotta apologize and figure out where you're at mentally. Okay, so are you prepared?
Do you know where I'm at mentally now? I'm prepared. I'm fucking prepared. I'm pretty fucking prepared. Can you go ahead and do it?
Okay, so real quick, do you see the inconsistency in your view? Yes or
no? No, I don't.
No, you don't. Okay, so can I point it out to you? Is that okay? Is that allowed?
It's allowed.
I don't know what's going to trigger you. That's
oh my god. Why are you worried about me being triggered? Like, why are you so scared?
Go ahead and eat me. No. Go ahead and eat me. I don't care.
Wait, is anyone vegan in this panel?
No, I'm literally a cattle rancher.
Because there's vegan arguments going around. I'm vegan, so when I started hearing some of those examples, I was like, oh, I gotta come up.
And Rada, you know what? I don't like the way you live. It's good.
I affirm vegan ethics, but the problem, Jesse,
you said you don't like the way I live. What did you say?
No, I said I affirm vegan ethics, but when I said
no, I was sorry. I just wanted Luno, the pig. Did you say you did or didn't?
No, I'm not vegan.
Okay, so I thought someone said they, other than Cage, that they didn't like the way I lived, they did.
No, Rada, what I said is I have no problem with the way they live. I'm literally a cattle rancher.
Okay.
Jesse, the critiques people are going to have that type of view is you're giving some view of like age relativism, which is just the view that like X is true relative to some agents' stances. It's more of a like an umbrella category that encompasses things like other big words like cultural relativism, which is the view that social norms and traditions dictate what is good and bad, or subjectivism gets thrown around a lot. And my issue is that, I mean, I'm a realist with respect to that, but if X is wrong, or X is wrong if and only if Jesse disapproves of X, well, presumably, I'm not even sure how we're taking that truth, because I don't understand the standard traditional sense of truth, wherein they're just saying that for some proposition to be true, there needs to be some type of being in the world, or some type of object in the world that truth makes, or corresponds to P. And I don't understand that, because in other domains and disciplines, right, we have just analytic or necessary, actually no, we should say necessary truths, things like 1 + 1 = 2 gets thrown around a lot. There's nothing in the world that affirms that it's true, right? It just is true through the formal system we're using. I view moral propositions somewhat similarly. I view them as having baked in normative reasoning, wherein those normative propositions are just necessarily true, given that the referent just refers to that normative reasoning. And obviously, that's not true of all propositions, but it's true for some where you say, eating a living 6-year-old as it's still conscious. That's just, there's no normative reasoning that's pragmatic wherein one could justify that. Which just means it's necessarily true that that ought not occur. But you wouldn't affirm that, right? You would dispel with all that normative reasoning type of stuff and just say, well, if I disapprove of it, then it's wrong. But somebody else could approve of it, dispelling that reasoning and say it's good.
Why is this so long?
Thank you, B. And I appreciate the fact that you weren't jerking off to just thinking you were cooking.
Oh my god.
So I appreciate that.
That's not even what I was doing.
No, I wasn't even talking to you.
You had to calm down first.
I was telling you I don't have to calm down for shit. Thank you.
Well, again, how can we have a conversation?
Calm down. Calm down.
Like, how is that possible?
Talk someone else. Calm down.
Like, I'm not mad at you.
I'm not sure you really want to have a conversation.
I don't feel any type of way about you. Like I can talk to you
yourself and enjoy
It's just like you gotta be rational to have a dialogue. It's a requirement. You can't talk about things you're sure.
enjoy talking to yourself, Lono.
Well, I can talk to other rational people. I mean, they exist. You're not up to tell me.
Guys, hold up. Is this mission supposed to be this long?
Which is crazy. I think we're in the chamber, right? If so, this should be short.
That's what she said. Sorry.
It's taking a long time.
No, you don't apologize. That's a good time. Good question, Coco. I don't know.
Do you know how many battles that we've been having?
That was a logical question, actually.
Question. I think 30, 10, 15.
Probably 15. Sorry, guys. Geeking out. Dude, by the way, you're the goat.
Oh, I get a lot. Right. Sometimes I just try to get rid of negative energy, and it worked. So anybody ask any questions they want, I am stupid. I will admit it. I don't have all the answers. Let's play the cowbell.
Oh, many enemies.
They were all good at something.
I'm not. I'm just kidding.
I wish you guys all played this game so we could all play it.
What? We're all playing at the same time?
Yeah.
Yes, I feel like literally carry all right now.
Like,
Damn.
really could.
It's not my really that bad right now, though. I have an AirPod in.
I'm not
that
here.
Okay.
It's fine.
Jesse, you've been well. There was that, like, yelling at you.
For some reason, I feel like we're doing this all over again. Like, I hope we're not. I hope we didn't restart.
No. I said hey to Jay. Jay didn't even say anything bad. The only reason I was doing the mic check is because Jay didn't say shit back to me. And I'm about to get pissed. I am about to be triggered.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey.
No way.
I was reading something. Some jackass sent me. It's like freaking like 3 paragraphs long and I think it's so complicated that it took me like 3 hours to summarize it. I'm not gonna say who that jackass was, Tim. I mean, shit.
I don't know what happened. Like yeah, I think I left the room or something and it like fucked it up. I don't know.
For the sake and in solidarity of Lonos, I just want everybody to know that me and Nobody's took a double L earlier. So I just need everybody to know. So, yeah. We took a double L.
He was straight winner of that debate. He
We'll
won.
try to finish this up and then call it a day.
Oh, okay. Got.
But anyway, yeah, you guys can continue. We're just talking. Well,
I know you're talking wizard stuff. Go.
Thank you. I do appreciate you interacting. I do appreciate you interacting. I'm just like I'm trying to like have these arguments and trying to test my own logic and my own reasoning and arguments for these things. So
That's good.
I appreciate it.
What's the argument now?
Nothing now. He just thought he was arguing that 50-year-olds should be able to marry 15-year-olds. That's all.
He was marrying. He was arguing the affirmative?
Yeah. Well, hang on. To be fair, he said should 15-year-olds be allowed to be married? My argument was no, because that would then open up the door for a 50-year-old, 50 to be able to marry a 15-year-old. And then he was like, "What's wrong with that?" I brought up power dynamic. And he was like, "What's wrong with that?" I brought up control. He wants to know what's wrong with that, and my panties did get in the wad over that. So
I think he didn't get what you were saying. Maybe
Well, maybe I don't get where he was going with that. But I'm
my
willing to
pan's
work
been
on
a
it.
lot too. My pan's
Yeah.
been a
Well,
lot too.
it's also it's an is ought dilemma, so it's going to be way more complicated to argue because like you can't
I
give
get
empirical
it.
evidence for your claim. You know what I mean?
Why control is wrong?
It's a conditional ought not.
Like you can't give
I don't
empirical
know.
evidence for that, right? So that's also maybe another reason you were struggling too, because it seems like you were trying to give that, or he was making the facade of that, or didn't realize you can never get that. But you can't give empirical evidence for moral claims, which is why they're harder to argue. Or your opponent could just forever infinite regressing.
She resolved that.
Does that make sense?
But I mean, like, go ahead. Sorry.
She completely resolved it when she said,
Why?
she resolved it when she said, if a 15-year-old and 15-year-old marry, harm will occur, harm ought not occur, marrying a 15 and 15-year-old is wrong. That like she got the is, gave an ought, and how that ought was derived was from the principle that the is violating, and then gave the normative conclusion at the end. Like she didn't even make sure it was falling into the naturalistic fallacy. The issue that I keep brought up after that, and why I kept going, was bare marriage doesn't like predict any type of manipulation, harm, or control. We're not discussing the relationship people have. We're just discussing the bare marriage act.
Well, I wasn't saying like what she was saying was like a fallacy. It's just like it's a logical proof argument. You know what I mean? It's a logical proof discussion.
What do you mean by Hume's dilemma there?
And Narada, that's where it's like not everything is based on this friggin' idea. If everybody's based everything that they're going to do based on this book that I learned 30 years ago,
well, I'm not saying everything has to only be decided through logic. I'm just saying when it comes to moral claims, I just brought up the is ought because that's just like what it is. But it's a logical proof. I'm not saying that she like did anything wrong. I'm just saying, yeah, it's harder to argue because you don't have direct empirical evidence for what you're saying. You give logical proofs. That's all I'm saying.
It's called the naturalistic fallacy by Hume.
There we go again. That logic.
So, are you saying that I kind of like? Are you saying like to try to paraphrase this? Did I nip it in the bud at the beginning when I said that they ought not to be married because it causes harm? Is that what kind of happened, or is it? Did I skip a lot of steps?
Oh, what you're saying, and maybe you didn't exhaust this enough, was by marriage, I figured you were referring to the relationship that two people had together, but I don't think that's what people are meaning when they're talking about two people getting married. I don't think they're talking about like the development of a relationship or the beginning of a relationship. I think they're just talking about the actual event occurring.
Okay.
Because honestly, I was trying to like ask like what both of you were saying, because I was like kind of finding it hard to track the conversation, because it's just the way how like how the questions were formed and the answers were just kind of confusing, but I figured out myself.
And Mr. Nunn, that's why I said like I'm the worst debater you'll ever meet.
I'm not good.
No, I really am. I'm looking at fallacies right now, and I it's like I said, Narada, like I understand that logic, the basis of logic, the equations of the premise. I just don't know why people find that to be the end all when it comes to being reasonable, or that like if you're not following these equations, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I don't think I'm really talking about equations. When I say logical proof, I just mean you're giving evidence, but you don't have empirical evidence for it. Like you can't give me empirical evidence that Coke tastes better than Pepsi, but you can give like a logical argument on why you think so, and then you can persuade me one way or another.
I mean, I thought that was just. I thought that was objective. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I needed a palate cleanser. I'm sorry.
I used to right.
No, Rod, what I've always mentioned to Coco, and I know Coco loves debating, and I don't have a problem with people debating. When it comes down to changing someone's mind, Narada, who changes your mind? Who changes your mind, Narada?
Sorry. God, fucking damn it. I just went the wrong fucking direction again.
No worries, man. No worries.
Maybe I'm going in the opposite direction.
What just happened?
Whoa, Iron Man? Yo,
no
way.
Never like that. Like a thin bad version of it.
Sorry, I was going somewhere and I didn't
realize.
realize.
Went down the wrong way, like wrong street?
Yes.
Pretty cool, though.
I was like, why am I hitting this side of town?
Get off this app, bro.
Okay. Anyway, ask your question again, please.
Okay, you're in a teacup, you're probably at least listening. It's like I said, I've said to Coco many times before. When you are debating someone, and you're trying to change their mind, let's say, who actually changes their mind?
I would say yourself. I would say it depends on your
Great answer.
Because like it really just comes down to yourself. You coming to the term of agreeing with an argument or agreeing with what's it called? Agreeing with a particular subject. It just basically comes down to you making the decision to making you for yourself to believe that it's true or believing that it is not true, to make yourself to convince yourself that it is. I'm explaining it bad, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I would disagree with that.
Okay. So Narada, who changes your mind?
I think someone who changes my mind is somebody who can give me a good. A good argument. I don't want to. I'm not just in a debate forum, but who can give me like good evidence or good reasoning for something, and I'm like, yeah, that person changed my mind.
Would you not make the choice to change your mind?
I can be humble enough to say, I think your viewpoint is better. Yeah, you make the decision to accept what they're saying, but I don't think I'm the only one. You're an agent, right? Like you're a conscious being.
I'm not saying people cannot influence you. I'm just talking about who actually changes your mind.
I'm supposed to take a photo. Wait, no,
I think this person changed my mind and I allowed it.
Okay. Narada, okay. I'll appreciate that. I appreciate it.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Like, are you saying something? Like, if you affirm that you are the one that changes your belief, are you saying something like you can accept all the premises of an argument but deny the conclusion?
Are you asking me, P?
Well, anybody that affirms that you're the person that changes your beliefs.
No, he's saying that if you accept, you can accept the conclusion, but you change your mind after you accepted their premises and conclusion. They convinced you it was you who then changed your mind because you accepted that, right?
That's what you're saying. You don't accept conclusions. They just conclusions are just from like things that follow from. Like you can.
Like if somebody comes in, whatever, bro. If you accept all their premises and if those premises persuaded you, that person, he's saying this person technically didn't change your mind. You changed your mind because you accepted those premises and then changed your mind yourself. So you convinced yourself. I think that's what he's saying, right?
Yeah, I'm confused. And the reason I'm confused
is what I'll do is I will explain. And Narada, you are 100% correct. Num answered in a way that I found very beautiful. Just because I agree with him, that doesn't make it right. What I will say is that within my mind, it doesn't matter what you say to me. I have to make the choice. that's the whole, I guess people could say it's free will, whatever you want to call it. I have to make the choice to change my own mind. It doesn't matter what is put in front of me. It is me and my mind that makes the choice to change. And that's simple as
That just sounds like you're saying, like you can like make yourself believe something.
No, it's true if and only if he says it's true. Like that's what he's saying. He's his own truth maker.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Okay, well, look, earlier Rob, you said if I accept the premise to be true, that language seems a little bit confused to me, because one of the premises could be something that's made true, divorced from me. Right? It's not actually.
It could not be true, couldn't it? They could just be true.
Yeah, but I'm not the one accepting it as true or false. I'm not the truth maker there. Right? Whatever empirical fact is the truth maker. Meaning it doesn't matter if I accept or reject it. Let's just stipulate that all the premises are of the type that are made true empirically, divorced from my stances. Well, if that relationship exists, meaning that all the premises are true, then the conclusion just follows. Meaning it doesn't matter if I accept it or reject it based on my stances, because the argument isn't concerned with that.
We're talking about
what does that matter?
We're not talking about that. You
Yeah, no one disagreed with you. That's why I was like,
or not.
I don't like this. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's
you
like,
still
okay,
believe
then.
it or not. Like
Yeah,
it doesn't
I
matter
don't
what
choose
you
my
like.
beliefs.
1 + 1 = 2. If you don't believe that, that's still on you, man.
Well, look, if you're just okay, so once the argument is successful, I'm saying that I have reason that informs my belief, and what I mean by informs there is I don't cognitively control that, right? That's non-cognitively controlled or dictated by reasons. Meaning, when that argument is successful, my belief corresponds to whatever reason has been provided to my mind.
So you don't make a choice.
I can't cognitively right now take my most fundamental belief and choose to believe the inverse or choose to believe that it's false.
Even if it's proved differently.
Well, we're not concerned with proof. We're not concerned with reasons.
If it is proved, then you will believe it.
But I thought you're telling me that you're not concerned with reasons.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Right? Like just 10 seconds ago, you told me that,
I understand, but you're basing this strictly on reason. So I am trying to reason with your reasonness. Like I am trying to be reasonable with what you're saying.
Okay, if I prove you mean I'm given good reason, then yeah, I believe it, but that's not cognitive. I'm saying I can't cognitively, meaning without reason, outside of myself, choose to believe that my most fundamental belief is false or the inverse is true. I can't do that. That's impossible.
Who does that then? Who makes that belief?
Reason informs belief. And belief is just an attitude towards a proposition. That's all that is. It's not like
so you don't make that choice. You're saying it's not a choice
You can be convinced of something, right? But like you're not making the choice to like believe the thing minus like reason. Like you're just what you're saying is like you make the choice to believe what you want to, right? Such that you can believe like Cage was saying, you can believe the inverse, right? To be true and the positive to be true. Like that makes no sense. Like you can be convinced of something, sure.
Logical
sense. As for making a choice to believe in something because of some argument that you've heard that lines up in your mind, it just kind of makes no sense.
And we're back.
All right. So
you have it on 2 accounts?
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Actually, I don't know the wizard.
Nice.
It's the view that you're kind of giving if you're saying something like...
You're saying you have no self-control and no self-belief and you do not make your own choices. They're made by others.
I don't know. No, I'm saying I positively choose my belief. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, so 1 + 1 = 2 is not like you're not cognitively saying yes, that equals 2.
I'm not saying that. I can cognitively choose the content of my desire, right? I can choose if I want to eat Burger King or choose if I want to eat McDonald's. But what I don't control would be something like, and what would be non-cognitive insofar as I don't control it, would be something like an emotional response.
Okay,
Now,
the
there's
earth
like
is
the
flat. The earth
Wait,
is
sorry.
flat.
Well, I feel like, hold on, tell me if I'm misrepresenting your position, nobody, but Kate, you talking about Burger King or McDonald's, what he's talking about is you say Burger King is better, and then he's saying, well, I think McDonald's is better, and then he gives you reasons on why McDonald's is better, and then you accept that, like, okay, you changed my mind. You are actually the one who changed your mind because you accepted that. So that's what he's talking about. He's not talking
so
about.
that's the language I'm confused on. Look, the reasons are going to be things that inform the belief. It doesn't matter if I cognitively affirm them or cognitively disaffirm them, right? We see this when people have cognitive dissonance.
We all have, it's called ignorance. We all have cognitive dissonance, P.
I'm not sure. Look, I'm not making a claim about the types of people that have that. I'm just saying,
we all do.
Okay, that's fine. You can make that claim. I'm just saying, like, look, there
you
exists
think
this
that we're all
range.
know-it-alls.
Why are you interrupting me?
Continue, bro.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm saying, look, I'm not choosing to accept the reasons as true. I'm saying the reasons are true, so they inform the belief, or they change the belief, right? Like if I acknowledge that all men are mortal, and I acknowledge that Socrates is a man, then it doesn't matter if I sort of like acknowledge that these reasons are true insofar as I accept them. It's just that they are true, so the conclusion is given to me for free that Socrates is mortal.
Yeah, but the problem though that you run into is when we start talking about subjective topics.
I don't know what you mean by subjective, like things that have like stance-dependent truth makers.
Well, dude, what I'm talking about, again, the example of McDonald's versus Burger King. You're like, well, the belief is true. Like, it's already true. I'm like, what do you mean that's like already true? That's subjective on which one's better.
Yeah, so you're saying that nobody would have stance-dependent properties of his mind, like taste preferences and things of that nature, that make that preference exist, but better, like applying predicates to things doesn't make them propositional, but I don't think that matters. It would just be false on my view, right? We would just have different stance-dependent properties. But there's nothing you can say that would motivate the view.
Okay, so I'll give a much deeper idea. The universe is ever expanding, and the universe will have heat death. Make a decision. Which is true?
Well, I need an argument for both claims.
Oh,
Harold, please type that one in the chat, please.
Yeah,
no. I want your belief and your faith, brother. That's what I want. I don't want nonsense on one side or the other. I want what's your mind.
I'm being honest with you. I'm just lacking a judgment because I'm not informed on either topic.
But you don't know.
Yeah, I'm lacking a judgment.
I do appreciate that. Anybody that says they don't know, I appreciate that answer, Pete.
That's fine. I'm trying to be honest here when I tell you, look, the reasons I hold beliefs are informed.
Alive and life. How are you, Purple?
The beliefs that I hold are informed by reasons. And if I have no reasons, then I lack the belief towards the thing. Like if somebody were to tell me, oh, like, do you think, I don't know, take some fucking wild thing. Do you think like particle physics contains things that dispel classical Newtonian physics? I just wouldn't fucking know. I'd be like,
well,
I need an argument for it.
They do, actually.
Wait, let him finish the example.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
I would just need, like, because I'm so uninformed with the relevant literature or even the content of either view, I would need some type of reason to accept it. Whether that reason is a priori or analytic or deductive, inductive, I just need some type of reason.
So then the topic is, did you change your mind if, like, say, like a professor presented you this information, or did they change your mind?
No, the information, which is a reason, informed my belief.
Okay, and that person then just was able to describe it to you in a way where you can understand it and then accept it.
Oh, I don't know about call it accept language. Look, this information could be on a blackboard in the middle of a void, and I just see it. It doesn't matter if an agent is there.
Okay, so you're saying no one can change their mind.
Well, I'm not saying that it's the agent doing the mind changing. I'm saying it's the reasons the agent is presenting. Like the specific agent is irrelevant.
I mean, the reason I said that though is because someone can explain something to you 10 different ways, and then if you have one person who was able to explain to you that information in a way that you were finally able to understand, that's all I'm saying. It's like, okay, you helped me see the information for what it actually is, and now I'm persuaded because of the information that I now understand.
No, I just take that to be like either unfamiliarity or ignorance on my view. That's like my dialectical wording. It's not like the person espousing the argument does have some burden to make clear what they're meaning, but that's usually done in the literature. The people that present these arguments, it's done exhaustively. That's why they talk about like their terms and meta content prior to getting into asserting those types of languages. But yeah, the agent to me is irrelevant. Whether I'm learning from Graham Hoppy or I'm learning from J 2.0, insofar as they have identical information, which is rational, then I don't care. I'm just concerned with the information.
Really quick, Mr. Number, explain what you said. Immortal what?
I meant immortal games. So basically, it's where you can like get cool stats and stuff, and larger stats and better ones too.
Oh, in the game we're playing right now?
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about. But you can show me.
Yeah. So like press Q on your keyboard.
Yeah.
Zoom in. Okay, not too close. A little bit out.
Sorry, guys. Nerding out.
Wait, there's something I'm confused about still. So, if you had someone tell you that Santa Claus was real, right, and they gave you reasons, and you refused to, you were like, no, I am not persuaded. I just don't believe in Santa, and like for 10 years, and then someone finally was able to explain it to you, and you're like, okay, now I believe in Santa. You're saying, well, I don't finally accept it. I'm looking at the information. But the information was there for like 15 years. It was being explained to you. But that means you then finally accepted it because you finally understood it or finally clicked for you. But you're like, oh, well, it's just information. But the information was there the whole time.
That's not always true. Right? Somebody can provide an argument.
Well, it's a circumstance. I'm saying that, though. I'm not saying new information was introduced. I'm talking about in this circumstance. It was the same.
What do you mean they espoused it to me differently in such a way that I understand if the content was identical? If the content was identical, then I would have... If the content was identical and I understood it the second time, then I understood it the first time insofar as it's identical and I have the same, relative intelligence there, the same perception or the same type of reasoning about myself. If you're saying I got it the second time but didn't get it the first, then it was either not identical, the information, or I didn't have the same degree of whatever predicate of myself that still isn't depending on the information.
So then you accepted it.
No, look. If somebody's trying to espouse an argument to me about Santa Claus and they're making, they're not exhausting the view, like the exact specifics of the view they're trying to give, well, then I would have understood it the first time, or at least the reasons would have swayed my belief one way or the other.
But then 15 years later, you change your position with the exact same information.
Well, that would just be impossible in my view, how I understand it.
That's impossible? Come on, bro.
It's impossible because you're saying to me,
come on, bro.
If X information is given to you and you accept it, and then X information is given to you and you reject it, that's just a contradiction.
Dude,
I guess what you said, what?
Everything on logic.
You're saying if you give me identical information in the first sense and I accept it, well, you're saying the reasons were in such a way that led to me agreeing to the soundness of the premises. Okay, cool. And by agreeing, by the way, I'm just recognizing some type of relationship that they're making in the argument. And then you're telling me, well, I reject it in the second time when I have the exact same understanding. That's just a contradiction.
How's that a contradiction? You're not accepting and rejecting something at the same time. That's a contradiction. It's not contradictory if you accept something at one moment and reject it at another, or vice
versa.
versa.
The same sense, not the same time.
Yeah, the same sense.
So when you're telling me that the content is identical, you're saying in the same sense.
Correct. I like I said, I am not here to convince you.
Like what I want to say, nobody, is if you're telling me, like if you, what I interpret you saying, I understand, but what you're telling me when you like say to me, a person gives you an argument, the way I'm interpreting you is they didn't exhaust the view, which means I didn't get the complete reasons. And then when you tell me a second person comes and explains or exhausts the reasons to me, then I accept it. The content there is asymmetric. It's not identical. But you're telling me it is identical. One sense I reject it, and in the same sense I accept it. That's just contradiction.
I
didn't say that.
That was two separate sections of what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't say
there are
you know what?
I followed you, Pete. I enjoy the way your brain works. It's cool.
I don't understand.
Type it out.
Like, Jay, do you understand?
What I'm gonna say, like, I mean, like, you're basically saying, like, somebody gives you this information, like this data set, right? And then you say, no, I reject the data set, like, I reject the information. I'm not going to believe that what you're saying, like, is a true fact or whatever, right? And then someone comes along and gives you the exact same data set, right? And but just, like, I don't know, like, changes some words around or something like that. But it's basically the exact same data set. And then you say, oh, yeah, I accept that. I get that totally. Like, that, to me, yeah, that would be a contradiction. Like if I reject it, and then you give me the same information and I then accept it, like I would say I'm not being reasonable.
Okay, keep doing that. Type in the chat.
Are you okay? The reason why I don't accept things, or the explanation for why I don't accept things, is because I have competing reasons. Like the reason I don't accept that sort of skepticism, or sorry, that sort of the brain in the vat thesis is true, is because I have such compelling independent inductive motivation for why that view is false. So when somebody's providing me an argument for something that I take a view on already, they have to dissuade or sort of like overcome those reasons that already exist. It's a lot easier to convince somebody that doesn't have a prior view or just withholds judgment than somebody who's exhaustively familiar with whatever you're discussing and has prior reasons. That's what I'm talking about.
And then if they did do it, if they did do that, right, everything that you just said, and then gave you that evidence that you didn't accept, what did you just do now? And they convinced you because they exhausted it.
Okay, so the first time somebody speaks to me, they exhaust it, and the second time somebody speaks to me, they exhaust it?
No, what I'm saying is, you just said you didn't accept like the brain of that because you don't have like enough evidence or whatever. Then if someone did exhaust,
no, not because I don't have enough evidence, because I have counter prevailing reasons, right? Independent inductive motivation, which is just a set of reasons, if you will.
Like confirmation bias almost, right?
No, confirmation bias is just the view that you already.
It's similar.
Well, it's similar, yes, but not the same. But sure,
yeah, similar is what I said. No, what I'm saying is though, say like it takes like if you read an article and you like accept that, it'll take you like 7 different counterpoints to then prove like for you to finally accept the other information of confirmation bias, right? Like
or just one strong one, right? Because I take confirmation bias is just the view.
You're reasonable.
The reasons are just going to try to confirm one's existing beliefs. But if you like give me one strong prevailing reason, and what I mean by prevailing is it's just counter to my view, so the opposite of my view, then yeah, I would probably either be forced to examine my reasons, in which case my belief would be swayed one way or the other. But understand that when I'm examining these reasons, it's not like I'm like disregarding one reason just because I want to or have some stance on it.
So within that answer, if somebody gave you a very persuasive reason that you found to be, I guess, within yourself, true, would it not be you changing your mind?
No, because what you mean by persuasive, I just mean strong. And by strong, I'm just saying it exhausts every particular space. So it accounts for hypothetical virtues.
Nothing changes your mind.
What? That's not what I said at all.
No, he said that he did. No, because you asked him, is he the one who changed his mind? And he said no, because he's like talking about ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't change my mind, and no specific agent changes my mind. It's reason that changes my mind.
Changes your mind.
No, because not at all. No, because reason can come from internal or external. It's not. I'm not even concerned with that distinction. I'm just concerned with reason itself. Like if I have a lot of views as true that are contentious, like moral realism, and my beliefs are being updated all the time. Like my belief on metaethics has changed like 7 times in the past like 4 or 5 years, and that's just because of the relevant literature that's being released. Like they provide strong reason.
You're not creating different synapses in your brain that think differently.
No, I don't take belief to be synapses in the brain.
You're not creating synapses that have a different opinion of what they were before.
No, my belief is just my propositional attitude. I don't know what synapses or my brain function has to do with
Your
that.
synapses in your brain do not have different facts than they did when you were 5.
Look, I don't know about this empirical question. I'm not familiar. I don't know how it's addressing the point.
Well, okay, what he's saying then basically is that you're smarter than when you were 5, which then means you were able to reason better. And then Cage is saying, yes, because I was able to see reason more, the reason changed my mind.
No, I was just able to appreciate the reason. It's like the reason is the same in both instances.
No, bro.
All right. This is
no. I was just saying, like I was explaining to him.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure if I've done well to explain the position, but I don't.
No, I agree with your position. Like what I just said backs up what you were saying to him, because he was saying, well, the synapses in the brain is different from when you were 5, which means you change your mind. But then I was saying, what you were saying is, no, I grew up and I'm able to reason better, and I was able to understand the reasoning of that thing. So that's what changed my mind, is I was able to understand the reasoning. Reasoning changed my mind. Because also, I mean, this whole time, Cage, I've been agreeing with you, just not you don't accept things. I disagree with that.
Well, but I agree with you on by accept it. I don't mean the same thing like, no, but I don't mean the same thing you mean by accept. Like, when I say accept, I'm just talking about weighing the reasons, and whichever one is more potent is the one that I hold to be, is the position that I hold to be true. But presumably what you mean by accept is just some type of cognitive calculation, and I don't agree with that.
I just think we make
I don't.
wait, what? Beliefs.
Yeah, like if I'm maybe I'm understanding this incorrectly. Excuse me. If I'm given a set of reasons for Proposition A and a set of reasons for Proposition B, are you saying something like I can dispel all the reasons or some reasons for Proposition A and accept Proposition B in virtue of that dispulsion?
Don't you?
Yeah, I would say that. I'm like, option B is a much more reasonable option. I accept option B because reason alone, it's the strongest.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're dispelling the reasons in option A for other reasons just because you want to.
I don't think I said that.
No. You're asking if that's the view. Like nobody would you affirm that to be something like you've been saying?
I don't understand what you said.
No, Rod, he's asking a thing.
Oh. Are you?
He corrected the question.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. Pete, what I'm going to tell you right now is that nothing I'm going to say is going to convince you.
Okay, I just wanted to understand your position here.
my position is that our minds make choices on what we consider to be right or wrong. Like 1 + 1 = 2, we'll say yes. Some people will say no. That is a choice. It is a choice individually that we all make. Now, if you're saying that your ideas and your choices are based on something completely different, besides your own ego and yourself, that it is based on some other type of, I don't even know what to consider, an energy, a knowledge, a wisdom, whatever you want to call that, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I've not said thus far that my ideas or choices are not explained by those things. I've said my beliefs are not explained by those things. Right? The reason that most people hold,
That made no sense.
Wait, what made no sense?
That you said your reasons don't explain your belief, but then your belief, like
No, I didn't say reasons. Reasons do explain my belief. He said that my choices or ideas are not chosen by me. Right? I said no. What I've said thus far is that my beliefs are informed by reason. Right? Reasons explain my beliefs. Like when you ask me, Cage, why do you believe X? I'm giving you reasons. But I'm not saying that my ideas or choices aren't governed by my mind. That's just true on my view. What's not true is that my beliefs are, and the reason people hold niche views like maybe some type of non-classical logic or some non-classical arithmetic, where like they reject that 1 + 1 = 2, is because they've been informed of reasons as to why that view is false. You know, nobody presumably would hold that 1 + 1 = 2 is false just because they want to hold that view. And if it's true, they're actually just acting in accordance with the belief that they have, wherein being like the belief of just being a contrarian is good, or some other type of thing like that.
Classically, I don't remember who came up with that. It's some ancient Greek dude. 1 + 1 does equal 2. Within the mathematical realm. As an artist, 1 color plus 1 color equals a third color. So you can reason all you want. We're all going to make up our own minds. We are all individuals. That is kind of what I am putting here. Like, we all have our own egos. We're all going to make our own choices. And I do respect what you're saying. I do. So I just want that to be held clear. I am not here to disagree. I mean, that's your mind, brother. It's your mind.
I still believe you should beat up penguins.
And you should beat up penguins. No.
Worms, I have some news for you.
I know.
Oh God,
They deserve it.
Worms, what are we gonna do with them?
So this is actually old news. It apparently got out like a year ago, and then that clip was from. Or no, I don't know. It's old news, but now it's not. But I had that particular clip. Hey, yo.
Oh yeah, okay.
What is it? I don't even know what we're talking about now.
Oh.
Sorry, I was just talking about. Don't buy those Coco. Those are like limited. If you buy those can be just like waste of crowns, bro. Don't buy it. Don't buy it.
I'm pretty sure this is new news. Like this isn't. I don't think this is like
even Tom Rabbit in the comments says that it's from like a year ago. But I mean, I didn't. It was new to me. I didn't know about it. I think most of us, especially on TikTok, didn't know about it.
Well, I heard him speaking about it like 2 weeks ago when he was like, I have a video that's coming out, you guys aren't going to believe this. And I was like, huh. And I thought he was talking about the whole Matt Dillon.
Matt Dillon's chatterbait's crazy.
No, Matt, fuck, what's the name?
Matt Slick's daughter.
Yeah. The Coinstar girl. I thought that's what he was talking about, but then he came out with this, and I'm like, I can't wait to use this.
The fucking permit. I don't remember. I think Dave.
He's off your team, or half of your team.
Yeah, I literally like copied address for the video and like put it in my freaking Word document just in case I want to put it in like the comments or something. I'm waiting for him to say some slick shit like, "Oh, gay 2.0, ha ha ha." I'm like, "Oh, really, buddy?"
Has he responded on Discord? I don't know if he's responded on Discord.
Tom Rabbit. He talks about it all the time. The recording is from over a year ago.
That's crazy.
Or say what?
That's wild.
Oh, I thought you were fucking early. Luckily, he's had a sense of humor about it. He sent me some of the funniest jizz. It was like, hold on, I gotta show you guys. This is funny.
I don't know if this is fruity, what you guys were playing, but I see Tails, Coco, and this might be where your cat thing came from.
I probably should have said this, but one of them was like, if you subscribe to my chatterbait, you're going to hell. And, what's the other one here?
Oh, okay.
I'm not even so much as worried like about the chatterbait stuff. Like that's funny and everything, but like the racism thing and the like that kind of worried me. Like
That's wrong.
About the virtue signaling. He virtue signaled me for months.
For months, bro.
I haven't seen the clip. Other than him saying that happened, I guess I should message that guy who's in the video.
Oh, he said
I don't have any confirmation of it.
Trini has the video of PMARS, or at least Trini knows somebody that has the video of PMARS just scream. Like, look, I didn't even know that many flowery, colorful words about the black race existed. Like, look, he was throwing out word. I think I can say this on TikTok. Coco, don't mind me.
Don't say it!
Yeah.
Can I put it in the comments?
Sure, go ahead and say it, actually.
If I could say it, like
there you go. It's in the comments. That's the word.
Content warning, chat.
Dude, I don't want to look.
We love the TikTok shop.
He said
he once again, like I appreciate your mind. Like I said, I followed you. Jesse, I hope you're well. Coco, it's always a pleasure.
Yep. Is it always a pleasure with Coco?
Yeah. No, I always appreciate Coco. Slams.
It must have been
all the time, and I still appreciate that.
I pretty bad, Cage, because it's not showing up in the comments.
So, I wish everybody well. We're all trying to learn here. So,
amen.
Yeah.
Amen. Ha! Coco exposed this fraud.
Nobody will give me my special queef.
Dang, cancel on me.
Special queef. Holy moly.
Any?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's great. Oh no, I mean, like, I'm friends with PMARS. We became friends recently.
Wait, what?
I'm friends with you.
He actually likes Coco, but what?
Yeah.
Since when do you tolerate PMARS?
We buried the hatchet, but like...
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he's buried in the hatchet, right? And your freaking head in his mind.
No, he's burying the hatchet with his right hand, I promise you.
We buried the hatchet and then this comes up. What am I supposed
Wait,
to do?
no, I'm shirtless content. Do you think he was... No. Oh no.
I can't even imagine like people are sitting on an electric bike that has no seat, just a seat pole.
Oh my god.
You can watch that on his chatterbait.
Like,
it's not okay.
I didn't think people actually use that. Honestly, I didn't think people actually use that. I thought it was a scam for the longest time. Like, it's just now. Like, I thought that was sign up, put your credit card information, you're gonna get scammed. Now I'm hearing it's like a legitimate, lonely-ass site.
I knew it was real, but it's like, I feel like all those websites are sketchy. Like, why would you... I mean, I guess there's ways around that now, but... The idea of putting your credit card on a fucking... scam site is like, what if it gets like
Zoom?
What if you get like charged? Like, what are you gonna do? Call your bank? hey, there's all these chatterbait fucking charges on here that aren't mine.
No, they don't. I'm presuming that they're the same as like gym memberships, where they don't actually charge out saying the fucking thing.
Well, I mean, anyway, I don't know. I feel like you're opening yourself up to a lot of problems.
Yeah, they don't have like on your bank statement. It doesn't say like something enterprises.
Well, OnlyFans comes up as OF, all right. That's on my bank statements. So
Buy OF for if you want to see some schlong, go ask Blue.
hey, I support local art, small arts.
Local. Yeah, sure. Wait, Slimes, you're okay. So I'm gonna assume you're bisexual, but you know what? The perilousness of assuming. If you want to see some Yetis, what do you do?
Actually, technically, I'm not. I'm another. I don't remember the other one. I like everybody. Yeah, that's it.
If you want to see some Yetis, what do you like? Do you and Louie have like a magazine or something? Like, is there some type of like agreed upon content there?
We're flexible.
Yeah. I don't even want to ask what that means. Anyways, moving forward.
Is the spice of life, bro. Like, for real.
Coco, how's your pursuit of
Man asked the question, and then it's like, I don't want to know the answer.
Yeah, you know what? Fair enough.
I regret asking.
You exhaustively answered. You exhaustively answered my question. That's fine.
You keep going to the ice temple? Or you want to go to the temple?
But I can tell when you're not with women because it's a long weekend and you're playing this, but that's fine.
Wow, quote, Coco, I can tell you're not with women.
Well, I mean, like, I enjoy being single.
I see that. You're the little wizard on a dragon running around, yeah. Some people prefer the company of women to dragons and lizards, but...
Look, I can do exactly what you're doing and see some Yetis at the same time.
Someone like went through a traumatic breakup and that was extremely toxic, and they don't want to move on to anybody else, but that out of this toxic relationship, and they're like, "Man, I'm so glad I'm single at this moment in time."
I mean, is that the only scenario where you could be glad to be single?
No, I don't even know what that means. That's the only one.
Look, everything you do single, you can do well in a relationship plus Yetis. Like, I don't see how you're winning in a single situation.
I feel like there's benefits to both, right?
Yeah.
I feel like occasionally you're gonna want the one you don't have. That just seems inevitable. Temporarily.
Yeah, what you're saying is a bit higher if you can just like turn over and look at some Yetis.
Right.
Or, like, still be playing the game, or like on TikTok, or like.
Dude, cure cancer. I'm convinced.
Yeah.
But it's either you are guaranteed Yetis or you have the possibility of Yetis. What do you choose?
Oh,
yeah, I'm taking the guarantee.
Yeah.
I'm taking the guarantee every single time. Yeah.
Life is just better. Look, I'm convinced. No healthy relationship where the man at Warble respectfully sees Yetis every day. You can't have depression. It's just metaphysically impossible. All right. I'm convinced Yetis are the cure to depression.
To be clear, Yetis is some kind of venereal warts, right? That's what we're talking about.
Venereal warts.
Yes. That's exactly what we're talking about, Slims.
Yeah, just making sure. Yeah, I had a case of the Yetis once.
Look, you can say to your partner if you're in a healthy relationship or good at communicating, look, I want you here in like the house, but just not right here. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
No one's disagreeing with that.
Yes. Yes.
But if that's what you mean, but if that's what you mean by being single, then you can have the best of both worlds.
Like
That's definitely not what I mean by being single, but.
I mean, is that not what living rooms are fucking created for?
What are the rooms created for?
That's not just single, it's you're in a relationship, but in a different fucking room. Like,
yeah. So I'm gonna be in the fucking living room. You just hang out here in the bedroom. See you a little bit. For like 3 hours while I'm playing this game, I'm gonna be fucking single. And then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna be married again. It's gonna be awesome.
right.
Wait. Let's say that you have had a cold story in the past.
No.
can't be with somebody anymore.
You have herpes.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I mean, you're doomed to be
You got
single
herpes
forever.
simplex 10, buddy.
Honestly, you should just end it.
You just had it
Probably talk
once,
to a
it's not
doctor.
recurrent, right?
Unfortunately, I have.
You have herpes simplex 10.
Something happened. Something really important happened. My best friend of 7 to 8 years, who has never had a relationship. Okay, this man is 26 years of age. He's never kissed a woman. He's never done anything. Now, what's important here is he just got into a relationship, a medium distance relationship.
Coco.
No, that's me.
Oh.
The problem is they've been dating for a month, and he sent a friend request to her dad on Facebook. And then he was added, right? He was added as a friend, but it took about a month because he did it about 2 days into the start of the relationship. They had been friends for like a year. So he adds her dad. Now, when they were friends, they didn't talk too much. You know, they medium distance. She lived in one city. He lived about 2 hours away. Well, he goes and he sees that her dad accepted the request. He goes to her account. He checks some, basic information. Where he went to high school, the job, family. Says the dad had 2 sons.
Hey, Coco, what's your quest?
Confused. So he went, scrolled through the history. And the history was, you see 2 sons, you see 2 sons, you see 2 sons. All of a sudden, in 2017, it's $2. Sorry, $1.
No.
And
Yo, that's wild.
No.
So then he texts me and he goes, I need you to look at his Facebook profile. I'm going to scroll through with the Facebook, like a screen recording, and I need you to tell me if I'm insane. And I saw it, and I started killing myself laughing. I'm sorry. I realized.
Did they meet up in person?
No, they hadn't yet.
Oh my god. Oh, that's fucking good. It's funnier because that's his first relationship, quote unquote, at 26, and then of course it ends up being that. Like that is fucking gold.
So he was so kind because he calls me. He's mad. He's a really straight right-winged individual. But I'm like, look, she didn't lie to you. Right? She just omitted that truth for a bit. It's fine.
She's lying.
Not showing.
So he says, I'm gonna call her and give her a piece of my mind. I'm like, no. Just respectfully end the relationship. Just say, look, not my preference. I'm only attracted to birthing people, something like that nature. I don't know, being as kind as humanly possible, and then just end it. You guys are meeting distance. You just end the relationship. And we did, and then he went to the gym. 12 hours later, at 2:55 in the morning on a Tuesday, I get a text, and he's like, I'm still here. I can't get off this Stairmaster. He's going through something, man. Can't imagine that. Imagine dating somebody for a month just for them to tell you something.
Too bad he's not a leftist.
He would have been fine.
Well, even a left, I mean, in fairness, it's probably something you should disclose. It'd be weird to not mention it.
Yeah. It was only a month, though. It's not like they were dating like years and years. It was 1 month.
Yeah. Well, still, I don't know.
I would have probably had to. I would have probably had to weigh the options. If she was really hot, was kind of lonely at the time, I'd be like, I don't know, maybe let's just keep this down on the down low.
All I'm saying is, if they put it in their bio, right, then it's and I feel like it's good for both parties, if but it's I feel like if I showed up and I didn't know, I would just be setting myself up for a Larry David moment, because I'd sit down and be like, oh, and then what? Oh, nothing. Yeah. And then you gotta have that awkward.
Yeah, but then if it's I don't know, for example, someone's bipolar, right? It's well, I'm bipolar, so do I have to tell them on day 2, or do I tell them
that's different.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Also, if you want to,
Yeah, I'm just spitballing. I don't have a stance at the moment. I'm kind of siding with you, Storm. So
actually, independent of whatever the diagnosis is, if it's a girl who has like her fucking diagnosis and shit in her bio, I mean that's a red flag anyway. It's like don't
Try to find a mission that has a star on it.
yeah, but I agree with you. I think that's something that you'd
There
be
you
able to
go.
find out a month ago. I'm just
What's more hurtful? Is it the fact that she didn't tell him, or is it like what he found hurtful was just the fact that she had top surgery completed, but she hadn't yet gotten bottom done. So he was like, that was the deal breaker. You know, he thought that this girl was amazing. He appreciated her personality. They got along super well, but it was just the sexual attraction just wasn't there anymore after he learned that.
Mr.
Yeah, I would assume.
Huh? What are you saying?
Oh, like
I said that. We already done that. It wouldn't matter if you. There's nothing to lose anyway.
And one of my new chicks I thought was a boy. I thought it was going to be a rooster. And so I named him Bert. And a couple days later, I found out Bert was a Roberta. Changed my feelings on the chicken. Like, it's still like my favorite little chicken.
Are you sexually attracted to the chicken?
I'm not sexually
Whoa!
attracted.
Speaking of trans people and chickens, want to hear something crazy?
Where this is going?
If there's, I mean, obviously not directly analogous, but some cool sex swap and shit. Like, I think if I remember this correctly, if there's like a chicken, there's like some chicken ever, together living, and there isn't a male. Some change. It's fuck. What is it? Hang on, let me look it up.
No, chickens don't.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like the one chicken will take over as the rooster.
Yeah.
So are you trying to get at where
Yeah, but they actually have like they'll actually develop the male characteristics. Like it's kind of crazy. Spontaneous sex reversal. That's what it's called.
They'll actually they'll actually grow a waddle and their feathers will plume more.
Grow a what?
A waddle.
It's that thing that dangles in the front. Yeah. I've seen that happen I worked on like a lot of farms, and I've actually seen that happen. Like if you don't put a rooster in a hen house long than like if you take too much time to do it, like one of the chickens will actually begin to like do this and take over as the rooster.
That's crazy.
And you don't really want that happening because it kind of taints the meat. But oh my god, it's so weird to say that. I'm sorry, but
cancel Jay.
First P Mars, now Jay.
Oh no. Jay, we better not find your chatterbait.
What the fuck is
I'm gonna fucking
the vids.
I saw that. Did I watch the videos for him?
Yes, it's so entertaining.
Yeah, for the record, for chat, I think Time Rabbit's like a crazy person and a weirdo, but he has some entertaining content on there.
You certainly are. I'll grant that.
I don't think I have enough attributes to get on Chatterbait. I don't think anybody would go see my videos. Like, who the fuck wants to see a 53-year-old freaking slightly overweight, middle-aged freaking... Yeah, nobody wants to see that shit.
53? 53?
53.
I thought you were, like, younger.
You're not 53,
You have
bro.
a youthful voice.
Yeah, no, I'm 53, dude. I'm like...
You're 53? No, you're just
Keep in
bullshit.
mind, he's not looking so... It's really fucking 24.
Yeah, black don't crack. We gotta adjust for,
Like, I'm 150.
Ew, just for race. Like, if he was Asian, he'd look 22.
leg day?
That's your personal time.
You're 53.
I don't know, if I was like Cage, if I was 53 and like stacked like Cage, I'd probably be on Chatterbait like every day.
I'm 24. It's so easy.
Cage, you should put that on your bio.
No.
Let me just run that by Grace really quickly.
Hey Grace, can Diamond Box P
Yeah, sure. Join.
It's Diamond Box P Town. Ironically, that's the perfect name for a chattery. Diamond Box P.
Diamond Box P. He's super good at eating box.
What? Okay.
He's a box addict.
That was good.
Box addict, bro.
Okay, well, what's happening?
Oh, we met a funny guy last night. I love this guy. I forget his name. He's like Leo, but not as crass and obnoxious. But he kept saying a bunch of dumb shit, so that's how he's like Leo. But one of the things he's like, I'm mad good at eating box. And I'm like, it's spectacular.
Mad good at eating box?
So it was some dumb shit like that.
I saw what?
I was just saying, I'm gonna go now, but just one quick question, Cage. You said that no one likes being single. You said that, right?
I said nobody should like being single.
Okay, and you accept that
Yeah,
position.
I don't.
Oh, absolutely.
You accept that.
Yeah, I'm informed by my reasons.
All right. Well, just that whole back and forth we did for a half hour about if you accept or not accept. Okay, so you do accept.
Well, he didn't used to accept that, but then he gained new background information.
What goes?
What he meant by accept wasn't what I meant by accept. What he meant by accept is that you can something like you can have no reasons. What I mean by accept is you can only have reasons.
Okay. All right then. All right. Then we agree.
Anyways,
No, that was a beautiful segue, by the way.
Was it?
What if that segue right there, the nerve?
What game is this, Coco?
Wizard 101.
Stop whispering. Freaking out.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You're going to hell. Jump in the goo.
I thought everybody loves my ASMR.
Good morning.
Is it racist if I make an observation about black people?
Yes.
No.
Even if it's a good observation.
Like if I said
all black people who live in my house all the time.
Even if you don't know their race when you make the observation and then they turn out to be black, you're still racist.
Like, what if I walk into a prison and say, wow, this is expected of the black population? Is that racist? But I'm just making an empirical claim.
I think it points to the data that's on hand.
It depends on if you look pleased to be saying it, then it's probably racist.
Coco, you're the spokesperson for black people, right?
But if there's some kind of disdain in your voice, isn't this representative of then it's woke.
Oh my god! So you're saying I can just present the facts differently?
Yeah. I think context and the tone really matters here.
It just depends on the inflection, right?
Also, a whole lot of
the tone really matters here.
It just depends on the inflection, right?
Also, a whole lot of
Okay.
He's black.
Yeah.
Get fucked, Flutie.
Black Cage. I'm asking him if he agrees.
Oh, I don't know. Whenever it doesn't get me canceled.
It's like if I walk into Atlanta.
That's a very Coco answer.
It's like if I walk into fucking downtown Atlanta and say, "Well, there's a lot. Why there's so many fucking black people here?" Right? That's not racist. It's just observative.
Well, again, the tone matters. You'd be like,
It's racist, motherfucker.
then it's, You see what I mean?
Like saying holy shit, there are a lot of black motherfuckers here is different than saying there's a whole lot of motherfucking blacks here.
Oh, well, yeah, the words also matters.
There's a huge
I would
difference.
honestly say it's literally depending on the way how you say it.
Yeah, it's like if I was walking into the prison and I was in the prison yard, I said, hey, this Asian motherfucker over here came up to me and said,
that you shouldn't do this in the prison, right? But if I said it like I was walking in the prison and this motherfucking Asian dude came up to me, it's like whoa.
Yeah,
Wait a second.
like chill, man.
If white people just put the swear word
before
Using it as an adjective versus a noun.
Yeah, like if you said it in like a scientifically objective way, like it would be different.
Well, if you say something say something about race,
different
or whatever, you're probably racist too.
You just need to put the swear word after, right? Put the motherfucker after the race.
I'm racist towards penguins.
Wait, this
Is it racist for me to say white people have a weird smell?
Wait.
That's probably bad, right?
What you just said sort of could be a comedy session.
Hence, do you smell all people equally?
What?
What?
Were you smelling like only white people, or?
Actually, we should probably not say that those words together because TikTok.
That's fair.
Equal opportunities.
Just say white people.
It's cool if you say black people, but if you say like something that could be perceived as anti-white tea, then TikTok is.
Oh, okay.
TikTok is mad.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want to about black people.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, have you been on? I guess really doing that happens all the time, and like you never get a little warning, like oh somebody said it. But then
TikTok people are like, I'm sure he didn't mean anything by that.
yeah, he was a really good kid. Everybody said he was a great kid. He had a great future. Everybody was really surprised when he just started barking the N-word.
Are you talking about Josh?
John?
Yeah. Possibly.
He's got a real problem. John, Jesus.
John has no filter.
I think he's going to explain to his youth group that he's debating on TikTok Live.
I think he does it like I remember the first time I met him, the very first conversation I had, he joined one of my lives back when I did that, and he was at a youth camp, like he was at the camp while talking to me, and like you could hear people in the background. So
I went to a youth camp. It was one of the funnest. Look, all the boys would sneak out at night to go hit on the girls. It was great, very Christian-like.
I think there should be a clear Christian club.
There's Christian Mingle. That's a club.
Oh.
Christian Mingle, these nuts.
Code, I do believe that you're on Christian Mingle for some reason.
No, he's like a plenty of fish guy.
Why would I do that?
Damn. Jesus Christ.
Fucking rugged.
Damn.
Are you on Tinder?
I used to be.
What?
No,
looks like you don't want to be single.
Coco's like an OK Cupid kind of guy. Remember OK Cupid?
No, because it was fucking stupid.
I gotta be quite honest. I'd say Tinder is kind of difficult because it's like people.
I say, do you remember fucking Full House? The app that used to be on that fucking, the app that used to be on the App Store that was like you could FaceTime with multiple people at once.
There's an app store called. I'm sorry. There's an app called Full House.
Yeah, there used to be an app called Full House during COVID.
That might have been a Canadian thing. I've never heard of it.
Oh, well, you should just should have been in Canada. You should just drive the 11 hours to the border.
I gotta go to my house.
You're not in your
Drive to Saskatchewan.
He's in the garage. Like his parents are trying to sleep. And he's playing
Saskatchewan, actually.
No, in my game.
Oh, damn.
Wham! Saskatchewan.
Did you just do like a Wario reference?
Look, I did do a Wario. It wasn't very good.
I want to bring back that meme where it's like, Wario doing X, but then like a bomb goes off or whatever. Remember those videos?
What a meme.
I don't know why. I don't know why is anything meme. Somebody does dumb thing and it's funny.
funny.
It'll be like Wario eats spaghetti right before like the bombs drop in Nagasaki or something. Hang on, let me find an example. Now, I don't remember. I don't know how the meme started. I just know it used to be a thing. I'd be on YouTube.
Can you imagine being in Nagasaki just fucking, and then all of a sudden you're irradiated?
Oh, God. Oh, fuck Wario, not Waluigi. What was I saying?
Well, I think they would have like stopped when the lights became too bright.
Okay, I'm not even signed in on this browser, and the first result when I typed in Wario was Wario dies in the bombing of Hiroshima.
TikTok knows its audience.
Hang on. See, okay, look at this. I gotta turn this on. Alright.
You trying to go to the bazaar?
Yeah. I'm gonna sell a bunch of stuff.
You didn't use the gear? What you got?
When black people see other black people.
Alright, guys, real quick. Sorry, before you go, Cage. This is important.
I'm currently wearing better gear with better stuff.
Come on.
Oh,
shut up.
Yes.
I guess I should have put my mic by the speaker. It would have made it easier.
I don't like how they update the shop. It's so weird, not gonna lie.
You're not gonna see it. You're not gonna see it now. You're just gonna hear it.
Go to levels for the L.
To be fair, it's just a picture. It's not like a
Yes. And also go to the spiral right next to the level. And you click it. Click it. That should show you like stuff that you need for your like level and gear.
Alright, that's enough. Sorry. Just continue, Cage.
Let's see the stats on it.
I don't know what the fuck I was. Look, did anyone here watch Game of Thrones?
Yes, it has to be running.
Okay, well, first of all, Game of Thrones ended with the writers on cocaine for like the last 7 and 8, or the 7th and 8th seasons, specifically the last 3 episodes of the 8th season.
No, they were on their own because they didn't have George R. R. Martin's story. Because he hasn't finished it.
It doesn't even make fucking sense. Spoiler alert, so anybody doesn't want Game of Thrones
Well,
spoilers.
it makes sense. It's just like rudimentary, and they don't take a lot of time to like flesh out stuff.
I'm sorry. Why is Bran king? At what point is that ever like built up to?
Spoiler alert! Damn.
Like,
Damn, I was
about to watch it.
Bro, it's been almost a
Yeah,
you don't just know.
I just heard tell Game of Thrones is gonna start it.
Yeah, actually,
spoiling The Sopranos and telling me that he dies at the end.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Jon Snow.
Yeah, Bran actually unalived in season 6. He got unalived by what's that dude's name who likes to like skin people alive?
Oh, Ramses.
Yeah, Ramses. Yeah, he got unalived by Ramses. He skinned him alive.
Yeah, and first of all, the most fucking heartbreaking or like dangerous secret in the entire franchise doesn't even come out. When they're deciding who should be king, nobody mentions, oh my god, we have a Targaryen that's the rightful heir to the throne. Holy shit.
Yeah!
Like, nobody brings it up.
Yeah.
Like, oh, why?
The point of the series is that they're breaking the wheel.
Coco, get stuff that gives you like good damage.
Yeah, the wheel of
It
royalty.
doesn't have to be a fucking target. So you put
Well, it's not. Yeah, Bran's the freaking one-eyed raven. Yeah, of course.
One-eyed raven. None of this makes sense to me.
I typed it in the chat below the line.
Yeah, I got you.
No, I think Bran always
Counter that to put the guy who has like all basically omnipotence for the show in charge, right?
He's just gonna live in the past.
Well, no, he's not omnipotent, right? He just has the capacity to go to specific events in time in his mind, and then
Yeah, I'm just saying, relative to everybody else, he knows a lot more about how to be king.
That's fine, but okay. My more substantive critique is of House of the Dragon, which, by the way, Matt Smith, ever since Doctor Who, I would get on all fours for that man. No, no homo.
Fair.
But
Oh my god.
anyways,
P-Mars?
I'm sorry, Damon's character is
Top
is the
tier.
greatest fucking writing.
Yes.
If whoever wrote House of the Dragon could just rewrite the last 3 episodes of GOT, that'd be great.
I absolutely agree with you on that one, honestly, because honestly, I find it like very stupid and upsetting. And literally, even the cast members agree with, even hates it too. Like, I literally had, oh my god, no, like the scenes of the last 3 episodes.
Yeah, they were reading it. They were like doing the readout and all of this sound depressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Damon. My wife loves Rhaenyra, and I'm like,
Right, yeah.
but she's only 4 episodes in. I'm at season 2, episode 6.
Oh.
I've never seen either of the shows, but I just assumed that that new series was garbage.
It's not. I promise you, it's not.
I actually thought so too. I assumed that it was garbage when I actually tried it. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give it a benefit of the doubt and actually watch it. It's actually entertaining. It really was entertaining.
Are you having fun with Damon freaking out in the castle?
Yeah.
If you've ever been a buy man or pan man, whatever, Matt Smith, I'm telling you.
Wait, go down.
I like him, but I don't like find him attractive.
What about those doughy inside eyes? Just
One thing I like about his eyes. Somebody said this in an interview. I think it was for Doctor Who. But like he has this ability to like look very youthful, and then just like with a change of expression, also just look very like old and world weary. Like the eyes look young and old, just depending. I don't know. He's good with the face. He's got a weird face that's good for acting.
He does have a very, like, the second, because Grace put it on, and I'm like, what is this nonsense? And she goes, oh, it's House of the Dragon. I feel like you'll like it, because I forced her to watch Series 3 and 4 of Doctor Who. So Matt's the 10th, or the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th Doctor. Fuck the 13th, by the way. But I forced her to watch that. She's like, I feel like you'll like this. And then I saw him on screen, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. And then I saw his niece, and I'm like, oh, this is terrible.
13 Peter Capaldi or is he 12?
Capaldi's 12. Matt Smith to Capaldi, and then Capaldi to fucking
They reset it so many times that it's like.
Forward to the Doctor now, and the Doctor's black.
It's the 15th Doctor.
15th. No, was it after her?
Because after. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, you do. After her was the 10th Doctor again, David Tennant.
Were you guys saying
that's a special thing?
actually looks
But I wouldn't count him as a new timeline, though.
Also, they randomly. I remember when I did watch. Oh my god, this was a long time ago. But they had like a special, and they fucking just threw in John Hurt in there, and like John Hurt is apparently a doctor. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you're missing
Fuck all the numbers.
You're missing the hot air blue goblins that they have now.
No, because John Hurt would have been the first Doctor.
Yeah, you're
Like,
talking
he
about
acted
the special for 12. Sorry, 11. You're talking about when they went back in time to fix the G side of the Time Lords.
Yeah, they did something, and then it turns out they weren't actually G-sided, but then fucking John Hurt was there. Yeah, this is weird. The whole show.
That's a paradox to me. I don't know how they resolve that. I guess
None of it ever makes any sense. Like that was one of those things. It's like the iconography and the idea of it was like way stronger than the writing ever was.
Oh, sort of.
You just kind of turn your brain off and buy into it.
If you just watch Doctor Who and then go on TikTok and debate about time, my argument, literally I said once in debate, look, the whole paradox stuff is just that quote by David Tennant with the angel statue episode.
Tiny wimey.
I think Stephen Moffat's still the best writer so far that they've had.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the question.
And Christopher Eccleston.
Wait, who's the best dog? I'm gonna fight you on this. Okay.
Christopher's so boring.
Just jump off a bridge.
Eccleston
Saves a freaking space whale, and they fight plastic people.
He's so boring.
Top 5. What do you mean Eccleston?
Are you forgetting the Absorbaloff?
Yeah, but we're talking about the Doctor, and the Doctor was so boring.
The Adipose?
You're naming the villains because you can't think of an example where the Doctor is interesting.
The Doctor in number 10.
Or when they went to the cable show?
My breath.
God damn it, Oopsie. This is what they do. It's the atheist 3D strategy. Dodge, deflect, disrupt.
What do you mean 10 falls in love with the Shaft?
Oh yeah, Rose.
Shaft, the Shaft. She falls in love with the Shaft, and then he abandons her in another fucking ontology or dimension or whatever. And yeah, that's like a story.
You said he has dementia? That's a sad arc. I forgot about that part. It was also really weird. Midway through the season, they have that one episode where there's like a 6-minute long, just like unedited, unsimulated sex scene. Like that just didn't fit in tonally with everything else there.
BBC censors will let anything through now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The constant time skipping from like the 1500s to the year 30,000, that made sense to you, but that's where you draw the line?
Yeah, it's like the 1 minute they're
Like the furry planet that they
like robots, and then the next minute they're just like hardcore sucking and fucking. It's like, whoa, guys, this is Doctor Who. Kids watch this. What's happening?
Lawrence, how do you feel about a literal 800 or 700-year-old man flirting with 21-year-olds?
Yeah, I think he's a creep. It's about time somebody puts him on blast.
I'm sorry, especially when he gets to 12, like Capaldi.
And he groomed Karen Gillian's Threadhead. He met her as a child and then came back.
I don't know if you can call it grooming. He met her once for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and he won her over with his quirky antics. Oh, I'm gonna eat fish fingers in your kitchen in the middle of the night. Like, holy fuck, call the cops. Get that kid out of there.
That is weird how each Doctor has their own.
He doesn't have like a love interest with her though, really.
He's eating a phallic-shaped fish stick and he's dipping it in creamy sauce.
Wait, like 2,000 years for her. You have to be kidding me.
Yeah, Rory's like the biggest simp of all.
He was an actual cock, and I will not have any type of objections. Look, he did wait 2,000 years, but what else was he gonna do? Pass away?
That's fucking dumb, though. The show's about a time traveler. Just use a time machine. There's nothing normal about sitting for 2,000 years like a fucking moron.
No, he wanted to protect her for 2,000
He did stuff.
Yeah, but what's he gonna do? He's just some skinny weirdo.
Oh my goodness, he was a robot. He was made to be his consciousness or identity was inserted into a robot.
Sentient toy thing. I don't know what to call it.
I haven't seen any of that since like my freshman year.
What were the midgets called? The small people that help, especially 12. The sonars.
There's midgets.
What's the S? They're short. They look like eggheads.
Tarans.
Sub-Tarans. There you go.
Oh, the little potato people. Yeah.
Fucking love those little fuckers.
I can see why you'd like them. They're very.
And they only
What's the
call.
word I'm looking for?
And then there's the Argonians, right? That's like the
What
Staley.
that means.
What's the Doctor's name? I wish they solved that. I wish they told us.
Ooh.
Yes, Doctor Who.
That's crazy. No, she told what's her name, the other Time Lord. Which, by the way, I wish they told us earlier in the series that she was a Time Lord as well. But nobody seems to mention that she's a Time Lord.
I was about to say.
It turns out that his name is just like Chris or something.
Like, why does nobody mention that she's the Time Lord?
Okay, that's all this.
That she didn't know?
Okay, she didn't know she was a Time Lord. Wow, am I?
I don't know what's happening anymore.
And I'm alone in this world. The laws of time are mine, and they will obey.
Talking about Donna Noble. Swims.
Have you seen those mentality like the
Donna's a Time Lord?
for like 2 episodes?
I don't know. It just means anymore.
Wait. Have you guys seen those mentality edits where it's like a quote from the 10th Doctor just being insane? Like, locking you up in the cage. Oh, like, you're too late. Stuff like that.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, Coco, move your phone a little bit to the right.
Okay.
What else about the 10th Doctor is interesting? That disease episode, the first episode of the series for the series 1, scared the shit out of me. A hospital full of diseases?
Not gonna lie, the topic thing is kind of
Well,
wonky.
that's a good question. Do you guys remember the content of that episode?
No.
There we go.
Okay, so the premise...
Okay, that's what you have on now.
The premise is that they create flesh, right? So the doctors create flesh that's capable of experiencing diseases, and they look identical to humans. So, like, aesthetically, they look identical. But they don't have minds.
By the hand should be like...
So, that's the
So that's where they go down into the mine, right? And there's the flesh people
Go
thing.
to your ring.
Yeah, there's like a farm of them.
So they're like Thomists?
Say what?
Whatever you
Go
take
to
the
the
mind
ring.
to be.
No,
Whatever you
they...
take the mind to be, just stipulate that they don't have one, and then they just
Your
implant diseases into
Like
all
Thomists.
They implant every single disease possible into each individual subject, and they use them as like testing.
Yeah, I mean, go to your, I'll show you, go
This was a
to
David
back to
Tennant
the
episode?
ring where your clothes
It was like the first 10th episode. Actually, it's right as he transforms. Because he takes it. Anyways.
Yeah, go to the ring, and by the open hand, down on the tab.
He says, if you're looking for a higher authority, there isn't one. It ends
Right,
with
yeah, there you go.
Damn it, Mr. Dum Dum.
My bad, bro. I'll help my boy out. And then you go to the is it green or blue? It looks green, but it looks blue on me. Go to the one that looks like a diamond.
What are you even trying to do?
I'm trying to get my man good stats. That's all the crystals you have? Dang.
Oh, man, you broke ass bitch.
Broke nigga, you better get your money up.
Go to one sec.
That's embarrassing.
Go to the what?
You must be so embarrassed.
On at the top, go to the 4th tab.
Yeah.
I mean, the other tab. Next one.
I can't play Wizardry 101 with you, Coco. I'm playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Click a fix.
What?
Boom, use that. 16.
Basically just makes a pro-sentience argument for why this is wrong. Mid-complete episode.
Go to the what?
He's like, look,
Your blade?
actually. Do you guys remember when the
Okay, here's a required.
head of whatever was his name? The statue of
Bo?
Yeah, the face, and that ended up being
Jack Harkness.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
And I was like, how the fuck did he live to be like 900 years old?
It was millions of years old.
Or, yeah, millions of years old. And how did he just become a head?
That's the end goal of humanity is to evolve into those big heads.
Yeah. Well, you learn, because you, like, when you're that old, you keep learning things.
Basically, you don't study evolutionary biology.
And eventually your head gets bigger and bigger and your body falls off like a
Is that the end? Is that actually the end?
Crazy.
That's why if you study evolutionary biology, you know that's what we're all going to look like in millions of years.
How am I going to have sex with you?
And we'll also all be black.
Sex is more enjoyable in that state.
What do they even have? Where are the
They butt heads.
Imagine connecting
already happening to Andy
your pleasure centers together.
That is.
Hold on.
I don't want to talk about that scumbag.
Fact, scientists came up with the conclusion that in the next 25 years, our people and humans are going to be majority going to be like this.
What the fuck did Amber do?
Black people are coexist.
He's a scumbag.
No, but like the population of America is going to be like entirely mixed, like black and white.
Well, you're not. I don't think you're in any of the discords that we were mutually in. Me and
He's a Discord.
He's just like he's a little snake. He just slithers in anytime there's like weird drama. He's very drama oriented. No, it's talking about Amdir. I'm not a fan of Amdir.
If people
Guys, Bart followed me.
Bart?
Yeah, Bart's back.
Who's Bart?
back? I thought I saw his name earlier, but I'm like, there's no
You thought you were like fucking hallucinating. No, there's no way.
Can I ask him because he says it's not him.
Maybe it's not him. No, it has to be Bart. That has to be the real Bart. That's not a Bart imposter.
Do they have the same profile picture?
I mean,
Yeah, it's the same account because we had a. I don't know. Now I can't verify.
How many months has it been since you left?
Why impersonate Bart? Like,
because he
Bartman.
epically owns some leftists.
yeah.
He was a leftist, wasn't he?
No, he's like a.
40
He's like what every millennial male in America says he is. Like, I'm socially to the left, but fiscally to the right. That's supposed to be like the. That's like the galaxy brain take that makes you smart.
I feel like he's like a raging libertarian.
Did any of you see the debate between the Canadian elections tonight, or does nobody give a fuck?
In Canada.
So who wants to start my club on beating up penguins and fighting for what's right?
Look, man, you can take your issues up with the Penguins, but I'm gonna keep rocking with my boy Ramon.
Did anybody get a 5-minute major in the debate?
Doesn't want to join beating up.
Is that like a sex act?
And you don't know what a 5-minute major is?
I'm not Canadian.
I'm barely Canadian. I'm a Canadian abroad. I don't even pay taxes. I don't even think I can vote.
Type of penalty in hockey. Damn.
Speaking of Canadians, you know some crazy shit? I had no idea they were opening up Tim Hortons here. I was like driving home from work the other day, and I was going to get some food. There's a fucking Tim Hortons just there.
Yeah, they're in New York. Like they're in upstate New York.
Oh really? Yeah, I had no idea. This is the first one that has come to Virginia that I'm aware of.
Yeah, that's the farthest I've heard it get.
They're really going all in on the Canada thing too. Like they have like a fucking maple leaf on the sign, and the doors of the restaurant are hockey sticks. All right, guys.
Yeah, that's just dumb. Look, most Tim Hortons are outfitted by like Indian immigrants these days. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Oh, that makes sense.
What are the, like, Timmys or whatever, the little, like, down the holes or whatever?
Timbits.
Timbits, that's what they're called.
That's such a funny name. Timbits.
Donut holes are fucking better.
I mean, Munchkins, man. Dunkin' Donuts, which is about.
I just want to ask Num Num one question before we get back to the Timbit stuff. Num Num, what's your beef with my boy Ramon Carlos Goya Garcia Sanchez Santa Maria Lanina Puta Pacifico Benito? I don't think I said that right. Ramon Carlos Goya Garcia Sanchez Santa Maria Lanina Pinta Pacifico Benito.
Yeah,
Is that
Ramon, sandwiches, tacos, quesadilla, what now?
No, his name, my boy.
For a bit, but I'll play this game in like 10 minutes.
My Penguins, my boy's a Penguin, and his name is Ramon Carlos Boyer Garcia Sanchez Santa Maria Lanina Pinta Pacifico Benito.
Oh yeah, they're Arctic cartels, man.
What does that mean?
That's his name. Smart giraffe neck. You should understand that.
You don't know which though.
You're probably Hispanic. I'm willing to wager.
You're willing to wager
I know those
Hispanic?
penguins and those penguins. I want to
interesting.
win them.
That's interesting that that's your pick.
Those penguins, I want to win them.
I just have good.
You look like you know how to eat a falafel.
Yeah, I thought it was obvious I was from some vaguely like Middle Eastern country.
No. If it was Middle Eastern, you would have been able to speak some other type of language.
But isn't it sussy that I can read and write Arabic though?
No, guys,
But you can't speak it?
How fast can you eat a euro?
I'm gonna see if you can.
Euros are Greek, but
I didn't know you
Wrote
could
it
read.
down.
Slurms is clearly Chinese.
yeah, I'm actually 100% Chinese. You know, the Chinese have a space program now. Unlike the U.S. space program, and the Chinese space program, Tang is one of the astronauts.
Oh, true.
You guys know
Shitty booty ass boy.
I do love Tang though. Tang's pretty
Okay,
good.
Slurms, what does that say?
Do you guys know Katy
What does
Perry
that say in the chat?
That's. Let's see.
What does it say?
I'll tell you in a second.
Is it? Hang on.
What's up, shitty booty ass boy?
What up?
What's good? What's up?
Insane Shane.
What's up, shitty booty?
What the heck?
That's fuck, I'm rusty.
You know what?
Interesting
He would put. You know what? You would put that in the fucking chat in a different language.
Hang on, I'm trying to. It's worth noting that I have retained very little vocabulary, but it's more like I'm fluent in transliteration.
Yeah, just reference the word.
That's a joke, obviously, as in like I know the alphabet, but I don't really know what I'm saying.
You're a shitty booty ass boy.
Dude,
Stop saying that.
Just reference the word to Cage. Like, what would Cage say, even if it's in a different language?
You have a shitty booty ass boy. Why is that the
Who is
insult?
this guy?
This guy keeps saying
It's such an odd insult.
Alright, so.
It's so
Jay,
easy.
when he's done writing it out, it's gonna be funny.
Alright, listen, I'm
He's just
You're
gonna write all the
gonna
letters.
go, yep, that's Cage.
So what, Coco?
I'm gonna play
What's up,
later.
bro?
I'm
What's up,
probably
bro?
gonna take a break from it now.
I can't hear you.
It's gonna be.
How you doing, my friend?
Oh,
So he's gonna take a break from the game, and for you to go get a life, you gaming nerd.
I think it's a gene Slurms that you're forgetting.
Gotcha.
But it might be a game if it's
There's
Egyptian.
a party in my pants and you're invited. Well, I think I translated
No, that's a.
Listen to this. I can't.
Zay and then at noon. Zay, noon, Jim, ya.
How the fucking fuck do you read Arabic? What is wrong with you?
You haven't got it yet, Slurms?
Zaniji? Is it Zaniji? How do you say it?
It's coming out of both ends, baby. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Oh yes, baby.
Cage, was I right?
What is it?
Zaniji?
Hey Jay,
No,
Spank.
is that? Hang on. Oh no, I wanted to follow that guy. I thought it was funny.
Oh.
I mean, I don't want him on the panel. I just wanted to be able to. There he is. Insane Shane.
I translated to Eritrean Arabic, so I don't know if that helps.
No, so the first one's a Z.
I learned
The second
Fusan.
one, I can't tell if it's the dot that what were like the tongue, your tongue's behind your teeth, that, or if that's a or if it's a noon. It is a noon. Okay.
Flicky, what do you think?
Because the thaw is not connected.
Okay, so it's Zinbi. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's not a big, it's a gene. It's not a big, it's a gene. It's a gene or a game.
Oh,
It
that
depends on
is
if it's
a G.
Egyptian.
Okay, I see.
So Zaniji or Zanigi, if it depends on if your Egyptian pronunciation of the gene.
Is he?
Pronunciation of the gene.
Is he?
I just want to know what they think the word is.
Yeah, I don't know what that word is.
In the
It's the
strict
N-word.
Arabic, it's
Wait, is that transliterated or is that their word for the N word?
It could just be their word for the N-word.
Because that's
it is.
I can spell the N word transliterated. It's not that.
I don't know. I went to Google Translate, put in the N-word, and pressed confirm.
Of course, you would get me to try to read and say a slur.
Well, I hope I said it wrong.
Piece of shit.
I thought you were spelling it out on paper, and by the time you look down, you'd realize.
Well, I had a thought it was that, but I didn't know if that was what it meant because they're like different dialects and different slurs.
I should have just assumed that was the case. All right, let's see.
How do you pronounce it, Cage?
I'm gonna write Cage's name.
Wait, what? I can't see anything.
I'm gonna write.
Oh, you're gonna draw. Okay.
All right, Cage's. All right, let's see.
What they call me?
Oh yeah, I said that was
Okay,
fun.
there you
That
go,
was fun.
Okay.
That's Kala.
I said that was fun.
Well, this is gonna be the E.
It'd be a Tamar Buddha.
It wouldn't be a Tamar Buddha.
That is Flinty speaking
Cage. Yeah. And then the G would be a Gim. Yeah.
Hey Jesse.
I don't remember how to write the Tamar Buddha. Isn't that the one that's like this? Hang on.
It's like a.
And then
Yeah,
you
there
have
you
the things
go.
here. Okay. God damn.
It's not at the end, but yeah.
Arabic?
So it would be K Tamar Buddha, and then
Arabia Fialjish.
Okay, this is getting scary. Nobody else has questions?
This is getting scary.
He's gonna start saying shit in a second. Look, I understand that most people speak two languages.
God, I fucked that up.
English and Arabic? What a weird combination.
It's really tall, but it will work. And the lines, the dots go on top, not on the side for the diagram.
Fuck! Since when is Flukty Professor Arabi?
I'm not.
Look, dare you
Flukty. I'm really white. I'm like French and English and German and Danish.
Flukty, when did you learn Arabic languages?
In the army. Yeah, same.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
I fucked up.
Did you go to Monterey as well?
I went to Baghdad. I went to Iraq, and
I never did that. No, I didn't go overseas. I just went to language school.
Oh yeah, I learned. I had to learn firsthand because my liaison.
You were a linguist?
A cunning one.
You were a linguist. Holy shit.
Yeah, you got to teach you that's not it. All the languages required to be a spy.
Like, hold on. If you put the dot under that, it'd be like Keja, because it's an I at the end.
I keep fucking up. Hang on, don't.
Maybe.
I don't think you can pronounce
Put it on a gym.
Stop trying to give it the English pronunciation.
Don't put anything after it. It's just a gym. Draw a big ein and then curl it down and put a dot under it. A big ein.
A big ein?
Yeah, like the ending ein.
Oh, it's just gonna end on the ein?
Yeah, because it's cage. You just end on it.
But if you're transliterating, you would need to do each letter, even if it's a vowel sound.
There's not a vowel sound for an E.
Yeah, there is. K, because he has the Y.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Then you would put a ya, then do ya jim.
Ya jim, but yeah, I couldn't remember how to do the jim. I was doing the ya, connected.
Okay, then the jim is an ein, and then it's just a dot.
The jim is an ein? Okay.
On the bottom, yeah.
Wait, why is the jim... Wait.
Because it's a jim.
No,
yeah,
fuck! I did it again!
It's got a curl on the top, yep.
So it's like that. No, what the fuck am I doing? That's an ein. It's a regime. No, I don't remember how to do regime.
Put it in the chat.
This is cooked. Oh yeah, because you can do that and then put it that way. It's not my best work.
It isn't. Hey,
Shut the fuck up, Mr. Num Nums.
if you do it in the Arabic keyboard, it's fun because you can make like English swear words and it gets past the censors.
Alright, we're just gonna pretend that looks good. There you go, Cage. That's your name.
No, you gotta put the J on the G, Murph. It's K right now.
People now. I got a what?
The dot in the G in the middle and the bottom.
Oh, I didn't do that. So it would go in it. Cage, are you still awake? I finished. Yo, fuck this. I'm gonna go to Canada and beat his ass.
How does no one know what 5-minute major is? Freaking lives in Canada.
I just put my name in the comments in Arabic. It's a whole lot easier because I just like switched my what you call it to my keypad.
Jian?
Arabic. Yeah, J.
Now it's super Arabic because green.
That's J?
Mm-hmm. It's actually not green, not the name J. It's more like
why does it end with a B?
J. I don't know. That's how the liaison told me to spell it.
Oh, well, it's like it's definitely not J, like J-A-Y.
No, yeah, those are Z's at the beginning.
It's the name for like a fucking bird or something.
Oh,
but they don't have a J in like Arabic, so it's
they do. Jim. Jim.
Yeah.
No, like J-A-Y. They don't have a J-Y in Arabic.
Well, no, names are just translated.
You do Jim Aleph.
So it would be Jim
Aleph. No, Jim Tamar Buddha, because Aleph is an A, so it'd be and Tamar Buddha.
Oh fuck! The Tamar Buddha. It'd be a Jim Tamar Buddha, and then it would be a whatchamacallit, the EY. Help me.
Wow, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Jim Tamar Buddha and yeah would be J, like in a literal transliterate like name.
That's a lot of words for one word.
No, it'd be like that. It's 3 letters. It's the same as
J.
your English one.
That's how you'd say J in Arabic, for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just use the like.
This says Zayab or not Zayab.
Zayab.
Well, that's because he said it's like a different name that's comparable to J.
It's a comparable name to J.
It sounds like when you're in Spanish class and they make you pick a Spanish name, which is weird.
A slithery little snake.
They wouldn't just let me use my fucking name. I had to pick a name that sounded similar. Like, why?
My name in Arabic names aren't a lot of different meanings. Like one of them is like talks a lot or something like that. I think the proper Arabic, I think it's talk. The definition is like talk a lot. The definition is like talk a lot or something. I don't know. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. It was like freaking 2003. Well, my liaison used to get pissed off at me because I didn't want to do my last name in Arabic because it has 2 T's on the end, and he was like, "That makes no sense. Like we don't have anything that would like correlate to the COTT part of my last name." So,
wow,
you could do like a taw at the end, but like. Whatever the last part of your name is, alt.
I could teach you some Arabic, Jay. Next time you talk to Wit, say Ya Sharmuta.
Ya Sharmuta? What is Ya Sharmuta?
You gotta say Rama Lake.
It means hey bitch. Roughly.
I don't think I want to do that.
It'd be funny.
It would.
Not chalupa. Ya.
Yeah.
Shar. Well, that's another one. I'm trying to think of bad words.
I just remember the ones that sound bad in English.
A scoot. A scoot is shut up.
Carrot cake sounds really bad in English.
Carrot cake? I love carrot cake. It's one of my favorite cakes.
You know how to say cake in Arabic?
No.
Cock.
Well, there it is.
Yeah.
And then carrot is jizer. It's quick. You say the noun first and then the adjective, so it'd be cock jizer.
Yay, cocks! Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Allah Shabbat.
Fuck it in the butt. It means only, and in the butt means
fans. Oh.
No, he's disciplined.
And assalamu alaikum means a salami sandwich.
Salama alaikum.
On rye.
Ma alaikum salam.
No, not bacon. Not bacon. That's not it's not halal.
You know what cracks me up the most about like going overseas, right? Like when we touched down in Kandahar, the liaison had like everybody who was Christian raise their hand in the group, and then he had everyone who was Jewish raise their hand, and then everyone who was like Muslim raise their hand, and he said, "Over here, you're none of that. Don't express any of those views that don't express any of those views that you hold from the West," because he was dead serious about that. Those people over there are very strict when it comes to like religion, like very, very strict. Like they don't follow any of the, like if you ask them the questions that we would ask like Christians here, like they would answer in the way that like would completely shock the hell out of you, and you'd be like, what? Wait, what? And it's crazy, man. It's really wild. It's really wild. Like the difference between the East and the West. It's very weird.
Sharia law prevents offensive things like the God's Not Dead movie series or you know.
Yeah.
That one with Anakin Skywalker in it.
Star Wars.
Oh yeah, that's what that was.
You idiot! What did you think Anakin Skywalker is from?
No, I mean the Christian movie.
This guy's a real fool.
What's his name? Hayden Christensen.
No, I know what you mean. I didn't know he was in a Christian movie. I knew he's in fucking Star Wars, and I remember one movie coming out post Star Wars that had him in it as like a, I think he was like
It was a Christian movie.
a helicopter rescue person, and nobody saw the movie, and then I never saw Hayden Christensen again until like lately.
He was in a Christian like evangelical movie, I thought.
I believe you. I never heard of it. Isn't he Canadian? Maybe I just made that up. Hayden.
Hating Christians, and
Canadian.
Yeah, but a Christian movie.
I didn't know he was in Jumper. Virgin Territory. He was in Jumper. Virgin Little Italy. Awake. Ahsoka. I don't know. The Virgin Schmuicides. None of these look very... 90 Minutes in Heaven. That's probably the one.
Yeah.
Isn't that the hack fraud who, lied? He, got his kid to lie. And that movie didn't age well. The whole thing's, made up.
I mean, it's all made up with that, faith-based stuff, you know? Hell, even Than was, when he was in his debate with, what's his name from Atheist Experience that used to be on there, Dillahunty, brought up how somebody was cured from cerebral palsy that goes around and, collects money from churches of sharing her story of, faith healing from cerebral palsy.
Well, I don't think cerebral palsy needs to be healed because God doesn't make mistakes and you're perfect the way you are.
Sorry, that threw me just because, for as good as philosophy and stuff, I don't know, that kind of, science health stuff gets on my nerves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, this is a background I made after P. Mars had to take his cat to the vet. I never used it. It says, how do I scroll? God saved my friend's cat. You cannot disagree unless you can objectively prove knowledge is possible without God.
I'm sure you appreciated that.
This little kitty cat.
That you made it, not that you used it ever. It's a thought that counts, right?
Yeah. I guess. Well, that's kind of gone by the wayside. What else we got here?
Now all your thoughts are going to be tainted with Marstown.
Yeah. I fucking was laughing. So that's the funniest message I've ever received from P. Mars was, if you subscribe to my ChatterPay, you're going to hell.
I checked it's taken down now, but there was a Swedish site that scraped it, so I found it on there.
Did you really?
Dude, I fell asleep. What happened?
Well, I didn't find the video itself. I tried to get to it, but it didn't save it on the server for them.
Dude, send it to me on Discord. I need to see this.
Did anything happen here?
It's just the picture of his face.
I don't care. I need to see it.
We were all time traveling, and then after that, we went to overseas, and we had some Arabic conversations, and then now we're here. Apparently, there's some sort of cat or something like that involved in the current discussion. So
I wonder where Coco went. Coco, are you awake, buddy?
He's probably asleep too. We were sleeping together.
What?
I'm just kidding. That was a bad thing to say.
Oh my!
I was asleep and he is asleep.
Well, that's why
he is asleep.
Yeah, poor Coco. You have to sleep with Jesse.
Yeah, it's nothing new. I shouldn't have said that either. Nothing special.
Just quit while you're ahead.
No. I literally fell asleep and just woke up. So I'm saying stupid things.
Oh shit, here y'all go. Here's Slurms' his teeth. And a nightmarish scan. There you go. For everybody, forgotten everybody. Let's see.
That's really cool.
Yeah, right. It's like, that's not cool. I'm just going through pictures.
There you go. You have to translate it from Swedish.
Oh, fuck.
Does it for you, but...
Oh, I do...
It's Chrome.
I do listen to Ghost.
Did P fall asleep too? Like, is he sleeping with me and Coco?
I'm not sleeping with you or Coco.
Okay.
Did you see that somebody found the ghost the Gildo in one of the like thrift shops or something?
Whoa! No, I didn't even know there was a Gildo. I'm googling that right now.
Right, what is that now?
Yeah.
A what? A
Ghost Gildo.
It's a Gildo. It's already a ghost thing.
That's funny. I didn't know that was a thing.
That's funny.
Somebody found it at a thrift store somewhere. Like a thrift store somewhere.
Who the fuck took it to the thrift store?
What is it called? A ghost Gildo?
Yeah, apparently Ghost has a dildo called a Gildo, and it looks like it looks like the little papas.
I mean, can ghosts not get off too? Like,
also, I sent it to you, Slurms, but you can't.
The
already,
Gildo? Oh,
no,
yeah,
the other
that's
one.
right. That's right. That's right.
And I made an account, and it doesn't exist on there anymore. It just scraped the info, and at the bottom it tells you about like how long ago this was. Bartman is sending me dinos.
Oh my god!
Back from the grave.
Holy cow!
I still can't believe it. It doesn't feel real. You know what I mean? Like,
I just want to find the real video.
are we talking about?
He took the site down from the whatever, so I don't know if it got uploaded anywhere else.
Not too Mars.
I know there's people that have it, but I'm not in contact with them.
Dude, I've been here this whole time, like since I heard about it, so I haven't had a chance to look at it.
You can see that that's the exact same setup as the thumbnail of the other video. You can confirm that because, like, he covered his face on the thumbnail, but that's not covered.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Worms is in shock right now.
yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts. I guess I would be upset if he was like, you know. Actually, you know what? I'm going to save all my commentary. I think that's best.
Yeah,
Generally,
that's
that's good.
Yeah, but I mean, just a lot of people are repressed, Slurms. Like, I was a piece of shit for a long time, you know? Not that PMARS is exactly a piece of shit, but, like, I had terrible views, you know, and I was very passionate about them back then, too. If iDubbbz can come back and drop a content cop, you know?
I got heartburn.
Well, that's not fun.
No.
Do you
Well,
take...
on the parade- Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, do you take, like, just Tums or something?
Yeah, I got Tums. I just have to get up.
I was going to say, if you try the, what is it, famotidine or whatever, that's like the
Famotidine.
generic.
Pepsid.
Yeah, that one's really good.
Yeah, I got the Pepsid too. Well, I got Protonics. Pepsid will work faster, though.
Yeah. Anyway, Slurms, you were saying? you were...
I don't remember. It wasn't important. Coco,
I
wake
thought-
up.
Is that a screenshot? Why do you have a screenshot of a song?
Looks like his phone, like a lock screen.
He's listening to a song called Magical Girl. What a nerd.
It's a screenshot because it's not moving. Like the timer thing isn't moving.
I have no choice but to replace Coco as host. Welcome to the live. None of us are mods because Coco doesn't have any mods. So if you want to come up, you cannot.
Welcome.
But welcome to the live anyway. If you want to hear me monologue, along with Jesse and Floopty.
Amen.
And Jay, if he hasn't fallen asleep. You've come to the right place.
Not yet. Yeah, you're welcome to put any questions or concerns in the comments, and we probably won't answer them as we're having our own conversations up here on the panel where it's good.
I thought I'm leaving.
Well, there that goes. Well, there that goes. And so the night comes to an end.
I feel like if you're in the comments,
I got a question.
You're just a commenter if you're in the comments.
What's the antiderivative of 1 over x?
I don't fucking know.
I'm sorry? The what now? With the... Am I close?
Close, actually.
Triangle.
Okay. I knew it. Really good with vocabulary.
Thought this was history.
Did Cage fall asleep too? I never seen him fall asleep on a panel.
Him and Coco are sleeping together.
I think he literally fell asleep, like, with the mute off, but we can't hear him, which is weird.
It's because he doesn't have, like, sleep apnea problems or, like, any snoring. He flexes his soft palate a lot, so it's real tough and, like, doesn't make him gag while he sleeps.
Behind closed doors, that would sound really weird.
He got rid of his gag reflex a long time ago. He viewed that as a weakness.
Damn. In the process of becoming a big back, I had to get rid of my gag reflex. It was holding me back.
Think of the song every time I hear that. Big back, big back. Yeah, my back is loaded up with snacks and different foods.
What the fuck? Oh my god! How do I keep like getting to this point in lives now? Like lately, I don't understand. If it's not AR's live, it's like I don't get it.
Just no quality debates anymore.
Yeah, that's
Sure,
probably
we had a good long discussion earlier. We had a good long discussion earlier about why 15-year-olds should be able to get married. Go on.
Yeah, that's about when I stopped watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. I came in on the tail end of that conversation, and I was very happy that I did. Happy that I did.
I don't know how you would justify this stuff, and I'm like, all right, I'm done with this for now. And I watched had a little like history thing on the Buddha with my daughter. I don't know. And all right, well, this big back's got to get to sleep. Got to get to sleep.
Go to bed myself. Later.
Yeah, I'm about to head off here. Love y'all. Bye.
Well, I'm not going up here. That just looks bad on me. So I'm out.